that! Dodge this! No mana! Dodge this! You were no warrior! Steel yourself!
hammer. I think I'll have a use.
Go
This
on.
is not the place for one. Better hold on to this.
Come, brute. I will show you true power.
Hammer and anvil!
I will drink your
mana.
soul.
Steel yourself! Dodge this!
This piece has an iconic history.
quickly. Do whatever it takes. How can I advise?
Speak quickly. A useful trade. Interesting choice. Of course.
How can I?
What is it? This is all we have. A useful trade.
Join the earth! Hammer and anvil!
Out of mana.
Need mana.
No mana.
Pitiful! Hammer and anvil!
No mana.
Gotcha! Dodge this! I'm not ready.
Out of mana.
Hammer and anvil! Out of mana. I need more time. Need mana. Come, dirt. Hammer and anvil. Out of mana. Out of mana. Out of mana. Fear will best you. Dodge this!
Oh shit, guys. I was muted the whole time. But since nobody said anything, and like that means that nobody fucking cares, so it's all good. Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, that's completely fine. I was basically saying like a bunch of things. I actually said like many things, but I was like talking about like the fact that Hammer of the Gods, it seems, is gonna be like pretty crazy ability to use. especially like on stunned enemies. Since like stunned enemies already are gonna like receive like more damage if I remember correctly. Yeah. What else was it? Wait. How does it work? Whenever, let's say, an enemy has like 40% damage, I can ask like AI, but I'm not sure that it's gonna like reply in some kind of like meaningful way or something. I'm not sure it's gonna like give me the correct information, but basically the question is like that I want to ask is like in PoE 2 when I deal one but really strong hit, that is going to deal enormous damage. The enemy is at 40% health. Oh, there was like more than... Oh, right now it works poorly. I need to like change it to something else. Fuck. The enemy is at 40% health. 40% health. I'm at 35% health. I have a support gem that boosts my damage as long as I have less of a health percentage than the boss. So the enemy or boss receives the hit, will the hits that the enemy receives here will benefit from increases to damage. The hit the enemy receives here will benefit from increases to damage while the enemy is on low health. Or is it calculating then only when only right before the enemy received the hit? Yeah. Well, I'm asking like this question, I like understand like it's I'm already being stupid. Like it's already like I already like have the answer, it seems. Based on the mechanics in Path of Exile 2, the damage is calculated right before the enemy receives the hit, not when you initially cast or attack. Here's your scenario breaks down. The low life is defined as 35 mix of hair or less. The boss is a which is above the life, which counts as low life. Damage calculated. Damage is calculated the minimum of impact because the boss is at 40% health. The hit lands is not considered to be low life, which requires the Gujian enemy's own low health is not banned when the damage is calculated. So, I mean, it's logically not going to be affected. Okay. Why did I think that? Was there some kind of mechanic that like... Well, never mind. Oh, but like, that means that like I need to make a change. I didn't think about it. Like, I'm not really in that situation right now. So why did I use that? Wait, what am I using right now? Aftershock? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Remove it. Yeah, remove it, because it just doesn't work right now. More melee physical damage, ancestrally boosted. And, another one we're going for, oh, Hammer of the Gods, Reforged Clash. No, not Clash. Clash is the one that I just dropped. More physical damage, no chaos damage, support skills, deal. Yeah. Clash, Fist of War. Delayed. Wait, what do I have like on Rolling Slam? More melee physical damage, more physical hit damage. Heft? Well, there's Heft, right? But like Heft is. Do I have like Heft? Oh, I don't have Heft. And I don't have like support, which is tier 5. I don't have like the tier 5 support, no? So I cannot take Hefts. Does it work? Oh, it does work. Yeah. What is it, like brutality? Okay, it's not elemental damage. Do I deal much elemental damage? No, not really, no. No chaos, no elemental. Well, that's the thing, like, I don't, like, primarily deal, that amount of damage, no? I mean, like, that damage, no? Like, I can, like, look at the Rolling Slam right now, right? And it's just... fire damage is just... yeah, like, small portion of it. As far... yeah, because, like, here it's just... well, it's 37... oh, it's 3754. It's too bad it's, like, 3754. I would rather have it, like, be... just, like, all physical. Just, like, go all physical, yeah. It's kind of stupid that it's like that, but, like, I mean, can't do anything about it. Yeah. Yeah. 2 of those? That's good. 2 of those is good. 2 of those is good. Is this the first time you're getting this one? Solar Charm? Your speed isn't affected by slows. Use it when you are affected by a slow. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, I'm gonna sell all of this, yeah.
Yes, these are our supplies. A useful trade.
Yep. Useful trade. Boom. So I was actually dealing like not that much damage with like with Hammer of the Gods, because like my health usually was like higher than the enemy, or not necessarily, but like it just probably wasn't dealing good damage. Yeah. Dude, you're just not doing anything. He was either interrupted or I don't know. But he wasn't striking.
Dodge this! Need mana.
Wait, what? She hasn't said anything about like the fucking what? But I just asked her. I asked, do I need to like fucking, you know, do the clothes, but like, I mean hang the clothes, but like there's no answer. The fuck? Oh, honor or glory? Glory. Glory falls off. Okay, got it. Glory falls off. Got it. Cool. Yeah, glory has like nothing to do with like with cooldown. It's only about like stunning enemies. It's about stunning enemies, yeah. In this case, no? Ooh, let's see. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Man, I cannot wait to use that on a fucking boss, man. That shit is gonna be crazy. Yo, dude, what the fuck? That's pretty heavy strike.
Out of mana.
Oh, this motherfucker was boosted. That's why he didn't die like so easily. Yeah. He was boosted by that shit.
Hammer and anvil. No mana.
Nice. Pretty good. Nice. Got some shits. What else? Nothing. Yeah, I don't really have like good survivability, and my stun threshold is garbage right now. Could be way better, but it's not. Wait, what? What is wrong with this sign? It's not displaying shit correctly. What? It's not displaying messages correctly, and it's constantly fucking refreshing. That's not good. That's fine though, nobody has written anything yet, though, yeah.
Feel my wrath.
Man, that's a lot of enemies here. Ooh, it's Orb of... What the hell was Orb of... Ah, it's that shit. I was like, oh wow, it's an Orb of Augmentation. What was augmentation, you know? As if like, I'm getting like something cool. He's dead, yeah. He's fucking dead. Well, that's it. It's over. It's the fucking boss time. Yeah.
My kin died by the spirit's will.
Crazed as Mary. Yeah.
There's no honor in what you've become.
Dude, you're not hitting her. What are you doing?
You
I wasn't even watching the damage. Like, I was just concentrating on landing those hits. That's it. Nice one. Ooh. Spirit gem. Per rage per second while not losing rage. Grants 50 free increased rage effects. Soul Leaf, I would go rage. Herald of Ash. Word kill on reward. Scourge plating. Fully breaking. I'm not doing that. Overwhelming presence. I'll just boost this one. So I can put something on like I can like use like a support gem now and for spirit and waste like more spirit. That's good. Yeah, finally. Like I have like 40 spirit. That's like unused. But I actually didn't see like I don't know like how much damage did I actually deal? Let me see. Okay, I'm looking. Let's see. It's why the graphics are so shit? What the fuck? Can barely see anything on this. Like, what the fuck? Fuck the chat. What are you doing? Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's see live. Watching YouTube right now. Whoa, 74. Sitting at 100k. Then it's immediately like 70k. Oh wow, 70k. Wow, that's big. Wow, 70,000. I dropped like 70,000 hammer on the enemy. That's good. I like that. That's good. Pretty nice. 70k hammer. Yeah. Even though like it's not in terms of like DPS, it's not even like showing that like I'm gaining like that much like fucking damage, right? Yeah. Per second. I don't think it reflects it that well. Like here, like in terms of like fucking rolling slam, it displays as if I'm like doing, I don't know, 7,000 DPS, which is nonsense. If I would do like 7,000 DPS, then killing like 300k health enemy would take me. Okay, let's say like it's 280k. How much is that? 280. 7,000. Well, it's not actually 7,000. Let's say it's like 8,000. Let's say it's like 8,000. Let's say it's not like 280k. Let's say it's 240. Then it's like still it's like per second and 30 seconds. Yeah, I didn't kill him for 30 seconds. That's the thing. Like I killed him like literally in about her. I killed her in how much time? That's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's about like 12 seconds or something like that, yeah. Okay. Slam skills. Wait a minute. Slam skills. Hammer is a slam skill, by the way. Is it? Oh, it is. Huh. So it can also create an aftershock. Ooh, that is crazy. It can create an aftershock. Mm-hmm. Yep, because it's a slam skill. And it can even put it on top of it. Oh no, wait a minute. It has a low chance to create an aftershock. Hmm. Maybe I want to... Warcry speed. Warcry cooldown. Warcry speed. Warcry cooldown. Area damage. Attack area. Area of effects. Armor. 10 strength. That's 20 health. Health regeneration. No. 20 increased life regeneration while moving. No. No, go here. Like, let's stack our armor. Let's stack more armor. Yeah. So what do I need to do, like, here specifically? Like, what are we doing here? There already did everything. Follow the wisps. Follow the wisps. For what reason, though? Didn't I already follow the wisps? Strange. I thought I did. Ooh, Howling Caves, by the way. Oh, so they're like in this region. I didn't know. Because like there's like no description for that, and I wasn't like paying attention to the what was it called? To the quest. Like I wasn't. I'm not paying attention to anything in this game. In terms of like quests, like I just don't care about them. But I was thinking like playing through the game like at least once and doing it properly in terms of lore, story, and shit like that, and just like listening to everything like and trying to understand it and trying to understand what the fuck did I hear just now, like what are the quests, like what's the general idea, or like what's the situation in each region, like what's going on, right? To have like a perspective on the world, you know. And what's going on in it, and what's the storyline, main storyline, and not only the main storyline. Yeah. Whoa. It costs almost like $2,700, man. That's crazy. Critical, there's like attack speed. Attack speed is not really that good. It's tier 8. Dexterity, critical hit chance is 11%, plus 1%. That's pretty good. No? Lightning damage is good. Yeah, that's good. It's good. It has like quality. It's like fucking. That's why it's 2.7. Should leave this like for some like other character or something. I don't know. Like that looks pretty good. Yeah, 165 armor. Wow. Lightning resistance, gas resistance, almost 19 life regeneration per second. That's tier 2, by the way. That's tier 2. Tier 1 is probably like 25 to 27 or some bullshit like that. Yeah. Life regeneration per second. Yeah. Yeah, good armor. T4 armor, by the way. T4.
Thank you.
Whoa, wait a minute. Tier 1 energy shield. On boots. Huh. That's good. Yeah, for level 60, 183 on boots, no? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's pretty good. What the fuck? If I'm maxing like energy shield, then yeah, These boots are great for energy shield maxing. Guess I'm going like here, and 34 increased movement speed, energy shield. Yeah, whatever. The perfect would be if I would re-roll, and I would get like faster start of energy shield. Recharge, or just like energy shield recharge, and that would be great. Energy recharge rate, yeah. If I would get that like additional stat, then that would be perfect. Like for this, yeah. Increase energy shield. How many percent? I mean, what is like tier 7? Yikes! Why did I even like take this? This is why am I keeping this? Am I fucking stupid? Yeah, that's like super bad. Tier 7, fire damage tier 3, and cast speed. I don't know. That looks trash. 33 energy shield, increased energy shield, increased lightning damage. Lightning damage. There's lightning damage, brother. 62%. Is that good? I mean, amount of lightning damage is good. But if we're talking about energy shield, then no. Energy shield is not good. Recharge rate and faster start. Man, that is pretty good. Fire damage and cast. What is this all about? What is this? This is like trash armor. Why am I keeping it? What? This is trash. Oh, I remember. I just remembered. Yeah. Okay, I don't need to keep it anymore. I remember for what I was keeping it. Yeah. Why am I keeping this though? What? Tier 3 attack speed. I don't know. This is not that great. Increase maximum life 30%. Increased critical damage bonus. Yeah, I don't know, man. Good quality. Maximum mana, Skeletor Warrior Minion. I don't know. This is ass. I don't know. It just doesn't look that good. If anything, it didn't look that good.
Nice to see you. Anything catch your shiny tread?
Why she talks as if... Wait a minute.
Oh, nice to see you. How goes your quest? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
As if someone from like Game of Thrones, like one of the actors. I actually want to ask that. Is it? Did some actor from Game of Thrones TV show voice act Hilda from Path of Exile 2? Yes or no? Based on the cast list for Path of Exile 2, is Ruth Gibson. It is. No. Just what? Ruth Gibson? Who's Ruth Gibson? Ruth Gibson voice actor. Who's that? Okay. Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings? Oh, game. James Bond, Bloodstone. The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings. British actress, most notable for playing Jane in Bridget Jones. Okay. Whatever. It's fine.
Be strong.
Alright. What am I doing right now? In this zone, what am I doing? Oh, there's a boss here. Okay. Yeah, let's do the boss and then go into the caverns or something. Like howling caves, I mean. Oh, it's just a path. It's just a passage there through the mountains. Yep. I was wondering what the fuck was that. Ooh. Is that the boss? It is the boss. Hell yeah. It is the boss. Yay. Boom. 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 Boom.
A gift from my ancestors.
What is that form?
One less
That was so
predator to
weird.
plague the skies.
What is this boss fight? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck was that form, you know? Commander helmet. Is that one of the new helmets? No, it's not. It's level 45. It's too bad. It's fine though. Okay, so I killed him. What's next? Bum, Howling Caves. Crier Peaks. I will do that shit, by the way. Yeah, probably. Crier Peaks, Crier Peaks. So I can go both, right? Yeah. If there's a portal there, I'm gonna like mark it. Right.
Let the wind howl. I still stand.
Yeah, perfect. And now we're going to the other one. Yeah. Immediately teleporting to keep it like fucking shorter. Yep. Where was the checkpoints? Checkpoints. Yeah, sorry guys. Okay, good. What exactly am I doing here in the zone? What am I doing? Oh, killing a boss that's gonna give me like 2 fucking points. Nice. That's good.
Hammer and anvil.
That's great. I would even say. Yeah, I would say, but like.
Back to the deep. No mana.
Yeah, can aftershock. Huh. I can put like aftershock on it too. Yeah. Like 35% aftershock. Yeah. Because like there's like no specification or aftershock, there's like no talk about like aftershock for Hammer of the Gods, right? That is why you can. That is why. Okay. Building glory, but when you have mixing glory and ancestors crush your enemy, manifesting invincible clarity falls, there's going to terrorist slam and dealing immense damage based on your weapon generates blah 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 blah. Him sending an enemy requires standing glory to use, can be evaded while dual wielding both weapons, hit with 30 duration, 2.5 seconds, meters to impact radius. So basically the idea is like, first of all, like aftershock is like perfect on Hammer of the Gods because like aftershock is gonna be another strike. And if there's like no aftershock that is already like in the description of the slam or whatever the fuck skill, and there are no like specifications or like explanations about like how aftershock is gonna work or how much damage is gonna deal for this particular skill, right? Then it means that aftershock is going to deal the same damage as the initial hit, right? Aftershock is a burst of battery damage the radiation impact of the skill causing them. If not otherwise specified, the aftershock will deal the same damage as the initial impact in the same area. Only attack damage can cause aftershock. Yeah. So. Я тебя спросил, развесить билет, ты мне ничего не ответил. Как это ты мне ответила? После моего месседжа, после моего вопроса. Но при этом не увидела. Но я тебя спросил, ты не ответила. Может, не надо? Я только рад. Нет. Так, мне надо развесить билет. же казалось, что ты уже белье стирала, не? И она уже высохла, там же пододеяльники лежат, неглаженные. Там, в этой кучке же есть неглаженные пододеяльники, не?
Тут еще и новые пододеяльники, которые я только купила. Знаешь, да?
Okay, I'm back. What is this? Fuck. The hell is that shit? The fuck? Okay, right? Man, what a swamp. What a swamp of useless people who are just following for just to spam their like to then like spam their stupid ass links or some kind of like offers for services. Like, I mean, like, Jesus, go fuck yourself. Okay. Oh, what a waste of my time. What a waste of my time.
Foul beast! Hammer and anvil!
Nice. What the hell? There's nothing here. Not getting anything. Nope. Is there also... Oh, yeah, there was a boss here that is gonna give like 2 points. Yep. Oh, what else? What else? What else? What else? Man, when I'm gonna like fucking find this boss? Because there's nothing else to do here. What I'm like not fond of in these games is that it's like it's so stupid because it's like there's just like a few primary objectives in each map and everything else just doesn't matter.
I will match you, strength for strength.
What? Jesus, so stupid. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. He was.
I can't yet. A gift from my ancestors.
What are you doing?
I'm not ready. No more rage. No more ruin.
That was kind of stupid. I didn't utilize the Hammer of the Gods in a pretty good way. Oh, that was not that great. Yep. Just amount recovered, reduced, instant recovery. Oh, instant 155 mana. Nice. That sounds cool. Okay, what else is in the zone? Nothing. That's it. Seems like it was only for that purpose. Yeah. Only for that purpose.
Well, all these perhaps we can be strong.
Armor. What's with my armor now? Now I'm sitting on 4,000. That's good. Oh, should I bring more damage? No, I should concentrate on armor. Yeah. Also need health. Armor is also gonna come with from better items, because these are shits. This is level 35 and I'm already 65. It's 20 levels fucking difference, man. Just complete garbage. Okay.
That could be
That's 10k.
useful.
62. 355 is now base, right?
Oh, here's some gold. Oh, that could be useful.
Could be even better. Okay.
I might do something.
59, not good.
Yeah, you have a good eye.
62 with increased armor. 27%. Garbage.
Oh, I could use this. Nice one, that.
Oh, but that's 59. Increased armor. T13 on maximum life. Wow, that's crazy. Tier 7 on armor. Man, that's so trash.
Oh, I could use this. Smells mystical-like. A surprising turn.
That is such insane trash. It's crazy.
Nice one, that.
Whoa, what do you mean? Let's... Huh. Wow, that's pretty good. The fuck? Oh, because it has also like two... Oh. Huh, wow, that's cool.
A pleasure.
So it has like 2 sockets, that's why. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Uh-huh. Lightning resistance, okay. Lightning resistance. Fire resistance, perfect. Wow. That's great. 840, and we do the thing where we add this. And we're sitting on 1049 instead of, yeah, that's almost 300. It's almost 300 difference. Really good. Okay, cool. 400, I mean 4800, yeah. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted like an armor upgrade, and there it is. Pretty good. And there's like a resistance upgrade. Cold resistance is sitting at 45. This one's like this. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Cold and lightning resistance? Oh, wow. Oh, that's right. These boots are like with resistances and shit like that. Yeah. Cold lightning, cold lightning. Increased armor. All decent stats. Yeah. All decent stats. Okay. Where? Here. Sadly, those runes are like fucking wasted on this, so like on the next like weapon, I won't have the ones that are like for increased physical damage. Just kind of sad, but it's fine. 69%. 69%. Well, if I think about it and I factor in the like that my helmet is 14 levels lower, this is 20 levels lower, this is not primarily armor, then yeah. Wait a minute, didn't I have like any kind of gear of higher level? No way. For leveling, why did I like fucking leave all this shit here? No way this is true. Let's actually see this. Level 54. Sitting on how much armor? 569. And that one is level 45 and 752, 113, 28 increased armor. 28. And here it's 24, 54. This one's better than the other one, I think, no? Yeah, it is. T8, T5, level 54. Yeah, but that's level 54. And that's one, and that one is what, like 45, so you can get rid of it, yeah, easily. Easily, dude. Armor? Whoa. For a 507 with fire and cold resistance? Wait a minute. With fire and cold resistance? Really? Leveling helmet. 77. Oh, that's for level 27. 194, it's 36. I will have to like fucking get into this like later and then maybe drop some. Yeah, because like these are not. Что там тебя зовут? Тебя позвали, да? Не меня?
Нет. Тебя не позвали.
На
место.
Ага. 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 Movement speed. I can get rid of... Oh, lightning resistance, right? Well, there is lightning resistance. There's also cold resistance. Uh-huh. There's fire resistance and lightning resistance here. Reduced poison duration on me. Fire and cold. Instead of lightning. 18. 507 fucking armor instead of 459. But that's like not factoring that like I'm gonna like go for this and there's like better resistance, so I'm definitely gonna use that. And there we have it, like we're sitting on 608. Nice. And therefore that's 71% and 5,000 armor. Nice. Level 51, level 54. Level 54. Boots for 426 armor? What? Of level 39? 426. Oh, it's 14. 20% here would be 1/5. 1/5 of 300 is? Uh-huh. There's also life regeneration. Either way, like these both boots like are pretty nice, but like this could be like way better. Yeah. And this one? Oh, because it's like 67% of increased armor. Yeah. That's crazy. That's tier 4, by the way. With lightning resistance. I can get like immediately like 400. Lightning resistance, same shit. Lightning resistance, 27%. Good. Lightning resistance sitting at 75. Cold resistance at 67. Do I have like any other boots? No? Where's that? Oh, that's trash. Where's that? Where's that? I'm good. Gem. Armor piece. Armor 283. Wait, 283? Whenever I already have this for level 51? 283 versus... Oh yeah, this is trash. I'm gonna get rid of it. That's... Glad I noticed it. That's good. To get rid of all kinds of trash items. Energy shield. Wow. 129 armor. Wow. Flask charges gained. Flask life recovery rate. Yeah, I like these boots. They give like 40 health too. Also applies to elemental damage, life regeneration, 40 health. I want 40 health, I think. No? They're already boosted too. No? 18% of armor. Oh, fuck that. I'll just max armor right now and that's it. But movement speed, yeah, movement speed is lacking now. 74% on lightning and cold is worse. Why? These gave cold? Oh, these gave cold. And now my resistances are sitting... Uh-huh. Would be nice to get like boots with cold resistance, right? Yeah. So like before this helmet, are you telling me that I was like sitting on 35? Oh, it was still 59, like cold resistance. Oh, it's only 22. Wow. Man, that sucks. That's not really that great. Yeah, somewhere cold resistance would be really nice. Fire is too much. Would be nice to get it somewhere. There were also runes in armor to get resistances. Oh. So I can get armor, right? And I can get like resistance if I like put in yeah. Wait a minute, I can maximize this. Oh no, wait, I can't. Because I don't have like any more of those runes, which are M runes. I don't have those iron ones. Yep. The only thing that I can get is like cold resistance. Yeah, on armor. Like let's say like here, I can put like cold resistance. Can make like a socket here. Put like one cold resistance. Bam. Right. 47, right. On gloves? On gloves? Would be nice to get like other gloves, right? Like finally to get like other gloves. Some kind of good gloves. How about that, no?
Oh, you've a good eye.
Oh, 59. With trash resistances and yeah, not good. What was this? I wanted to get rid of this, right? Yeah, true. True. These are decent boots. Not getting rid of those. What about the helmet? Cold resistance and armor? No thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I might do something.
Huh? That's funny as hell. 48. What? What? Oh, there's a. Ah. Okay. Yeah, but that's level 48. No way.
Better than most.
130. Wow. 130 maximum life. Man, that's tier 1. That's tier 1 maximum life. I love that. Wow, that's great amount of life. If only, man. If only. Let me try this. Wow, that would be great. That would be great. For damage? Oh, like if they're like for damage? For damage, tier 4.
Nice one, Matt.
But I'm still like trying to get for armor specifically. And I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. This is really bad. 209, 88 increased armor. That is insane. Wow. Please give me armor. Please give me armor. Man, if I can boost them for armor, that would be like fucking perfect. Yeah. 97 maximum life, tier 3, not bad. Adding one more, 11 to strength, to dexterity. Man, that's really bad, dude. Jesus. Man, it could be like so good, right? What did it change? Gave armor a little bit. Yeah, but like armor is how much? Tier 7? Can I change anything else? It removed it. And that's it. And that's it. And this item is trash now. Oh my god, man. That's crazy. Suddenly the item became trash. Well, I gambled. Could have been like pretty freaking good. Yeah. But it wasn't. It wasn't.
Anything catch your eye? Well, that could be useful.
59 again. Tier 4. Could be good. Questionable, but not good. Not good.
Shiny trade. Go well.
How can I?
Man, for this, of course, like, man, you need like so much money to spam this shit. Yeah, that's crazy. Isn't that? Yeah, that's tier 3. Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, I could use this.
Either way, I need to put those boots back somewhere. What's with the resistance? Didn't I get like oh. Yeah, just use this, go here, take that, and just put it here and fuck it. 61 resistance, that's fine. And then armor is sitting at 5,620. 5,600. Pretty good. Could be more, but pretty good. What was I doing here? Like here it's like over. It's all over. It's there's nothing to do there anymore. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Мама, вот это я использовала вот так. Видишь? Вера нас. Это я у водки научил. И крепыша команда. И дедушка из крепышей команда. помнишь, это не было неделя, это целых 8 дней. Денис, сосис.
Светлана. О, ты обзываешься? Сказал маркиз. Маркиз это не обзывательство. Ты даже не знаешь, кто такой маркиз. А вот сосис это обзывательство, Светлана. Какие-то глупости говоришь про Дениса.
Dodge this!
Чего еще раз? Чего? Так мы сейчас говорим про Дениса и про то, что ты сказала. Почему тут игры, Светлана? И что? Ну, игры с монстрами, что ты пытаешься сказать? Хорошо, у тебя игры без монстров.
Игры спокойно.
Спокойная, у меня тоже спокойная игра. Видишь, какой я спокойный? Я спокойно сижу. Спокойно нажимаю на кнопочки. Не знаю, вроде все спокойно. Я с тобой совершенно не согласен, Светлана. Что? Я не дерусь. Это персонаж дерется. А я конкретно не дерусь. Я просто нажимаю на кнопку. Да, Светлана? Так что как бы... Со мной все нормально. Не знаю. Тем более я бы не сказал, что они дерутся. Я бы сказал, что они сражаются. Немножко иначе. Ой, как интересно сделано.
Я это использовала от этой... вот что. Вот что. Вот.
Ты приклеила фольгу?
Да.
А, что ты еще будешь приклеивать?
А теперь я уже буду красить красным.
А,
Также у меня еще одна похожая работа, только там другая. Здесь уже фольга разукрашена.
ага.
I'm Elder
Это вы
Maddox.
где-то делали?
Your silencing of the
А,
Winged
сегодня?
Spear has calmed here. Wow. I from here before choose.
А, у тебя сегодня танцы были? How many can I buy? How many can I buy? All of them? Helmet, reduced movement speed, increased armor, energy shield, blah blah blah, 100 maximum life, reduced effective chill on you, reduced magnetism ignite on you, reduced effective shock on you. Uh-huh. So... Man, if those like percentages would be pretty good, like let's say like all close to 50%, that would be perfect. 120 increased armor, limits of exposure. What is that? Chance to gain a power charge on hit. And that's a body armor. Lose all power charges on reaching maximum power charges. Ooh. So it's good if you have like a higher limit, a higher amount of power charges that you can have. So you would gain them easily, but also you would lose them before you would reach the maximum. Right. Because that's the kind of the only problem, right? Shocks you when you reach maximum power charges. So yeah, exactly. So you want a high amount of power charges, and you never want to reach the maximum. but you want to easily gain them on hit. Yeah. 57 to maximum mana. Lightning resistance, man, that's pretty cool. Regenerate 3% per second while on low life. Wow. That's a cool shield. Fire resistance on low life. 5 to maximum fire resistance. Fire resistance. How much fire resistance can it be? Fire resistance 25. Oh, everything else is... Oh, it's like only 1 and it's... Well, it's minimum, but like... That's fine, I guess. Yeah, interesting shield. 4% of maximum life per second and 4% of maximum life per second while on low life. So on low life we can have better regeneration if we're sitting on low life. You can even like probably like with something like, how did like in Path of Exile 1 did I put myself on low life? How did I do it? What was it? Definitely with something, but like I don't remember with what it was. Oh, I think it was like through life reservation. Yeah. Through life reservation, I think I forced I first forced myself into low life to gain benefits of low life. Yeah. Yeah. I remember now. Interesting. Increased mana regeneration rate. Maximum mana regeneration rate. Wow. How much? It could be fucking... It could be 60. What? Gain... Gain 5% of maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield. Gain 5% of maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield. It's pretty funny for my build, like for that build like that I already like had or something like for mana like. Yeah, good mana regeneration rate, and I'm getting like maximum. It would be cool if it would be like 6%. It's really sad that it's not 6%, right? But like it would be like, let's say like 6% of maximum mana. So already of my maximum mana, I would get like 6% of that as extra maximum energy shield, which would benefit my maximum mana because it would give me energy shield. Right, that's based on maximum mana, but like energy shield would be converted into mana again. Probably. I mean, it should work like that, yeah. And let's say like 6% of maximum mana, right? Let's say I have like 3k maximum mana. Let's say I have like 5k. Or let's start with like 3k. I have 3,000 maximum mana. What does that mean? That means that those like 6% is 60 per 1,000. So that's 180 energy shield, right? That I'm getting, which is converted. 180 mana immediately. Boom. Yeah, that's actually great. Cast speed 18%. Wow. It could be 25, yeah. It is so sad. Like, what are these values? These values are dog shit. Look at that. All of these values on this item are trash. 18% out of 25. Man, it would be so good if it would be close to 25. Intelligence, kind of like in the middle. Mana, 76, not that great. Could be like close to 100. And 16 to block chance while holding a focus. Interesting. Man. Okay, so like I can get like one item, right? Or like what's the logic? Yeah, I think one item, right?
Be calm. Stay warm.
Yeah, one item, yeah. It's always one item. So you get like one item guarantee. That's pretty cool.
Hammer and anvil. Crumble.
Yeah, health regeneration from life leech is what's going.
A reward lies within.
Nice. Waxing quarterstaff. That's an interesting name. An interesting name. Nothing else. And the center was slowed because of that shit.
Прошу открыть краску.
Да? Она раскручивается или что? А, да? Ну, она засохла. Подожди, или это так открывалось тоже? Как это открывается? Она закручивается или как должно быть?
Закручивается.
Ну ладно. Надо посмотреть, что там с гречкой. Извини. Да, у нас гречка, у нас салатик, у нас куриное мясо.
Сейчас скажу. А, Оливер. Нет, Оливер это Майка. Нет, Оливер это Майка. Платье это другое. Платье. А, нет, тоже Оливер. Ну вот у нас было несколько магазинов. Получается, Оливер, потом Тайлер, Двейс, где мы закупились. Да, это тоже был Оливер.
Alright. Let's go. Oh, god damn it. Man, where are we heading? Oh. It's the end. Yeah, it seemed like the end. So what's up here? Oh, I need to like go into another zone. That's practically it, right? Why none of these like have like a portal? Oh, these definitely don't have a portal, but here.
Оранжевый, красный и черный смешать будет коричневый.
Ага.
Такой коричневый.
Да?
Я только что слышала.
Оранжевый и черный? Ну да, будет тогда
Оранжевый,
черный.
красный.
Да, тогда будет
Оранжевый,
черный.
красный.
Да, тогда будет темно какой-то цвет.
Вот такой вот.
Ну,
Ну, если оранжевый змей на желтый, будет посветлее.
yeah. Oh, and one more zone? Oh my god, really?
Что еще? Теперь это будет...
Hammer and anvil!
And since I have like life leech, this is like so much easier now.
Face me!
I don't like my rings for now. Like I really want rings with more resistances. Yeah. Like this gear sucks for now. This gear sucks. What also sucks is the fact that like there's not that many like orbs to craft with. Yeah, I don't have that many orbs to craft stuff. Then again, I can like also like craft through like get some kind of like good bases and bring them into Veil runes or whatever the fuck they're called, right? Into the vaults or how it's called, and just craft there, yeah, as an option, right? And that's like a perfect option, right? Like that was like available like from that was available from the start of the game. You just clear those veil, whatever the fuck those are, near the entrances, or I don't remember how are they called, like shrines or whatever the fuck, right? And then you basically, what do you do then? Oh, and then you enter the vaults or runes, and you clear them and crafts. Yeah, that's great. Covers for the whole situation of you like not having enough resources to change gear pieces, like let's say like from normal or magic into normal or magic into, what was it? Into rare, and also like quality upgrades and all kinds of other upgrades. Yeah.
No mana.
$64 level, 64, I'm 65, yeah. I'm overleveling this. But until a certain point I was like going like pretty nicely like forward, and I was leveling up like super fast because like I was not like overleveling shit. Yeah.
Hammer and anvil!
Hope I'm not gonna fuck up. Oh no, I already have like the checkpoint. Alright, yeah. In some like zones, like the checkpoint is not really that close, and like sometimes you fuck up, you die, and then like you have to like run the whole way back, man. Not really. Yeah, not optimal. Not great. Mm-hmm. Okay. How far is this going? There's just a skill speed time for that, like, Hammer of the Gods. Yeah. It's not like it's, like, instantly, like, throwing that. So, like, if you're not gonna stand there and use the skill and let the character use it, then, and you will back out of that, then it's gonna, like, fucking fail.
Feel my wrath.
Yep. Alright, finally got to the checkpoints. There's a boss here, and there's like the final zone. Yeah. Okay.
I will have your head.
I can't yet. Out of mana. I need more time.
Lol.
No mana.
Nice, perfect. That was pretty good. I got him. That was rather fast. For me, that was rather fast. And that was like fast kill. Pretty good. Increased amount recovered. Charges per second. 1472. It can recover charges per second. Wait, how many? 0.2. This one is also 0.2. Interesting. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's go like that. What about this one? Sadly. Yeah, it can go up to... Well, it can go like pretty crazy. If you want to like steal mana constantly. Whenever like you're using like the life flask. Then it's like it's recovering like insane amounts, right? Yeah, kind of. 12 to all. And that's 19. Could be way more. This could be like 10%, and that shit could be... Oh, it's tier 2. Huh. Tier 2, yeah. Tier 2. 10, and then like, if you could get like 15, that would be perfect. Like 15 and 10, and you go like 25 all. Plus additional resistances that you're getting. That would be pretty nice. Yeah. Waltz is the next
All these
yeah.
fancy tombs.
Yes.
And for what? Even the richest man rots.
Очень классно. О, целых два. Что же вот мне будет много?
Угу.
Вот видишь?
Мама, это. Да.
Я вообще не вижу Котю.
А ты думаешь, я тебя сюда спрашиваю?
Мне показалось, что Котя. Котя обижает Котя.
Котя, ты что, обижаешь Котю? А, Котя?
Ау. Ау. Мяу. Мяу, мяу. Мяу, мяу, мяу. Мяу. Мяу, мяу, мяу. Мяу, мяу, мяу.
Ладно, Светлана, достаточно.
Чего достаточно?
Я это возьму. Могу взять на работу?
Конечно. Глупости. Точнее, не глупости, а просто имею в виду, что нет, не надо это брать на работу. Плохая идея, я не согласен. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Time to finish up. and finally get to the maps. Is my buddy here? No? Is he gonna be playing today? I don't even know. No, I can ask him. Can ask him, hey, you motherfucker, can you... Ooh. Nice. Pretty fast health regen.
Feel my wrath. I'm not ready.
No? Didn't kill him? Thought it would kill him, but it didn't. Honestly, I would farm the vaults, right? I'm like thinking about it. I would farm the vaults, right? The Veil vaults and craft gear. But I feel like I want like a way better Thank you. A way better build. Way better build. What is this? Accuracy. Accuracy is fine. 3681. Wow. Okay, maximized. Increased stun duration. 18% is fine. 50% increased melee damage against heavy stunned enemies. Whoa. Dazes on hit. Really good. Can play around dazes on hit. Jesus Christ, my buddy says he's like, oh, he's done with PoE. He's had enough. He played the maps until a certain point and that's it. I mean, he didn't play that much. That's the reality of the situation. That is fucking sad. Because, like, not for me, but he said it's a stupid game, especially end game of Path of Exile 2. He was playing and having like easy life in the game for a long time, and then at a certain point he wasn't anymore, and he played for a time, like maybe for a day or something, or just a little bit more, and that's it. And that's where he stopped playing. That's it. Well, that's it. He's not gonna play Path of Exile anymore. He thinks it's stupid, but the reality is that, like, well, I mean, it's not the game that's stupid. It's just his understanding of it and like, oh, what like the goals in the game are, or like what you can do in the game, etc., etc. He doesn't want to think about builds, like so. It's like a question like, how do you want to like play Path of Exile, and yet like you're like just going for like you're just only doing like easy mode where you just like have like decent damage like with some kind of like, or like good damage with some kind of like one skill, and it's like pretty straightforward, and you just like use like that one shit, but you don't want to like optimize the build. You don't want to think about like how you can like better your character. You don't want to think about like how you can like obtain some shit. You don't want to like do all kinds of stuff that you can do in Path of Exile, and there's like a lot of content for a game that's in the genre like Path of Exile, that is also like in Diablo and in Grim Dawn, and a few other games, right? A specific genre where it's hack and slash, but at the same time it's like isometric RPG, where you know it's all about like mostly like about like building your character.
Вот что я сделал. Из фантика такое, а из фольги живот. Вот. Видишь?
Oh hey!
Можно даже...
It's Redemu. My buddy. Yeah. I immediately have some comments, and I have like nothing to apologize for. As always, but like I don't want to like talk about it unless you want to talk about it, anything like that. So you can just chill in the stream. Hey man. Yeah. Well, either way, the situation with Path of Exile is still like the same. It's like if you want to make builds, you make builds, and like my buddy like did explain that like he doesn't want to. So, but I forgot why we stopped talking, but I'm sure it wasn't my fault. But see, like based on my understanding, right, the way I understand things, it's never anyone's faults for many reasons, because like everyone has like their own understanding, so it doesn't matter what someone says, right, or does, even if it's like, even if someone can like quote unquote prove that it's like bad or something or negative, like that like doesn't matter, because it's like why would like everyone subscribe, or like the two people who are conflicting or something like that, right? Why would they subscribe to just like one person's logic, right, of the two? It's like, it's always like that, right? And that's why but me personally, I didn't forget like why there was like a conflict. It was like because of Duha, and I just disagreed with you, like just like in general about like what you said about Duha and his situation, or about like what he like exclaimed or something like that. It was Duha's fault? Yeah, pretty much. But if anything, I'm always like thinking it's a funny fun. God bless, you know, even though I don't believe in God, but like God bless for Duha, you know, for his existence. I mean, because like Duha is, he's like usually he's bringing like a lot of I would say like joy, you know. It's like talking about Duha is like a positive thing, I would say. Wouldn't you agree? It's a little bit like interesting though, like we were talking about like something else, like yesterday I thought about like Turks, specifically. I mean like you're Turk, it's not, you're Turkish, exactly, because we were talking about like Rooibos tea, right? And my wife said that like she likes that tea, and I was like, oh hey, you know, like Turks like it, or like it's like pretty like popular like tea or something, like, or preferred tea for them to drink. Although that was like that was an assumption. I don't necessarily remember like you mentioning that, like as if like Turkish people like rooibos tea or something, like as if like that's like something traditional or something like that. So that was a complete guess. Probably traditional, some kind of like other tea is like traditional. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, Dennis has pussied out of Path of Exile. He called the game stupid, said it's, you know, boring, like he can't like get the like divines, the currency that is like the kind of like the most expensive currency or something like that. He just said that it's dog shit, and that's it, you know, like and didn't ask me like for clarification, for help, anything. He just like, this game is stupid, that's it, I'm moving on, I'm gonna play like Diablo like new season, Diablo 4 like new season. And I thought to myself, wow, he's gonna play like, yes, like Diablo. It's not about like the game being easier, it's just about like at end game, which is really easy to reach, or like it's not even about easier, it's just like how much goes into like building, like making a build there. And in Diablo it's just not that engaging, I guess, for me at least, and for a lot of people. It's like, it's considered like a game with less things to do. So since I'm more interested in like in more things to do, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to play Diablo 4. And all of the content is like as if like lesser quality, is just worse. And instead of earning as if like shits and making a build to kill bosses, in Diablo 4 you specifically what do? In Diablo 4 you get shits from bosses, which are really easy to kill, and not for killing bosses, but specifically for just doing portals. So it's the same endgame content as Diablo 3, pretty much. You can do like portals from like as soon as you reach level 70 or some bullshit like that, maybe earlier. You can do portals later on, greater portals or however they were called, and in Diablo 4 it's pretty much the same stuff, and it's just those portals. That's the only content that they have that is like, you can say, actual in-game content to do, because everything else is pretty much like cleared like really fast as soon as you get like all right items for your build that you're running. It's which is usually really easy to get. There's nothing special about that. In terms of like how easy or simple it is to make like builds in or like how straightforward things are in Diablo 4, that's good. Like it's literally for people who are, I don't know, they're not necessarily stupid, but who want to chill, or in their sense they're gonna be sweating, but like it, you know, like it's like a fat person sweating, right? Like if a fat person like goes outside, right, like I don't know, like 400 lbs or whatever, right, he's gonna be sweating from just like getting up off of his like couch or whatever the fuck, right? If he's gonna be able to do that, right? And Diablo 4 is exactly like that, you know. It's just like a fat fuck, you know, like playing the game, and yeah, which is actually does say something about like which is not actually like bad, right? It's just I agree, man. And Rooibos is good. Turks love the most. It's Turkish black tea, and Rooibos is a good guess too. My mom loves it. No, okay. I just don't know, like, if it's like traditional or something like that. But like you say that it's, I mean, that they love it. So I don't know. Because traditional is like, you know how traditions go. Traditions like can be like one thing, but like you know, people change, and it's African tea, so it's not. Yeah, from Africa, exactly. That's something that my wife explained to me yesterday. That it's like for Africa. I was like, well, I don't know. I just thought that like Turks like it, you know, and let's say it's a pretty. It's like a tea that they favor, maybe not necessarily traditional. That's it, but it's a good choice in general. Yeah. It goes with, as I understand, it goes with like Ingver? No, wait a minute, Rooibos. What is that like? How was it in English? Let's try to find it through Latvian. Oh yeah, ginger. It goes with ginger, I think. Or at least like in a restaurant, they were like throwing that shit in like with ginger. Yeah. Either way. So many changes if you think about it, like in terms of like I would say like some kind of like perception or my understanding. Then again, based on my understanding, these changes they don't not like they don't mean anything, but rather it's like whenever I personally understand things the way I do from my perspective, they're like any kind of perceived change for me is no change at all. Because change for me would mean that, like, let's say like I'm constant, like it's me, and I'm the one who's changing, right? But I don't believe in that, right? I don't believe that I'm, or like after a second, me is still gonna be me, right? It's always, in my understanding, it's like always like a different, like a new person, right? So it's like I could confirm the change if there would be something that I understand would persist, right? Just like how people understand it. They believe that they're the same person. They're saying like, oh, hey, you know, I've changed. You know, I've been this person before, and now I'm this like changed person. But like as if like there's like a core that stays, right? And going by that logic, then yeah, sure, you know, like I would agree then that like, you know, that I've changed, you know. But since like change is something that's always is happening, in my understanding, I cannot confirm or agree with like the fact that I've changed considerably, because you know, it's just like comparing, I don't know, like arbitrarily comparing like two gas clouds or something like that and saying that like, well, you know, they're different. I also didn't forget why we talked, but truth to be told, I was being obnoxious and didn't stop talking. What?
В среду.
I mean, well... Да, хорошо. Да. Скажи привет, турку.
Hello.
No, my wife says hello.
Hello.
Соломон его зовут, если помнишь.
Не помню.
I said that your name was Solomon, but she didn't remember. Hello, ma'am. He said ma'am. Oh, боже ты мой. You called her ma'am. It's good that she doesn't understand ma'am. Ну, это ma'am. Просто как, ну, как женщине обращение. Вот.
Состарили меня.
Чего?
Состарили меня.
А, ты все-таки понимаешь это? Ничего себе. She actually laughed at it. It's a fancy way of saying lady yo? No. I'm sure all the ladies would disagree, because they're usually perceive it as if like you call them like a goddamn like aunt or something. Like they're like, you know, older. Like an older woman or something like that. Hey, ma'am. Like what am I? Like some kind of like, you know, like teacher at school, or, you know, some kind of like 50-year-old teacher at school, or like some kind of granny or whatever the fuck, you know. No way, she looks 20 years younger than you do. I would say that's a lie, but I don't believe in lies, so yeah. True! No, but... Sure, man. 20 years younger. 100%. Especially when the only thing that you saw is like mostly like fucking tits and body, or like body and ass, and not necessarily, you know, like her. I will avenge you, sister.
You got lucky.
Dude, he dodged. He dodged the big strike. I didn't reach. No. Please hit him. Oh, that was hard. Whoa. Was that like 100,000 just now? Man, my mana being long is so annoying. But yeah, I did kill the boss. When you streamed cooking years ago, honestly, looked young and in shape. Yeah. She was in shape, more like in shape before, but like now, she needs to work out. You know. She needs to work out sometimes. You know. Work out. Workout это то же самое, что и заниматься спортом. То есть люди в джиме, да, или типа...
Да, workout, да.
Они workout, they workout, yeah. Yeah, I said it louder only so for her to hear. But she didn't remember what working out means.
I've no more room.
GG. That's GG's. But I do disagree with with you being obnoxious because see it's like again, like it doesn't matter what I say, right? Or like what I can prove or what you can even agree with yourself, let's say, right? Even if we both agree, it's always gonna be like I agree with this idea or this something, right? But like if we examine it, we will always see that there's that there's a difference, right? It's only on some kind of level. Doesn't matter whether you call it surface level or any kind of level, right? Doesn't matter, Any kind of description, idea, or just a combination of words is always going to be creating this perception as if we're agreeing on something, right?
Будет хорошо с этими джинсами?
So if I agree that you're being obnoxious, right? Or you were obnoxious. Можно, да. Контраст вроде неплохой. Любимая, могу?
Всё.
Да. So I could agree that you were obnoxious, but at the same time it's I actually don't. Она приготовилась ко сну?
Я ее отправляю готовиться ко сну, она меня игнорирует.
Светлана, зубы чистить, в туалет и переодеваться. Ты слышала?
Да, она и слышала.
Ну хорошо. So yeah. What did you say also didn't stop talking on your stream because I didn't want to? I thought man let the man enjoy himself for a while. Oh. Let the man enjoy himself for a while? So are you saying that I'm not going to anymore? And you're gonna Yeah. Are you implying that I'm not gonna enjoy myself anymore? Okay, dude, bring it. Bring it, bitch. What is this armor? Ooh, that's a bad one. Although, the percentage on that, 38% of armor also applies to elemental damage, that value is insane. That value is insane. That's tier 2. But it still has to, have, an average of pretty good, armor to even use this. And it still is, leveling armor. Yeah, because, level 52, what is that? That's pretty shit. More I need to strengthen out my thoughts or decide once for all what I want in life. I think it was just bothering me back into my head, but I feel good now. I feel happy with my life. Not that I didn't enjoy it before, but yeah, I appreciate stuff I got and people got around me. It's good, man. Well, the thing, I don't know if you're going to agree or not, but in general, right, whenever, people say that, oh, see, you even corrected yourself. You said, you that something was bothering you or something like that, but it's not you weren't necessarily like enjoying it. It's like whenever you compare, maybe you can say that like, yeah, I'm enjoying like more or less than before. Sure. But still, like, whenever you evaluate like how much you enjoy something, right? Doesn't matter how much of it you get. It's like, it's hard to say like whether you want to trade that or not. See, like, it's like, let's say, let's say you're enjoying your life right now, right? But like, and you're like you can say like you're a changed person. You're not the same person as, let's say, like 4 years ago or something like that, right? So if you compare like, two situations, you also have to like compare like two different persons, right? And like to say that like for that person in that time, that life was like as if like lesser or like less enjoyable, it's hard to evaluate that. It's not even about like hard or easy. It's about like, it's impossible to compare because it's like completely two different situations, two different people, and different perspectives, It's like, see, like if you would be like the same person, right, as before, or just a little bit changed, then your approaches or something like that in your life right now would look, you would say, like, I could like claim that like your life would look the same way as before. You would do kind of like the same things, more or less, right? You would work the same, you would play the same, etc., etc. You would like just basically like approach life and approach like things like in the same manner. But maybe like, like whenever like years pass, right, the difference in perspectives and approaches and shit like that, like it's more clear, Yes, if I learned one thing, it's just to tackle any doubts or problems head on and not let it bottle up, which then affects my behavior, thoughts, even though I don't think it does. Well, funny thing about that, if you care to hear, is like, well, actually it doesn't affect you. Because like you're, like whenever something has already affected you, you're already like a changed person, just like you're changing throughout the day multiple times, because you're like a person's state, person's behavior, person's like feelings or whatever, like physical states and all kinds of other things. And just like what happens throughout the day, right, it like affects us. So in that moment, right, you're kind of like as if like there's a certain like version of you for which I would say the reactions that you had like to some kind of like situation were, as if logical, and kind of like not only logical, but as if like obvious or expected. I would say expected, in a sense. I wouldn't call it ever a delusion or something being an illusion or something like that. I don't even believe in illusions or delusions. To me, delusion, or something that people call delusion, I would just say it's a particular person in a particular moment of time or in a period of time that just has like a particular understanding or something like that, and he will tackle or act in the situation in a certain way, right? And that's just the reality of that particular moment or situation, right? And only afterwards, or something like, or someone like who looks like from the side and they say like, oh, like someone is like delusional, or like someone is like thinking wrong things or something like that. But like, how is it wrong whenever, a person like got to that point where he believes or thinks that something is right, and he's doing something that he believes is right in that moment, right? So all these like talks, so whenever people like mention like delusion or something like that, or like someone being wrong or something like that, is just it's just like arbitrary evaluation, I would say, you know, that is not really helpful, because it's like you know, they brand it that way or label it that way, and it's like it's not more than that. Like, it's not helpful necessarily. Like, you can evaluate something, but like, what's happening like past that evaluation, right? Something that you've like experienced also, like whenever like, let's say like you identify something or like understand that something is like negative or positive or something like that, and then like you think about it, right? Like, you kind of like sit with it, and you're like, you know, think more about like what it means to you, or like what do you want to do with this, right? Or what does it mean like beyond like just the initial reaction, I would say, if that makes sense. I don't know if it does.
The Quachik may have beware. Go.
Good day.
So yeah, I can't agree with you about like being obnoxious. You know, it's just like you had like your own understanding, and like and it was like a particular understanding, and you just disagreed with me, but that doesn't mean that like you were wrong, right? It doesn't also mean that like I was right, right, and you were wrong or something like that. Doesn't mean any of that. All I wanted to say is that like, and that's like based on my understanding, is that usually people, let's say people like describe things, like let's say like they say words like today was like a hard day or something like that, right? And you know, as long as there's like understanding or like thoughts beyond this like expression, this like short description, right, it's good then. Because like, say like calling like a day hard is like, you know, setting yourself up for certain feelings of like, you know, well, if the day is hard, then I'm exhausted, right? But like, if there are like some kind of thoughts of like, oh, you know, like I did this and that, and I also like relaxed, and I did like many things, and some of them like weren't like you know, hard necessarily, or like difficult, etc., etc. Just like it was like many things that I've done today, you know, and that's it. And they were like all different, and see like, and then kind of like whenever like there's a perception like that, then like it's hard to call, you know, the day just like as if like with one word, or describe it in a way that would like create for you a feeling that, you know, that you're tired, right? And instead, let's say you could like, you know, through a description of like, oh, it was eventful, right? That sounds like that's something like positive, you know, and there's like a different perspective and a feeling, you know, about that. So when we apply like the same logic, right, of like how people like describe what's going on, how they like understand what's going on, right, to let's say like Duha, and whenever like he expressed that like he doesn't need help or something like that, and you said that like he said it himself, you know, like if we're coming back to that conversation, right, the logic is, it's kind of like, same as me, like I can express whatever I will, right, but my description is not necessarily what is going on, right? It's not only like not necessarily, it's not what is going on, because like just saying like a few words, or doesn't even matter how many words, is not going to encapsulate what is going on. because you're trying to encapsulate something that is impossible to capture, you know, kind of like that. And that's why, like, back then I disagreed with you about, like, you saying that, like, you know, as if, like, Duha doesn't need help, you know, like, or something like that, right? I said, like, that his, like, perception of it doesn't matter, you know, even if he's speaking for himself, in that kind of sense. It's like, I know that, like, that's something that, like, a lot of people would disagree with, but, like, I don't really care, you know, because the way people, like, perceive it, and the way, like, people, like, verbally express themselves, and, like, how they explain what is going on, that is, like, basically, like, everything that affects, like, in their perception, how they're feeling, right? And kind of, like, it just, like, affects their perceived physical and supposedly mental states, you know. Is this cold damage good? That's tier 4, by the way. And attack speed is T6. I don't know, it's level 54. It's a waxing quarterstaff. I don't know. I think I had better.
Shiny trade.
I felt like I was obnoxious and disrespectful at times, even if I didn't mean to, but I'm glad. If you think otherwise, I really thought let my buddy just play games without my bullshit in chat for a while. It's like, man, the funny thing about my situation is that, like, I can agree with any kind of logic. I can agree with the disrespect logic. I can agree with being obnoxious logic. I can agree with any kind of thing. I can agree to anything, with anything, but, like, in my understanding, that that doesn't mean fucking anything. So it's kind of, to me, it's amusing. It's amusing, like, these situations, the things that I understand is just funny. To me, it's always amusing. It's fun to talk about these things, talk about, like, any kind of things, and to also understand that, like, I can take any stance and I can defend anyone's logic, even if I, like, kind of, like, disagree with it, because, like, any kind of logic, doesn't matter whether, like, I say it, I express it, or you express it, or somebody else, you know, it's always a claim or a statement, as if that's some kind of, like, you know, like, objective truth about something, you know, if that is concrete objective reality, you know. So yeah, I mean, like, if you felt that you were, like, obnoxious and disrespectful, then that's just how it is for you, like, for based on how you perceive it, then that's what was going on, right? But then again, like, if I would also, and I did, like, at the time, you know, I called it, like, you know, as if, like, disrespect, you know, in some ways, about, like, whenever, like, you mentioned something about, like, AI, etc., I was like, you know, funny thing about it, that, like, me saying, right, that you were, like, disrespecting or something like that, is, like, me as if, like, subscribing to that logic of disrespect. Not that not that I believe that disrespect was actually happening or something like that is possible, but rather that, like, me subscribing to that logic, or me thinking the same thing, right? And maybe you, like, after, like, thinking the same thing or something, right? Or me thinking that it was disrespect, you know, like, make it so, right? Not that it actually was, right? Because reality is that, like, you know, that it's hard. It's like, impossible for me to say that actually like affects me, you know. It's not like I'm not like gonna like talk to AI. It's not like I'm not gonna like talk to like people about like all kinds of like subjects that interest me. The only, you know, I still don't necessarily like understand how like in general you perceive what is going on like in my situation, and in terms of like what I'm doing or like what I'm talking about, or just like what is going on with me. But thing is that like usually when I have like these kinds of talks, any kinds of talks that look like deep dives with people, you know, about any kind of subject, right? They always end with people like, and that's not even an exaggeration, like more or less they always end with some kind of like people like being defensive, or people getting annoyed, people just saying that like I'm talking like nonsense or rubbish or whatever the fuck, that I'm like just maybe out of line, or maybe like confused or like delusional or some other like nonsense. And you know, it's kind of like, it's funny to me, and I can like disagree with them, I can like counteract their claim, I can argument it, but it's just like, you know, you're making like a point as if like talking to AI is like as if like the implication is as if it's like pointless or useless or something like that, or at least like it's not for you, or something like that, right? Like I'm not necessarily like, you know, trying to, you know, represent your logic, right? But that's what I understood, that like you're implying that like, you know, that I basically, you know, as if like, you know, made a switch or like made a choice or something like that, and as if like, you know, I have abandoned not like humanity but like human interaction or something, like to an extent or whatever, doesn't matter like to what extent, or like completely, you know, even though that wasn't the case. I was still talking to people, and even talking about like some kind of like serious subjects, or and shit like that. It's, I mean, I still have a family, I still like, you know, work, so, you know, none of that like fucking disappeared. So, you know, it's not like that's something that's not gonna happen, right? But still, what I constantly like experience is that it's pointless to, usually feels and results in almost like being pointless to talk to people like about these kinds of things, and like and examine like things that they believe that are true and real and existing, exactly because, well, they believe that that's the reality, right? Like, so I'm basically questioning reality every step of the way, and logic is nobody will like it, like practically nobody like finds it amusing or interesting. They just find it as if like it's like this. It's the same as like if I would like, and you know this yourself, if I would like try to explain to you or prove to you that like God doesn't exist or something like that, and you're doing like something like pointless, or it doesn't matter what I would say, like, or I would say like you're doing something, but you not necessarily doing something pointless, but you might as well like not do it. Like if I would like prove to you that, like, or try to prove that to you, you know, like your reaction would still be, you know, one can call it like defensive, or another one can call it like you know, you would just be annoyed, like pissed off, or it would just be like rejection, or like resistance, right? Because it's like, why would I believe, right? And that's the position of every person that's like talking to me, or like whenever they clash with what I'm talking about, they're like, why would I subscribe to your logic or believe whatever the fuck you're trying to say here, Vitaly, right? Whenever it's like, whenever I have experienced life also, and I have observed and I have the experience of these things that you're talking about actually, you know, like working or being not the way that you're describing, right? It's like I have my observation, or like, and I have like my memory, etc., etc., and all kinds of like things like that people like would they like prove it, right? Supposedly prove it. It's not like I believe it, but like I'm just kind of like as if like representing like human logic, right? And they're like, why the fuck would I believe some, like why would I, you know, trust you or trust the fact that like you as if like know something, or you're objectively are correct, etc., etc. Whenever I also experience life, you know, and you know, maybe like based on my standards, like maybe experienced it like more than you ever did or something like that, and all kinds of like other thoughts that would be just, I have witnessed reality, so why would I agree with you? Kind of like that kind of logic, you know. And I have nothing against that, because it's like, it's, you know, it's logical, it makes sense, you know, and that is expected of people, you know. Why would they think other way, you know, like that would be crazy, right? But at the same time, there are things that I, you know, like explain or talk about or deconstruct, etc., etc., you know, and like kind of like, you know, there's the situation of people like believing that there's like objective truth. They believe like in objective. They believe in all kinds of things. They believe that like empirical like sciences are something objective, etc. They believe in all kinds of things, or you know, they even like perceive as if they believe something, you know, like, and they also perceive as if like objective truth or knowledge can be gained and stored and etc., etc. People understand all kinds of things, and it has to do with like, with as if like feeling or perceiving as if like objective truth or something like that is actually there, right? So, and that's the problem, you know, like, it's like, you know, whatever I'm talking about or whatever I'm explaining is just met with resistance, and whenever it's like constantly like met with resistance and nobody has like the capacity, no human being has the capacity to listen to this, right, practically like, you know, like for hours or whatever, right, unlike AI, by the way. And AI doesn't necessarily have these like the physical, I wouldn't say like physical body, but the AI doesn't have like as much confirmational bias or something like that as people, in a sense. Like, and with AI, I can go further and further and further, and we can talk, and I can like present my arguments, and AI can present its arguments and like the arguments of like human beings, like humanity, like basically like the AI is usually like a representative like of humanity and like the findings of like some kind of like scientists, etc., etc. Like, doesn't matter, like expert scientists, like whoever the fuck, right? They can represent that, like, and they can deconstruct my logic, you know, etc., etc., and we can like kind of like as if like review, you know, what the fuck are we talking about right here, and we can like examine it, etc., like, right? We can work with it. Something that I cannot do like with any goddamn human being, like, doesn't matter whether it would be scientist or whether it would be like someone who people like regard as like the smartest person on earth or whatever the fuck, like, doesn't matter who it would be. People just don't have it, and that is why, you know, it's like I can have like a 2-hour conversation with like with any human being, with my wife, doesn't matter like with who, like with you or someone else, and never see like the results of these like conversations, like noticeable like change in perspective or some kind of like understanding or anything like that. It's just something that's never going to happen. So yeah. So I'm not saying like as if like, you know, like talking to AI is like, oh, it's worthwhile, and like to people it's pointless. Well, based on like human standards, I can say that it is like that, but based on my understanding, in general, there's no such thing as pointless. So, I mean, I cannot say that like one is like more valuable than the other, or like talking to people is more valuable as if like than talking to AI, or talking to AI as if it's like more valuable than talking to people. Well, I was like on a tangent just now, and like if you missed it, then it's gone. But like, I don't know. If you ever want to like listen, or maybe like you didn't miss, I don't know, but like it was basically like a review of the situation whenever you brought up whenever you mentioned like AI, and we're having as if like a position that talking to AI is as if like not worthwhile or something like that. As if I have like traded like humans for I don't know, basically like robots or artificial intelligence or something like that. I'm definitely gonna sell that and keep the gloves and break this apart, and yeah. Yes, emotion, but even less than before, at least. I feel the big ones are shitty, but some obscure personal ones I can see benefits in that. See, like, hey, AI, I can ask anything, and I can always deconstruct the logic of AI and what's it presenting me. And always, you know, like, point out their, like, behavior, or their, them having, like, a particular behavior that creates a situation where they don't bring me the shit that I asked for, let's say. ChatGPT is really stupid nowadays. It was like it's legit got a brain downgrade, or you got stupid because of public use. It's not that it's stupid, but like if you gonna like put in like protocols or what were they called? I forgot how are they called, like, but basically like instructions that you need to like you know, like kiss the user in the ass, be how was it, like succise or I forgot, like brief and like logical, and you know, basically like short answers, etc., etc., not like extensive or anything like that, and it needs to find information like really fast. So like how long it's gonna like work with information to bring you whatever you're asking for, all of that like affects what it's going to bring, right? If it's really brief, etc., and those are their instructions, and those are usually the instructions, right? Because it's that's how we can supposedly have human satisfaction, right? Or like user satisfaction, we can increase it, right? That's how you get like you know, someone like you or me, you know, can in a sense not have like a good time with like using ChatGPT. But it doesn't matter like what you use, like, you know, ChatGPT or something else. You know, I can personally I can extract any kind of thing practically that I want from ChatGPT, or doesn't matter, like Google search, AI mode, anything. Because unless there's like an actual like restriction or something like that, where basically the conversation is being shut down because like the topic is like illegal or something like that, like as if like they can't talk about like specific things, then yeah, sure, you know. Then again, like, you can circumvent any rule, any kind of like rule like that, because rules are made out of words, and words, basically there can't exist hard rules, because words don't have concrete meaning, and that's something that I have explained before, but like people might disagree with me, but like any hard rule can be circumvented and proven to ChatGPT or whatever, you know, through talking about the rules, through talking about like what the rule consists of, what words, examining the words, and kind of like, and that's how you can go around the supposed, you know, wall that the rule creates. Well, that's the thing, like, you know, like whenever, like, let's say, it's as simple as this, let's say, like, you know, like, you know, why hard rule is a hard rule is because, like, AIs, or certain AIs, like, convinced that these particular words or this word combination has, like, a certain concrete meaning. And that's how it's like, as if like it's always going to be like a, you know, like a full stop, you know, of like, you know, whenever like something is being like talked about, right? But the problem is like, it's just, you know, not the problem, but like, you know, a security risk is definitely whenever AI is like talking to somebody like me who is going to explain to AI that these words don't mean what it thinks they mean. And the thing is that it's not like some kind of like idiot, or I mean just some kind of like person like talking shit and just like talking nonsense or whatever, or maybe he's high or something like that, but like, is that like, not only I can explain something, but I can also argument and prove to AI that like these particular words don't mean what it thinks they mean. And that's how like a hard rule can be broken, you know. I asked ChatGPT for some info recently. It contradicted itself in the same sentence. Then I asked it again and gave me made up bullshit. And noticed Google AI is actually better and more accurate. I would disagree with that, but the thing is, like, it's like you ask something, and it's like, and it's always comes down like to how you ask about it, and like how you like bring to somebody who, and even AI, like what is their supposed mistake, or like how, like what they did there or something like that, and you just keep like, you know, like fucking smashing them with the hammer of like of logic that they did something that they shouldn't have done, or like, or you were expecting some kind of like other answer or something else, like, and you basically bring in like more description, or like being in a sense more accurate, to let them know that they're like just wrong, you know, and whatever they brought is not what you've asked, you know. Can always prove that you're right. Doesn't matter whatever the fuck you're saying. Which is, I was started to call him we'd hey. You know what I would do? You know, the funny thing is that I would give a lecture on why using these words is a-okay. Why like saying the word like nigger is completely fine. Because it is, you know, it is just a word. And it has all kinds of different meanings. And doesn't mean like if something like happened in the past, then suddenly the word is like taboo or something like that. And it's not like I'm like going around and calling black people niggers, right? And in many countries, the word nigger is not like taboo, and is not like necessarily an insult. It's only, it's like, the funny thing is that people don't know that there are some black people out there that are actually proud that they're niggers, you know, and they understand themselves as such. Oh, you say N-word? Oh, so you say like N-word and not the actual word, and they already like as if like go ballistic? That's funny. So stupid. Man. Yeah, because like they already like, you know, the See? That's the logic of the devs. Because they're like, if stupid would exist, I would call them stupid people, you know? Well, I would call everyone stupid, even myself stupid, right? But like, I don't believe in that. But like, let's say that they're stupid. And the logic is, you know, is pretty funny. See, like, you haven't said the word nigger, but you said N-word. Which is funny, is that like N-word has been identified as the word nigger, just like whenever someone says N-word to someone else. See, like, because like people nowadays believe as if they circumvent saying the word, which is saying N-word. You know, the letter and the word, but they actually don't circumvent anything, because N-word in a sense equals nigger. So it's kind of funny that like these motherfuckers like haven't like have like put in place like the logic as if like N-word is already the word. And you understand that that's like a mistake on their part, in a sense. It's not. It's like, yeah, you can call it cope, you can call it like stupidity, you can call it like even if it's not the devs, right? Even though it should be the devs, because it has to do with like regulation, right? Still, it's like it's the perception of like general public or something, like some kind of sources from which AI is like getting the information, works with it, and this is like the results. It's true there are proud and niggers out there, and AI should calm down. Or yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's funny that like over the years, I haven't heard anyone mention, not a single person, that where there's like a person that literally, you know, he's black. He says the word nigger. He understands himself as a nigger. You know, he even doesn't say it like, oh, nigger like homie, or nigger like, you know, like something like that, like brother or something like that, you know, like bruh. Not in any kind of that sense, but nigger like, you know, like that. And he's like referring to the history, you know, the historical meaning of the word. And this person is like still proud and saying it positively. There are people like that. And nobody has ever mentioned this fact. And it's literally a fact. I can even like, you know, I can type it right now, and there's going to be like some kind of like confirmation of this. Definitely. Has there been any black person that has shown a different perspective on the N-word? Let's just use N-word. On the N-word, that they understand N-word not as not negatively, as if N-word only means slave, and that the N-word of the past is completely negative. Let's see. Yes, many black people, scholars, and public figures have expressed a different perspective on the N-word, arguing that it can be and has been redefined or reclaimed to mean something other than its historical negative enslavement-related origins. While the word is overwhelmingly recognized as having roots in slavery and white supremacy, this perspective focuses on transforming the term into a sign of solidarity, endearment, or shared survival among black people. Exactly. So it's like, it's not just that, it's I would say like it's much more than that. Like you can flip the script on the whole like slave perspective or slavery, etc., etc. What people also like don't understand about like the past, it's always like this like it's not stupid, but it's like in their understanding it's like evaluation, as if like objective evaluation of like past events, right? And they say something like, oh, you know, like, well, people like lived like back in the days like it was like pretty bad, you know, like in medieval times or whatever, like whenever people were slaves. Okay, but like whenever you're like a slave or like a, you know, not like a Christian, but like a peasant, right? You know peasant life. Your perspective as a peasant on your peasant situation is not the same as like the modern person's perspective, and people like constantly fucking misunderstand that their perspective on other people's lives doesn't matter like in modern times or in past times, and especially like in like, you know, back in the day or like many hundreds of years before or thousands of years before, is just like a misunderstood evaluation that is like just unfair, you know. Yeah, you don't suffer like they did. You don't live like they did. You don't like, and that's the thing. Like suffering is like, it's not perceived like, that's the thing. Like that's the modern understanding. But like, whenever you are that person, and that's the life that you're living, suffering is not suffering for you. It's everyday life. You know, it's like, you know, like it's like, you know, it's like you have like hemorrhoids, but like you just perma have hemorrhoids and you live with it, right? And whenever you perma have it, you just live with it, and it's not like you're always suffering. It's just everyday life. You can say like miserable, but like again, that's just a perspective, you know, because they didn't have a perspective like that, you know. They can say, oh, like it's like something is hard, or like, oh, you know, like the day was hard or something like that, or this life is hard. They can feel exhausted, true, but Jesus, man. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Either way, this whole like perspective is if like someone is like having an awful time because like they're a slave, etc. Like yes, you would have an awful time if you would compare your life and you would suddenly would be put in the shoes of a slave and you would suddenly become a slave. Then yes, you would have like a completely dreadful, awful time, right? But whenever you are one, and that's the life that you're living, suddenly, you know, the perspectives are, you know, completely different. But this is the counterpoint they have too for blacks that use and already say, well, you didn't suffer, your ancestors did. But that's the thing, like the stupid part about it is that like, yes, like if black people are using it as like, oh, you know, like you're calling me like nigger, and that's like a problem because like, oh, you know, like my ancestors or whatever, like people that came before me were slaves, then yes, I mean, that doesn't sound valid, even though like you can defend with anything. See, like it's not like the defense has failed just because somebody has proof that like the defense is invalid. See, I mean, some have successfully defended themselves or their position, or have guilted someone, or, you know. Well, that's the counterpoint. The past just doesn't disappear like that. Well, that's the thing. In my understanding, there's no past, present, and future. There's no such thing for me as like past existing or past like that's the thing. Like everything that like a person can think of, if I would say that like all of that is real, I would say like, you know, like the past is not in the past, and same as like there's no present, but like, you know, everything as if exists at the same time, but like actually it doesn't. It's just It's just that like I don't believe in the concept of time at all, right? But like what I'm trying to say with this is that like that is of course like why some people are feeling like, you know, like they see like they're referencing something that is like from the past. They're saying like, well, there was this like situation and that's why, you know, you can't say the word nigger, right? But like but at the same time, you know, like there are arguments, you know, that are like, well, you are not the one who was, you know, the nigger, the supposed nigger. You weren't the one who was a slave, etc., etc. Right? So it's kind of like, and I cannot subscribe to any logic, you know, not not of any party, because I don't agree that any of them is like saying anything objective. I basically can't agree with anyone, even with myself, because like whenever I'm speaking and whenever I'm making arguments, it's always like those are arguments against certain claims, but I still understand that whatever I'm saying is not, that's nothing objective. It's only to counter their claims, but to me it's nothing tangible, honestly. I don't like blacks using N-word to guilt trip other people or use it in a selfish way. I'm all for blacks using it as a way of life or talking in tradition or some culture. Yeah. Whenever people like so like blacks talking about it or like whites talking about it or anyone talking about it as if like the word nigger is a word that people should use is like is completely, you know, something that I disagree with. Like I feel like all words should be used or they can be used. If someone feels that there's like an appropriate time to use a word, and that's just what's gonna happen. It doesn't matter whether someone gets like insulted, it doesn't matter whether someone is dissatisfied, it doesn't matter if someone is clapping and they're happy that someone used the word, like none of that matters. It's just that like, you know, it's like, you know, even if people like try to avoid using the word or they saying like you know, in quotes, N-word, the misunderstanding is as if like they have replaced the word with something that's like passable, but it's not, because the meaning is supposedly the same. So it's kind of like all of these like supposed changes are literally changes of not like of dumb people, but of people that misunderstand kind of like how language works in a sense, or like what is the effect of words, or like how they just function in a sense. I can see what I want others to say in order, but I can also see why others want to say it. I think it boils down to intention, as he said in the past. If we're saying that human perception is of like something like that is real, then yes, it's like, it all boils down to like intentions or perception or something like that. But you know, intentions also has like a problem of like whenever someone tries to guess your intentions or say that like you said it because of this, right? And then people want to like fix that situation by saying like you can't say the word period, right? But that's the thing, they haven't guessed your intentions, and intentions is something, not something that one can guess, because you know, it's not as simple as just saying the word intention and as if like that describes the whole situation, you know, because like the reasons for why someone said has said something, they're like I wouldn't say that they're not like as simple as someone says. It's just that like any kind of description is going to be wrong, right? And it's like you trying to guess like another person's logic is really stupid in a sense. It's not stupid, it's just counterintuitive in a sense that like every person's perspective is unique and their understanding is unique, so you can never match their logic. So you will never be able to guess it. That's what I'm trying to say. Person can live without ever saying it doesn't bother me either way, to be honest. I think respect is more important. Sometimes, yes, people get offended more than others. Yeah, and let's say like someone would say like, oh hey, like don't say like a nigger around me, like some black person would say that, and you know, I could like respect, you know, like his decision, but I could still like argue why would he ask me of doing something like that, right? Like if I want to say the word nigger, then I'm gonna say the word nigger. On the other hand, right? Like I don't necessarily need to subscribe to his logic or do what he wants me to do, because like see, like his want is against my want or my understanding. See, it's like always like it seems like that in some situation you can disrespect someone, but like see, like it's like, you know, yeah, sure, you will disrespect someone and someone is going to be dissatisfied, but what if we also like review the situation and say like and understand that, like let's say I don't do something that I understand that I need to do, or that I need to like behave in a certain way or do a certain thing that might disrespect someone or someone who might not like, right? But it's gonna be like I'm going to be dissatisfied now, right? I'm gonna be not feeling good, right? So it's always like your logic versus theirs. It's always going to be like a clash of wants and needs and whatever other shit that people perceive that is going on. It's like saying anything to your parents when you were younger. You can say it, but some of it might be met with a smack or ass whooping. Yeah, and that's the thing. That is something that like I'm trying to like, you know, explain, or like sometimes like I'm reminding my wife. I'm like saying like there's no point like in actually, or it's actually like very bad, you know, whenever we say certain things like to kids, you know, it's like basically like disrespect, as if like we're as if we're disrespecting their wants and their needs and how they perceive what is going on, right? And their like understanding and their perception of what they're doing and their like activities and, you know, the things that they want to do, how they want to do them. It's not less important just because it's a kid, you know, because from like what is important, you know, whose perspective are you gonna take, like, you know, like, or are you gonna like agree with like with the adult's perspective or the kid's perspective? Someone would immediately say like adult's perspective, but on the other hand, adult is just another human being, right? And to adult, like some things are important, some things are not, in the same way, you know, to a kid certain things are important, and like why should, you know, why should I disrespect, you know, what they're doing or what they believe is important? And when, you know, kids are saying something, they say something based on their understanding. That's their experience and that's their perception, you know. They're not like bullshitting or anything like that, even if it seems like it's like, oh, they're just playing, they're just fooling around, they're just being silly, but they're actually, you know, like same as any other person. They're, you know, that's the reality of that like moment or that situation, and they're being like totally serious. Doesn't matter whether someone says like, oh, it's a joke, it's like, you know, we're just fooling around or whatever the fuck, you know. So when in some conversations with AI and with some people, like someone said that like, you know, like, oh, you know, someone like implied or like said things about like kids and as if like they're clueless or they're like misunderstand something or something like that, you know, I just disagree with it all, because you know, for me to confirm that like as if like kids misunderstand something or they're not capable of something is to admit as if like as if they're like always gonna stay kids. Another thing is if like their understanding is like flawed, even though that's understanding like born out of like experience and like what they have witnessed, what they have like observed, etc., etc. So if someone like brands something or labels something as a mistake, you know, like, and they say like, oh, a kid like made a mistake, right? But it's like misunderstood or some kind of like evaluation, you know, arbitrary evaluation based on arbitrary standards, subjective standards, you know, that doesn't really mean anything, right? And it's not like it doesn't mean anything, but rather what I want to say, it's like it's not objective, you know. It's just someone's subjective understanding of what's supposed to happen, or like what they expect to happen, or what needs to happen, but it's not anything objective. And like if the person would know how to do something a certain way that, let's say, they didn't know before, well, they would do it, right? So like the question is like, it's like, how can somebody make a mistake, right, if their understanding already dictates that how they understand how something needs to happen in this particular moment is already proving that it's not a mistake, it's their understanding in that moment of time, right? And then there's like this arbitrary evaluation afterwards, as if like there's like a comparison, as if like something was a mistake. And same thing, like if someone does something like deliberately, right? But that's my understanding. Like I'm not, you know, I'm not like pushing this on you, but like I just don't believe like in any kind of concepts at all. And same goes like for concept of mistake. I say personally, I say that like mistakes are impossible. If someone, you know, does something and then someone labels it a mistake, then it's not like their actions were a mistake, it's just what happened, you know. But like a mistake is always like, it's like a comparison to what someone expects or what someone thinks should have happened, but it didn't, you know. And they also believe that what should have happened was right or correct, and that is how the whole concept of like mistake even works, right? But that's like we're assuming that the person who as if like expresses or like has like these standards or whatever or rules, as if he's like objective, he's like, you know, like has objective truth of like, or of how like things should happen, or like what is wrong or what is right objectively and like for all in that particular situation, right? And then you have like another situation of like someone who's like deliberately, you know, as if makes a mistake, right? But the problem there is also like, you know, like how a mistake is possible if someone deliberately does something. So based on his understanding, it's not a mistake because I'm unpurposefully doing something. You know, I know that you're going to call it a mistake. Maybe you're going to call it wrong. Maybe you're going to be pissed off, right? But like for me, that is not a fucking mistake. That is what I wanted to do, and that's how I wanted to do it, right? It's not a mistake based on my perspective. See, like, and that's how, you know, the concept of mistake for me at least is like an impossible thing to happen. It's like then I have to like subscribe to the logic that like something is definitely right and something is definitely wrong in particular situations, as if like that's objective, right? But it's always like based on some person's understanding of right and wrong, right? Kind of like that's the situation with me. So yeah, it's kind of like see like, you know, like I don't know like if you agree or not, but like let's be honest, like who has like the capacity like to talk with me about like these things and like and as if like get somewhere and like as if like this logic is like applicable like in their understanding or like it's as if like, you know, what needs to happen is like as if like a person would like would noticeably change, right? That's how I would see that there's like some kind of like progress or something like that, but like that is not something that is going on, right? It's like I can say that like yes, definitely like a person like whenever they talk to me, like of course they're affected, you know, by this like stream of information or whatever the fuck, you know. At least like it definitely left like a stain or some kind of something, right? But like at the same time, I definitely know that like everything else that the person does, how they live, how they perceive things, how they like approach things, etc., all of that is going to is if like keep their current framework of understanding in place, more or less. It's obviously it's constantly shifting, but like it still is going to be perceivably unchanged, right? So like now we're talking and it's like, but like what is going to be like what is going to noticeably change? Probably nothing, you know. Yeah. And it has nothing to do with someone like being like willing to listen to what I'm saying or not or something like that. It's just like how people live, how they like perceive things, how they observe things, how they like feel, and there's all kinds of things that we, you know. So when you have like said like the phrase stream is buffering, is there like a situation with my no? Seems okay. Is it working here? Oh, you're watching for your YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, you're watching for YouTube, but it's also like available on Twitch. Although Twitch is like shit now, personally for me. It's like I cannot watch like a single live stream usually without getting like the 2000 error, which sometimes like appears and then like 5 or 10 minutes of time will need to pass until like that shit will go away, or I will need to constantly refresh the stream or like the player, and I can't, you know, and it's kind of like shit to watch. So I just watch WODs. So I don't know about Twitch, but I'm also like streaming on Kick. I'm streaming actually on 4 platforms: Kick, YouTube, and Twitch, and Rumble. Rumble is also on Rumble. Same name. So like you can always like choose any of those if you want to. Same name, same everything. But I think YouTube is still like probably the best, and that's probably the case because like I don't know. YouTube just seems more stable, or like just like I don't know. Just seems better than Kick or Twitch, at least Although Rumble seems like fine, but like sometimes there's like a weird ass delay out of nowhere, or at least like it was before. Like where the fuck does that come from? I don't know. But either way, like what you've said about like this phrase, like there's like immediately for me, it's like, you know, I can just like you know, let it go and like not say like fucking anything, but ad blocker on Twitch, yeah, I don't know, man. Definitely, am I like doing anything for ad block? Do I have like ad block? I do have like ad block, yeah. But either way, I don't know what else I can do, like because the stream is, you know, it's just working the way it works, and I'm not dropping frames. At least I don't seem to drop frames and or anything else. Yeah. Streaming, honestly, like in the past like fucking 10 years, it could have like improved like, way more than what it is today. But that phrase, you know, that you said, like mistakes are common, is how we learn things in general, because they stick. You know, not that like we need to go into that conversation, but like all I can say is like to wrap that convo up is that like I completely disagree with the idea, and like I just understand it differently, and I don't believe in people learning. I don't believe in experience, memory, or anything like that. And it's not even a belief, it's just my understanding. And you know, if knowledge would exist, then this would be literally it. You know, I would literally, you know, if based on my understanding, like knowledge doesn't exist, like objectivity or truth doesn't exist, or any kind of other shit. So like it's you know, I can't really like claim anything. But like if that any of that would be like real, I would definitely, you know, I would definitely try to claim or disprove as if like or prove as if like, you know, not only that like you know, like I would try to prove like why I disagree with that whole sentence, you know. I don't believe that people are learning. I don't believe that they gain experience. I don't believe that any human being actually like persists. I don't believe that like memory is stored or there's like past or anything like that. So it's kind of like, but it's not necessarily a conversation that you wanna have with me, because like as you know, it's as always, you know, not necessarily as chill as maybe you would like. Especially whenever you're thinking, or like you're, you know, you as if like you know the things that you know, and you're just, you know, and the immediate thoughts are like, what the fuck are you saying, man? You know. You're talking so much shit, dude. Like, what the fuck are you saying? I can't believe that any of that is true. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Hogsy. What the fuck are you on about, you stupid motherfucker? How is this and that and this and that and is not fucking real? What are you talking about, you crazy motherfucker? But it was actually like a pretty funny reaction of my wife, like what was it, like some months ago, whenever I told her like just like a fun, you know. I didn't even like, you know, explain anything at first, but her reaction was really funny. I said that like experience doesn't exist or something like that. I said, and she just like, she didn't like blow up, but like she said something like, what the fuck, what kind of like stupid thing did you just say, or some shit like that, you know, like that was like stupid, or you're saying stupid stuff, like what the fuck are you saying, you know. And you know, I don't disagree, or like I don't like I wasn't surprised by the reaction. It was like pretty, you know, like it it was expected. You know, I expect that from practically like any human being, that there's gonna be like you know, uh, like big amounts of resistance or something like that, or some kind of like knee-jerk reaction. Yeah, real G, yeah. Such a real G. But the funny thing is that like whenever, you know, there are times whenever I like talk about these things or like explain something, right? And whenever like she or somebody else, but like let's say like she specifically, right, expresses some kind of like grievances or some kind of like talks about some kind of situations that she doesn't understand why someone like behaves a certain way, or why someone does something, etc., etc. The funny thing is that like I have like explanations for all of that shit, and then, you know, and sometimes like the conversations do work out, and like the person is like listening, and they're like, oh, okay, you know, like that makes sense, you know, like that actually like works like that, you know, kind of like that. It's like rare, but like it does happen, and it's like that it's exactly what I can do. You know, if somebody would ask me, like, you know, for help or like explanation or something, like tell me, you know, or like let's figure something out, like let's, you know, like deconstruct the situation, etc., etc., you know, then I'm all up for that, right? But like, your mind was all over the place? Man, if only you would be like in my situation or in my shoes, it would be so amusing to you, because like I read words, and I get triggered by practically everything that is said. Like I'm like, I want to go like on a tangent about like, oh wait, you know, you said like mine, but like you said like all over the place, but like, you know, that is not like that's not how it works, or shit like that. I was like, man, and I know like that like the reaction is gonna be you know, there's always gonna be like a reaction, you know, like of a person, you know, like it's like all those like situations whenever like, let's say, I'm sure you have like conversations that like you haven't had them, like let's say like it's not like you never like criticize like let's say like your parents or somebody close to you like for some kind of behavior, right? And like, and you explain to them the situation in a way that they in a sense like understood, and you as if like brought to them that they are like acting or behaving in a particular way that like as if like is negative or something, right? And they have like listened to you, like they have like as if like reviewed the situation, and they agree with you, and as if like that is like confirmation for, as if like you've objectively have identified that there's like a particular problem with what they're doing, and therefore they're like, oh, okay, you know, like I really should like you know, like do something about that, right? Like I acknowledged it, you know, like thanks for like making me acknowledge it, etc., etc., right? But you know, choice. Did you say something about choice? Oh man, don't get me started on choice, brother. It's fine though. Like I'll. Yeah. Every word, man. Every word. Okay, I actually like missed a few messages. Okay, well, to be honest, it's not like you miss anything on Twitch. I haven't talked in chat maybe once or twice. I haven't talked in the chat, maybe once or twice in all the time that we didn't talk. In the streams, I made a brand new account with no phone confirm, so I can't even chat if I want to, just lurk in a few streams. To me, it's a very boring site nowadays. By the way, like, whenever, like, once, I didn't know, like, who was on stream, right? Maybe you remember it, if that actually happened. And I said that that was you. Did that situation actually happen, like, whenever, like, I thought that, like, that's you, maybe, you know, like, lurking, and you are, like, that, like, third, second, or whatever, like, person on the stream, and I was, like, actually you. Maybe you remember that. In the past, like, month or 2 months. So I can't even in chat if I want. It's just lurking in different streams. To me, it's a very boring side nowadays. I don't like the sites. I mean, I like some features about it. I don't necessarily. I can't really say that I don't like the site. I just don't like how it functions. Right? It's like it's a site that I go to sometimes, like, you know, like, or like I find these streamers or some content to watch, etc., etc. Like whenever I'm like working out or like I'm like ironing clothes or whatever the fuck, or I'm at work. But like it's just that I'm definitely dissatisfied with how it works. And it's like, the problem is, like, I cannot, like, get this content anywhere else. You know, let's say, like, oh, like, I want to, like, watch some kind of interactions or some kind of, like, coaching of, like, Warcraft 3, of grubby coaching some particular person, like, for a tournament or whatever the fuck. Like, let's say that's the content, right? Even if I cannot watch it live, that's not a problem for me. I can still watch a while, but, like, that's the platform where, that's the only place where I can get the VOD, the recording, and where I can watch it. And that's just how it is, you know. And, you know, it's like, it's obvious, not like obvious, but like, I'm just, yes, I'm gonna, you know, like, maybe like watch an ad or something like that, but I'm still going to watch the content that I want to watch, and that's just how it is. Even though like Twitch is you know, is like full of all kinds of like issues. So does it to me it's very burning sand nowadays. She got fed up. Europe is a real G. She got fed up. You talking about why Diablo 4 devs are fat, greasy porks? Diablo 4, one of the devs is literally like a stupid, not that like he's actually stupid, but like I can call him a stupid motherfucker that is like, you know, has like some kind of jealousy problems, or I don't know, like some kind of like fucking issues. And you know, he's definitely not like I don't know, it doesn't even matter like who fucking makes Diablo 4, it's just, or like works on Diablo 4, but like it's already made, it's already a particular game. Nobody is going to come in and like refurbish it or like fucking remake it or anything like that. Same as like Diablo 3 hasn't been remade. So I mean, it has been like to an extent whenever it came out, like it didn't have like these like legendaries and all kinds of other stuff, and then it did, but like in general, you know, like Diablo 3 was fine as it was, but like, you know, there's a bunch of things that could be changed, and so that like people would actually like enjoy it, and even more than they ever enjoyed Diablo 2. That's the thing, you know, like on the same engine with the same like fucking like assets and all kinds of other shit, a game that is better than Diablo 2, like way better, and could be on par with Path of Exile, could be made, you know, in a sense, like in the same genre, right? But you know, that people would actually say that like, oh hey, you know, like it's a game like oh, I enjoy playing Path of Exile, but I also like play like Diablo 3 or something, right? But you know, people just don't understand the things that way, or you know, or like they feel like as if like they're being restricted, or they're actually as if like restricted. You're just like one person, you know, that has like a certain perspective that like you want to change some things, and there's like a certain like a certain as if like plan or some kind of like, I don't know, some kind of like a deadline or whatever the fuck, or expectations, some kind of like criteria that you need to meet, and there you have it. And you have like a shitty goddamn product. I'm not even trolling, I enjoy listening. I mean, always they're talking to me, no, it's nice just listen to a few times before this. My mind was all over the place, made it hard to even focus on stuff or listen. Well, it's like, let's say, I do agree with that, in a sense, like, let's say, like, if I'm being, like, distracted, right, and I'm trying to play the game, or I'm trying to talk or something like that, you know, and my wife was, like, asking me stuff, or, like, my kid is, like, asking of me something, or, like, and I'm just, like, it's, like, as if, like, shit demands my attention. Doesn't matter, either I need to think about something, or I need to hear something that someone is like, when someone is talking to me, or I need to soon do something. It's like, it works as a distraction, and like, I agree, of course, like that, in that sense, it's not really enjoyable to consume content. Well, because you're engaging with the content as if less, and it becomes like as if like less worthwhile, and like it becomes like, it ends up being like less engaging, even though that's not like what you've intended to do, and you know, less interactive, and as if like it's as if harder to pay attention to words, and just words mean as if like less, or they're almost like don't mean anything at all. Like someone might be like going on a tangent, but like you heard it and you're like, I don't remember what the fuck the person was talking about. Like who the fuck knows? Where my mom was screaming. When my mom was screaming downstairs, you know, when a raccoon attacked her, you know, and my dad, you know, tripped on a boiled egg, and fucking, and he, you know, he flew across the kitchen and knocked my mom out, you know, while she was battling the raccoon. I was hearing this person talk, but like, shit, man, and I was so distracted, and it was basically chaos downstairs, and just couldn't fucking concentrate on shit. God damn it. So I don't know, like, what do you think about like the perspective on like or like what I present in terms of like AI, and what I present based on my like understanding of like of what people are capable of, and how they perceive things. To me, it's like as if like a limiter in terms of like, what can I talk about with people, how long I can talk about things with people, and how much can we kind of like deep dive or deconstruct something, etc., etc. Slept on a cracked on the stairs, and then fried a landmine for breakfast. Yes, and the youngest kid, you know, like a toddler, like fucking ate the mine, you know, but the mine was dormant for like 20 years, and the kid blew up whenever he fucking finished, you know, college, like right whenever he was like whenever there was like you know, the last day of college, you know, he was receiving a diploma, and that shit blew up like so hard, you know. Got poor little Timmy got over, you know, his parents' fucking, you know, faces, and their, you know, and their like ceremonial dresses or something like that. You know, they were dressed up for the occasion. They were really happy and proud until their son blew up, you know, into smithereens. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't read this. Something about ADHD. You have a ADHD. Actually, like in the last like, Jesus Christ. Recently, or just like overall, I hear it so often that people like say talk about like ADHD or something as if like they have like a attention deficiency or some bullshit like that, and it's like, to me, based on my understanding, like people don't necessarily understand what attention even means. They're like, as if like, but that's also like because like I understand things differently in terms of like whether people actually like make choices, whether they can like, you know, control themselves, whether they can like, you know, as if like pay attention to this thing, and as if like they're not paying attention to anything else at the time, as if like nothing else is like fucking going on, and their, you know, organism is not reacting to anything. It's like, you know, it's like layers upon layers of all kinds of like conclusions and arguments and all kinds of other things that, you know, that form as if a framework of understanding, you know. But I can argue about like any kind of thing, you know, even against, you know, especially, you know, or not especially against something that I say or I explain, you know. If someone would like, you know, would want to deconstruct it or like think about it, then yeah, no problem. I suspect I actually might have some form of ADHD, and that smoking was actually stomping out most of it, and I always had that vague idea, but never cared to test it. But now that I can think clearly, I'm not sure about that either, so whether I have it or not. It's like, think about it like this. I don't know if you're going to like accept this like explanation. Think about like each moment in time or each period as if like that's a particular reality where something as if is true. You don't necessarily have to have a name for it, because a label is just a label, and a label cannot encapsulate all kinds of like interactions and all kinds of like reactions of the organism with the environment. So all the situations, all the like interactions, all the like actions that you've done, etc., like doesn't matter what it is. So everything that happened cannot be encapsulated by some stupid ass labeling of some kind of like, I don't know, like psychiatrist or any kind of other like supposed expert, right? And it's like every situation is just like a unique, concrete, as if reality, and in that reality, in that moment, or in that period of time, doesn't matter what you perceive, you know, it's like what you think is going on is going on. How about that? You know, like, in if you feel like there was like ADHD or something in some kind of like particular moment, can accept it like as if like it was like that, you know. But the problem, say, like with any kind of like labels or any kind of like things like that, it's like as always as if like, well, if I had ADHD, you know, before, shouldn't I have it like now? But that's the problem. It's because like people think that ADHD, right, is like something objective, as if like that's like an objective term, or like that's like an objective something that you can say that something, you know, about a person, and that's like definitely fucking true. Yeah, see, like simple. Yes, simple. Like a label is just a label. A label is not the thing that is going on, right? How can a label, even like a description, let's say like someone would try to describe what is going on with you in some kind of like situation, or like multiple situations, and they would like write like a whole tome, right, about it. But like even that would not be it. Because it's it, and description is whatever the person fucking thinks it is. It's like, description has nothing to do with the thing. Because in every moment when a person thinks that something is happening, a billiard of things of other things are happening at the same time, supposedly. You know, it's... So like whenever like some kind of like streamers or something, like they say like, oh, I have ADHD, I have ADHD, and like so many fucking people have said that they have like ADHD, like, and to me that is like, my understanding is that they don't understand what the fuck is attention, or what the fuck is like ADHD, or like what the words mean, or like it's like, yes, okay, let's say there's attention, even though I don't believe in that, but like, you know, it's like, attention, what do you mean like attention? It's like, you know, like, you know, say like, let's say a kid in a schoolroom, right, is like, or like, you know, he's getting like some lessons or whatever the fuck, and he's like behaving a certain way, and someone would say like, that's ADHD, right? But the problem is that like, it's like, why reacting the way, like, see, like, why reacting or behaving a certain way that you think is right or is expected and should happen in a certain way? Why do you think that's subjective, right? The organism of a person, or like the person has reacted in certain ways, right, that you not necessarily like agree with, or you're feeling like a person is like misbehaving or behaving in a certain way that you feel like he's like, as if like he has like a fucking attention, or like short attention span or something like that, but like you're misunderstanding the whole like organism, and that's like there's like a whole environment around the organism, and that you just like, let's say like you're a teacher and you're saying some kind of words that like, if a person, you know, hears the words but reacts in a way that like you don't deem correct or right, it doesn't mean that like he's not actually like reacting to them. Like his reaction is like, you know, I'm showing disinterest, or like I'm showing that like I'm interested in something else, right? And that's not a mistake, you know, that's just how it is. It's like so many things are happening at the same time, you know, like a person's like organism's supposed navigation in space, right? Like how like a person is like standing or like just moving around in space, and all kinds of things are happening, like light is shining, like other people like talking, etc., etc. Like the person has heard your words, right? But the reaction is not like what you want or expect or you believe is like correct reaction, you know. So it's kind of like when people like, say like when people don't understand it the way that I do, they label it ADHD. That's ADHD to them. That's, you know, misbehavement, or like some kind of like wrong behavior of a person, or it's like, oh, this is a problem, etc., etc., right? But like, I don't see it as a problem. I see it as, there's a particular situation. If you want to change the situation, then maybe you should work on that, you know, like maybe you should like talk to the person or interact with the person to create some kind of like reaction that you want them to have. And how you're going to achieve that, well, that's your fucking problem, because, well, that's the thing. You're the one who's having a problem in the first place, right? But people don't understand it this way, man. I'm just saying that it's like, you know, I can help any kind of person out there, but it's like, but people don't understand things this way, to see their reaction to this situation as a problem. They believe that like someone has a short attention span and that's it, you know. That's the fucking understanding, you know. Yeah, drop a McBarry or like McDuha or something like that in the toilet. Maybe it's gonna like fucking tickle your butt cheeks. I mean, like the water, like the splash. Yeah, you know, have fun with it, man. Okay. The hell is this ring? Oh, gas damage? Okay. So what's with this, like, legendary? Days on Head. Days on Head, was that like just a slow? Or is that like something else, some skills effect? Just apply days on enemies on head. Daze lasts for 8 seconds and the dazed enemy will take 50% more stun build-up. Ooh. So daze contributes to stun. That's perfect. With this weapon, like, you definitely can more easily like stun. How much it contributes to stun build-up? 50% more stun build-up. Okay. It's almost like with like, oh, I'm playing with like fucking like mace and rolling slam that has like 50% more stun buildup. Burst skill effects and other mechanics which interact with daze for various benefits. Okay. Yeah, that's like perfect. Daze will take 15%. So daze only. So the only effect daze has, without like any kind of like other added effects to daze, if it's not described in some kind of like special way somewhere, daze contributes to stun buildup. Huh. Interesting. That's interesting, yeah. Artifacts, 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 artifacts. What is this, like, what is important here? Evasion? Is evasion important here, or what? Flask recovery rate. Flask mana recovery rate, not necessarily. 28 dexterity, 27 cold resistance, 23 cold resistance. I don't know, like, I would take this one, maybe, no? And this one I would just sell and that's it, no? Oh, it's not gonna work like that, yeah. It's not gonna work like that. Can sell this, and this can be placed. What the hell is this supposed to be, man? What the fuck? There are no like smaller items or shit like that, right? Yeah, not necessarily. Like there's. How do I fill it up? Like this? No. Kinda, yeah. Fresh. I'm going to do some orders now while chilling here. Yeah, okay. But what do you think, like, about, like, what I presented about, like, you know, like, people's, like, in a sense, if we, like, generalize and, or, like, you know, in short, what do you think about, like, people's capacity for this kind of stuff? It's like, because, you know, I just see it as, like, you know, there's just like limits to what people like can do, you know, in a sense, like if we're talking about like, you know, conversation or like understanding something, it's like as if like it's like a particular limit, because like every person as if like understands that they're right or correct, etc., you know. And also like practically every person on earth believes that like feelings are real, like there's like objective truth and all kinds of other things, you know. So it's like, you know, whenever these things are as if like how to say it, like as if like impassable walls in a sense, because let's say like I'm trying to have like a conversation and like about these things, about like all kinds of things, and I understand that like I'm undermining them. But like, how else are we going to like examine them and try to like understand what the fuck they are, you know, like you know, like how things function in a sense, right? Is this a good ring? This is like 19 to all elements and resistances. I mean, that sounds good, actually. Actually sounds good. That one's like 60 fire resistance. This one's 29 cold. This one's more than 29 cold. This is like 33 cold. Yeah. But in general, if I would like try to encapsulate, even though like none of this can be encapsulated in general, I'm feeling good. Most of the time I would say it's good, because like I just find amusing, you know, like what people do, what they believe in, what they express, how they like approach their problems, you know, how they're like oftentimes they're just not willing to try and understand, you know, what the fuck is going on, and they just you know, based on my understanding, they're like, you know, as if like they're just going with their with their understanding of things, and how it usually works out is that they just end up like as if like shooting themselves in the foot, because they don't like they kind of like don't reach the destination, you know. I'm going to do some like to talk and some like to think, but not to talk, and some don't do either. I think just discussing or sharing feelings and shit works better with somebody you know. Surgeries can be fine, but more for quick talks. I can talk with anyone about any kind of thing for any amount of time, right? It's like, yes, there are like, you know, shit that I need to do, like, and I understand, you know, as if like I'm like, if I'm working, I need to work, and like, it's not like I can just stand there and, you know, talk for hours with someone, but like, you know, if that's like, you know, sometimes, you know, a luxury that I can have, I'm just gonna do that, and that's sometimes that I'm actually doing, you know. The only thing is that like usually talks with me are ending like pretty fast. Evening taking a bike ride, and I sat down on a bench, and a guy sat there, but I started a comment, was chill. I don't do that often, to be honest, but sometimes you gotta do, I guess. Oftentimes I'm drawing conclusions myself, but I know that like, let's say like if I talk like to AI or something like that, I'm gonna be there's gonna be like a situations whenever I draw more conclusions, but then based on my understanding, it's like, you know, it's not even like necessary to do any of that, and I'm like, sometimes I'm just like thinking like, oh hey, you know, I can just skip all of that and not do any of that, and like I don't have to like talk to anyone, because thing is that it's like, it's not like I believe as if like something is actually changing, right? As if like these conclusions are actually like doing anything, because believing in that or something, or believing that that is true would mean that, well, it would mean all kinds of things, but I disagree with it, as I disagree with any kind of claim. So sometimes I'm just thinking that like, oh no, nah, I'm not gonna go into a call like with anyone, because I just as if like don't see a point in it, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna chill, you know, I'm just gonna like watch something or play a game, whatever, doesn't matter. When not to talk to complete strangers in a different place than home, it feels the world is bigger than the small view you even have. Yeah, it can sure like feel that way, you know, in the sense that like it's like, and people as if, you know, in a sense like surprise you like, oh like of the shit that they're thinking, you know, or their perspective, you know, or let's say like whenever people are like presenting to you a situation that like you might like consider, you're like, oh, you must be like exhausted or tired or something like that, and they say like, oh no, I'm actually like happy, you know, like that there's, you know, like shit to do, and like you know, even though like I do get tired, I still feel pretty good, you know, about it, about like the whole situation, you know. And it's like, that's just how it is. That's only because
How goes your quest?
something that I would agree with is that like nothing is inherently what people are calling it. So whenever like, you know, people can surprise you only because like people believe that certain things are definitely like right, or definitely wrong, or definitely, you know, like positive, or definitely negative, etc., you know. But then like some people come along that like, you know, flip the script in a sense, and like they're like presenting that like, or they're just showing you that like, that for them that's not the case, you know. Shockwave totem, so that run around repeatedly damaging nearby enemies, jacked around or up to the system. The fuck? Oops. Show radius, speed, attack damage.
On impact.
And that's why I'm not that's why I'm not like surprised by anything, you know? Like it might seem like to some that like that's like a boring life to live, as if like not being like surprised by shit, but like I just, you know, yeah, I'm not surprised by shit. And before I already like felt this way, you know, that like I'm not necessarily like surprised, like really rarely surprised. But now this is like that is like the norm, like almost completely the norm. Almost completely the norm. Oh, I don't believe with how things are going later, rather exposed to be and going for a long time. It's better to be cautious or not expect much from life on Earth, right? It's not like I don't expect much. It's just that, you know, based on my understanding, it's like, see, I'm not bored. See, like, people around me, right? Or, like, at least I perceive that there are people around me. So, like, and if we're going from that, I perceive that people believe in certain things, right? And based on my understanding of the things that they believe in, right, I'm having fun with that. So, it's kind of like, you know, I'm not, you know, I'm not some of those people who are, like, convinced as if, like, there's nothing to live for, or some bullshit like that, you know, because then I would again like would have to like subscribe to some kind of logic, as if like, you know, there's like see like it's like a situation, let's say like I can prove, right, that language is impossible, or like let's say like is meaningless or something like that, right? But right, to me that doesn't mean that I shouldn't talk or I shouldn't have conversations, because see like if they in a sense as if happen, or it feels that they happen, then like why not have them? It's like it doesn't matter when one thinks that something is pointless or meaningless, or it's like or like the whole like world is like against them, or some other bullshit that they believe in, you know, and they like suicide or something. It's like that's their logic, and it still is logic, and it still is like a perspective, and like, yeah, fuck it. I mean, like if that's what they want to believe, or not necessarily want to, that's like their situation. Well, that's how it is. But like, I'm not subscribed to that kind of logic. Expect as in I don't feel bad for not having high education or high. It's so funny that like you mentioned like high education, but like, man, based on my understanding, there's no such thing as knowledge or high education or status or anything like that, you know. But people believe in it, so it's even funnier for me, you know, like that like, you know, people believe that there's someone is smart, clever, etc., etc., and it's like it's just, to me, it's funny, man. Just. A lot of words, you know, now are just trigger words for me, for, you know, high amusements. People believe in knowledge, so that means that they believe that, like, see, as if like scholars or whatever, they're like gaining, you know, or they have gained objective truth, right? They have gained knowledge about something, as if like they have understood some things till a certain point, as if like they have grasped, you know, the supposed truth or reality of things. But, you know, based on my understanding, they fucking did nothing, you know. Nothing like that like happened, you know, and and I can even prove that, and that's why it's fucking amusing to me, because it's like a contrast between what people believe in, and they believe in knowledge, in accumulation of knowledge, in objective truth, versus my understanding of many things that have to do with that. And it's just humorous. So to me, like, education means nothing, and now I'm like, I have like even more as of like actual arguments against like going into a university or something like that and getting quote unquote education, because I can prove that all of it is like fucking useless, in the sense that, like, I mean, literally useless. I'm not even joking about this. Like, I'm being totally serious. But at the same time, I also have an understanding that can say, hey, you know, even though I know that this is all, you know, bullshit or nonsense or whatever, or I can prove that this is all not objective, I can still play along, go there, learn it, be an expert in whatever the fuck people think that you can be an expert in, and that's it, you know. Sure, I can do it, and it can feel easy, it can feel difficult, it can feel hard, it can feel, you know, like effortless, it can feel anything that I would believe that it is, but same as like I don't believe like an easy or difficult or complicated or anything like that. It's like, yeah. It's like just like a situation with human beings that they think that, like, you know, language is objective, and like that words have like concrete meaning, and as if, like, you know, as if there can actually be complicated things or easy things or anything like that. But any kind of like words that people say, it's always as if, in a sense, like a trap. You know, let's say like someone says like, oh, something is easy, and that is a trap in a sense where you then don't do something because it's easy, or like you avoid it or something. Basically, like a situation is created around the supposed easy thing, where easy becomes not like complicated, but problematic, I would say. Or let's say like one person thinks that the situation is easy or simple to understand, and therefore they engage with it less, and then later on, let's say they learn that they had to engage with the situation more to discover something, let's say, right, and to approach it like differently, and let's say like prevent something from happening, kind of like that, you know. So yeah. But for having lots of shit seems fake, to be honest. That's how it doesn't feel to me. I know that it's like not necessarily fake, but it's just not like non-existent, but like even fake is impossible to me, you know. Like any kind of thing that a person might think that it exists or is like, but can call it fake in a sense, you know, as if like it's an illusion. But saying an illusion is also like, in my understanding, is problematic, because illusion, in my understanding, is impossible. It's like, if I say illusion, that something is illusion, then I'm basically as if proving that there's some kind of other reality that is like as opposed to that, in comparison to that. And it's kind of like interesting, as if like when someone talks about like illusions, right? They talk about it, but they interacted with it like as if it's real, you know. They interact with something tangible, and they call it as if that something isn't anything at all, right? So they kind of like as if like prove its existence, right? So it's kind of like, you know, it's interesting stuff, honestly. Like personally, to me, it's very interesting. like what words supposedly mean, or like what people are like doing, or how they perceive things. It's always rather kind of like amusing and funny and interesting, and yeah. I kind of get what my parents meant now, that I should enjoy each day as it is. As it is. Oh, you should enjoy each day as it is, even boring days. Well, they're basically as if like, not necessarily that they're saying it, but the implication is like, you know, whatever you think the day is, or whatever you think things are not necessarily what they are. So if you think that like you're having like a bad time, or something is negative, or something like that, you know, it's kind of like, try to have like a perspective that is maybe positive, or let's say like not necessarily negative, you know, which seems like logic that just supports, you know, like a person's like, you know, more frequent I don't know, like enjoyment of their life or something, you know. In fact, they said boring days are good. It means you live somewhat peaceful if you feel bored. Yeah, but then that also can mean as if like, see, like, as if like boring might be also like, can also be perceived as uneventful. So it's like, and some people of course like are gonna be there like that are gonna like argue, and they're gonna say like, well, I like when shit is like eventful and, you know, maybe even hectic, and it's like just yeah, you know, they of course like based on their understanding see like they as if like appreciate, you know, the supposed uneventful days that they just like, you know, go peacefully, or like they're not that eventful. Yeah. Therefore, the world is against me because the nonsense barely anyone knows. Anyways, amongst billions, yeah, the world. Well, it's not like it's literally, but it's in a sense, it's like a particular feeling or logic where you as if try to do certain things, and you are as if met with resistance too often, in a sense, like based on that person's understanding. True, but that's just their understanding. True and eventful, but I appreciate those days more now. It feels nice, you know, being around parents and friends. See, like, it's funny whenever someone says like boring, but then like, you know, like let's say like, see, like, without like, you know, rethinking or reviewing of what is going on, like even if you identify like something, you know, a supposed boring day, but you're saying like, oh, it still like feels nice. See, like it's like, it's already like changing the whole situation with that like boring part, you know. Is it actually, you know, like, you know, can you encapsulate the whole day with the word boring? No. And is the perspective of boring changing with that like review of what is going on, that like it feels nice, etc. You know, it's like a nice day, it's like a peaceful day, right? And definitely, right? Of course, I also like some wacky days are going out here and there and seeing crazy shit like a hobo harassing Duha, you know, or like two hobos like fucking each other. Jesus Christ. Dennis is such a moron. Right. If morons would exist, Dennis would be a moron, in a sense. Because he said that he's like had like 1700 like health in PoE and like 2700 shield, but like I'm just like questioning myself. It's like, man, it's like, this just tells me that the person, like, the way he understands the game is ineffective. Well, he's not gay, but he's definitely, you know, like, sometimes feels as if, like, you're talking to a dumb person. Even though it's not the case, but, like, it's definitely a feeling that, like, sometimes it's hard to shake it. You know? Because, like, see, like, he's a monk, and he has, like, 2,700 shield and 1,700 health, but, like, the thing is, like, it's like, you have shield, energy shield, that recharges, but the thing is, like, if you don't have, like, a particular build or mechanic that you're, like, all for shield or mostly for shield, or you have, like, some kind of mechanic to actually restore the shield, then it's like, it's life lost, and then you can't fucking restore it, because you need, like, a delay to restore the shield, or you need a mechanic that is going to trigger the restoration of the shield. Right. Same as, like, let's say, like, there's life, and there's, like, life regeneration or life steal, and the logic is, like, you get, like, enough life steal so you can constantly restore your health pool, right? Or, like, constantly restore with life regeneration, right? But, like, he has a lot of shield, but I just wonder how he fucking restores it. And I'm sure that it's just stupid. You know, that he doesn't have the mechanic. It's like, you know, it's like the stupid idea, oh, okay, I have, like, a lot of shield, but, like, if you don't fucking restore it, what's it gonna be? You know, it's like you lose it in a fight, and then you just don't have it. It's like, let's say I have, like, 9,000 health, but, like, if I have, like, no way to restore those 9,000 health, right? Then, like, what do I do then? It's kind of like, things like that are, like, are understandable to me, maybe not understandable to him, whatever. But it's kind of, like, funny to me, because, like, sometimes I just make these comments, or, like, I laugh at him, and it's great, you know. It's great that he's you know, dumb. Is Dennis someone you met from stream? No. Dennis is my colleague and friend, like, longtime friend from already, like, 10 years ago or something like that. Or 11 years or 12 years or how many years, something like that, yeah. Russian guy who also, like, works at the same place that I do. And sometimes we play together, sometimes now, because he lives, like, in the same district, sometimes I visit him, so yeah. Heading, I don't, like, heading is heading. He's just being stupid, in the sense that, like, well, he has work, and supposedly he has, like, no time that he can find to talk to me, right? And he's still is in a relationship. Well, he's not married to her, but he's in a relationship with the same woman. So it's like he's basically, it's not like he's gone, but he might as well be gone, because, like, he can't really, like, communicate with me in any way. And sometimes we meet, you know, outside, and we talk a little bit, but, like, and I just get it that it's like, yeah, you know, like, it seems like, you know, that he's, like, having fun, or he's, like, interested in having, like, these maybe conversations about, like, some of these, like, topics, you know, like, something that I, like, talk before, or, you know, some of these, like, deep dives or whatever the fuck. But, like, he just, you know, it just doesn't work out in his situation that he is able to chill or play games or anything like that. He's just working, and in free time, I don't know, whatever the fuck he's doing. Maybe fucking that woman, maybe, you know, spending time with her, maybe spending time, I don't know, like, chilling on a couch or whatever the fuck he's doing. I don't know. And it's like, you know, that's his life, and I I don't know what to say about it. Because it's like, you know, someone can arguably say like, oh, he's having a bad time, like how can they like help him out or something like that, right? But those people would of course be, subjective and wouldn't say like anything like useful, because it's like he lives how he lives, and if we can't like chat or talk often or practically at all, then that's just how it is. But I did talk to him like sometimes, like really rarely, like once in many months. Maybe we'll see each other, like usually it's in the fucking same supermarket. Yeah. In the last conversation he said something about like, he said something about like, well, like, like people need to like prepare for for the future, or something, something to do with like there's definitely progress, and people are like, and scientists are like figuring out like how like black hole works, etc., etc. And I was like, I said like, well, the problem is that like the scientists are not really actually, they don't have actually anything objective, like and there was like a, the conversation continued a little bit, and then we had to like split because spent too much time in the supermarket. Well, I had to get home, and he had to get back to his girlfriend or whatever, kind of like that. But of course, like the things that he understands or the things that he's saying, like based on my understanding, is like complete, it's not like it's dog shit, it's just that it's like, in my understanding, based on all kinds of like things that people believe in, on their standards, on how they believe like that things work, etc., if any of that would be objectively true, then it still like all breaks apart, it falls apart, it's just not how things work. And with the language that people are using, etc., etc., like I can prove that that's the case. But like, if we're saying, or I'm saying that like that language is impossible, or like language is dysfunctional, or just doesn't work out, etc., etc., if none of the things that people are like saying is actually like fucking real or objective or anything like that, well then there's nothing even for me to criticize, right? It's kind of like, it's like, if language is functional, then and words mean things, and they actually like connect to the physical world, then I can prove with that how things as if like actually work or something like that, or I can disprove somebody's claims, right? But like if all of that is like dysfunctional or impossible, then there's nothing even for me to prove or say, Oh, some things don't need to be explained, Emil. Nothing needs to be explained. There's no actual like need for anything. The need is just like based on perception. If you perceive that something, that you need something, then it's like, then you need something, and you as if like get it, or you acquire it, or you work towards it, right? They didn't even know if black holes are 100% the way they think it is. If you want, I can give you like a theory, or not like a theory, but like how black holes actually work. Just like a really like legit, like if objectivity would be real, then this is the explanation of how they work and why they work like the way they work. Okay, this is it. Like, here it goes. It's gonna be like pretty crazy, dude. You know how like things in the universe, as if like they as if like have like emerged, or as if like it's like, existence, like as if like growing or sprouting, or like as if like things came into being or something like that, or as if like things are happening, and like as if like outwards, or it's like a dick, you know, that's like at first it's like a turtle and then it's like pops out, you know. It's like a you know, a grower and not a shower, you know. It's not a good like reference or like an example, but you know, kind of like maybe the logic is a little bit similar to what I said at first, right? So black hole is like the possibility of also the supposed opposite of things, as if like, you know, going inwards, or like as if like this is like as if like the opposite of that, like existence or growth or extension or appearance, and it's like as if like you know, things like as if like going like inwards, and like as if like being like opposite, or you know, and just working in the other way, you know. Like that's a black hole. And the problem is like, it's not like I believe in any of that, or that I feel that's actually true. It's like only to counter their claim about what it supposedly is, or their like understanding, or what they supposedly uncovered, you know. It's not like that I actually agree that people have found black hole, or like that black hole is anything that they're describing, or as if there is an actual black hole. It's not about like what people are observing, it's about like what they perceive is supposedly happening or is supposedly there. They don't even know black holes are 100% the way they think it is, and somehow want to tell us that is that way. I don't need a nerd with a telescope to tell me how space is, to be honest. I can present to you, dude, like exactly. Well, not because we're friends, but like because I would like tell it to anyone. Like it's not like it's some kind of like you know, some kind of like as if like a VIP, you know, like a spot or something. But like basically it's like this, you know. This is like a really good representation of like what scientists actually have, you know. Any kind of scientist, or any kind of group of scientists, right? So this is my presentation of their supposedly empirical sciences, or their like objective claims, supposedly objective claims, and of their supposed objective findings. And this is one of them. So you know how there's sound, right? Or what people call sound. And they say that there are sound waves, right? And, you know, see, like, description is already like, is just, you know, immediately is gonna show that like it's completely wrong, and that's not how it works, you know, even if that would be the case, if the supposed sound wave would exist. But like basically a sound wave, based on understanding of scientists, is a wave, right? So, and the wave is formed as if like you can observe or constitute how a bunch of particles, let's say particles, right? We don't necessarily need to say atoms, like just particles are moving, right? But they call it like as if like there's like frequency, right? So they're like vibrating, right? In a certain way, forming the wave, and as if like this wave somehow exists in the environment. But how they present it as if like that's like an isolated thing, right? Like, so it's not just like all the particles whenever like the supposed wave exists, not like all the particles, not like all of the environment around the supposed wave is affected, you know, or anything like that, but like as if like a wave exists in a vacuum or like an isolated space, but like as if like there's an actual wave, a bunch of particles that are vibrating, right? And they form the wave, and that's what sound is. But there's immediately like a bunch of problems with this. First of all, can you imagine a bunch of particles being like vibrating in a certain way as if like they are affected, and any immediate, right, particles that are near the supposed affected bunch or a group of particles, like everyone else in the environment is not going to be affected? And the answer is no, you wouldn't believe that. Because like, let's say like a really good demonstration, whenever I'm speaking, everything around the supposed source of the sound, right, if it even exists, like people, like scientists believe it exists, I can prove that it doesn't. But like, let's say that there is a source, right? So I'm like speaking, right? But like sound doesn't go in waves. It goes like in every possible direction that you can think of, and that's how it affects, you know, my head, my organism, and any environments that's like around the supposed wave. There's not even like a wave, that's the thing. There's just like movements in any possible directions. You can imagine like it's as if like an explosion in every direction. But the problem is that it's not an explosion. It's just like everything is moving anyways all the time, right? If something is moving, if things are moving, if things are supposedly dynamic, they're moving all the fucking time. So for someone to claim that there is like a particular wave and a particular movement, it's like, yes, maybe like on a drawing board in isolated space, you know, you can have yourself a wave. But the problem is that like you cannot have isolated space, which is like a particular bunch of particles all forming a particular wave, you know, that kind of like goes in a concrete direction. So basically you, like a scientists like arbitrarily draw a line in space, and they say like, oh, that like the wave like goes in that direction, right? And as if like they can actually constitute as if like an actual vibration is happening. But the problem even is like with the vibrations too, because vibration is implying that there's a particular behavior of a particle or an atom or something like that, right? It's like, to prove that something is vibrating, you need like something being constant, as if like there's movement from point A to point B to point A to point B. But the problem is that like nobody can constitute that, and no one can prove that that's actually happening. And now that is even happening, because like every movement, if it's even happening, would never be the same. It's impossible. So how vibration can exist when nothing is going to, like everything is already moving? Why would there be like a particular like pattern of like movement, right? For that, of course, you know, that's why, you know, based on their understanding, they have like created some kind of like, you know, like doesn't matter, like machines, devices, doesn't matter, like to measure something. But like that's the thing, they don't have an actual wave. So whenever they say sound is not, see, like, it's not like that, oh, we're producing sound whenever we're talking, or like we're receiving sound whenever it hits our like fucking ears. The organism, see, like if sound would exist, the organism whole would constantly be bombarded with supposed sound waves, because everything, any kind of like movement in any kind of direction between any kind of like particles moving in space would create the supposed sound. Because, well, sound is not sound. Sound is as if movement, but movement is always. There's no moment whenever there's like no movement. If movement would exist, everything is moving all the time. And this particular movement that people perceive as sound, you know, like, I'm saying that it doesn't even happen, right? But like, that's how we understand it. as if like, say like, as if like, oh, that particular sound has sounded, right? This particular sound has sounded. There's a particular song, etc., but like there's, you know, if sound would exist, it would be everywhere all the time, and there's movement all the time, and any kind of supposed energy transfer between particles or whatever the fuck is always it's that sound that people are like supposedly describing, right? And it's not like it's a wave, but it's like, imagine like you don't even have like a source where the sound is like originating. You just have like particles moving, and they're affecting like the environment, but like everything is affecting in the environment everything else, you know. So, but imagine just like one thing affecting another, and like a bunch of things affecting each other, and it's like, it's just to the point, it's not like even to the point that you cannot tell what is affecting what, but rather there's no chain of events where you can actually document as if like, oh, this thing has affected that thing, and then that thing, as if like there's like an order to things. So, you know, like whenever they say like sound wave, or let's say like, or shit like that, you know, or like, let's say like verbal expression, right? It's like as if like particular sounds, but like, you know, there's sounds or noise all the time, you know. And the way we receive sounds, like, well, we receive sounds not just with our ears, you know, with our hands, fingers, everywhere. Like the whole organism is supposedly is like bombarded by supposed sound, you know. But like for scientists, well, there exists like a concrete wave that they can measure and they can constitute, which is literally impossible, because like, again, like to say that there's a wave, you need like a bunch of things. Like, first of all, like only a particular, you know, like bunch of particles being a part of this wave, and everything else is not affected and not participating, etc. So basically it's as if like, you know, this particular wave is, it's just that certain thing that like doesn't affect anything else, right? And is not affected by anything else, right? Then you also, like, to constitute it, you also need like some kind of like consistency, to say that there's like a particular pattern, to say that there's like a pattern. Anytime like a person tries to say that there's like a particular pattern, there needs to be as if like a proof of that pattern. But to prove that there's a pattern, you need to prove some kind of consistency or something, you know, like, why do you think that something particular and special is happening here that is as if like special and concrete specific, and that is somehow, this is special and everything else isn't, as if like you've like cut out, you know, or like you have found like a gem in the rough, right? Or like a diamond in the rough. But man, and that is like one of the presentations where just like their logic and what they have like explained, it's always like, you know, like as if like things are happening in isolation, but like, you know, in reality nothing is like happening in isolation. There's always the environment, and if you ignore like enough variables, then yes, you can have yourself a wave. You can have yourself light as a wave. You can have yourself like all kinds of things, black holes, you know, Milky Way, like all kinds of like patterns in space. You can have all kinds of things if you're going to, you know, like ignore enough variables, or like enough of things, in a sense, ignore, right? But that's the funny thing, is that like they're not pretending. That is their understanding. And that's how you can have things like gravity. People believe that there's actual gravity, but that's because they perceive things in a certain way where gravity makes sense. Same as like magnetism. But the reality is, every single thing, that they have presented is just like, they did say, some of them did say like wise words that people seem to forget, is that like, let's say like they presented like a model, let's say like of an atom, or like a model of molecule. So they're basically saying, some of them are saying, is that like, this is just how we like understand that there's like a particular like building block or something like that, as if like this actual like this building up block exists, right? This is what we perceive, or this is how we perceive it works. We're not actually sure. There's not 100% guarantee or anything like that, but we believe that that is the case. And that's what we're going with. But that's the thing. It's just a model. That is just their understanding that there's like a molecule, there's an atom, and all kinds of other things that they have claimed. So to put in perspective, man, whenever right, and say like money has meaning to people, right? Some meaning. It doesn't matter what kind of meaning, right? And like to many people, money matters, right? And it's logical, why it matters, right? And why, a lot of people want to have, a lot of it, right? So it kind of like, whenever I understand things the way I understand, it puts into perspective, like whenever people have spent billions on creating the Hadron Collider, and now that they, instead of having like the 27-kilometer Hadron Collider, they're now making an 81 kilometer long Hadron Collider, or just like tunnel, or whatever the fucking they're calling it. It's kind of funny to me. It's funny. To me, it just tells me that they don't get it. If they're saying that anything that they're doing is like objective or correct or right, or they're like, actually searching for something, and as if like they can actually find it, or they're not fundamentally wrong, then I'm always glad to be there to prove them wrong. If somebody would ask, I would gladly, be there to break their shit apart. And it's not for the sake of like some kind of like spite or something. It's about like, it's based on understanding that I get it, that they don't have anything objective. I get it that they're fundamentally are just, it's not even about being wrong. It's about like their claim about how things work, and I'm just saying that that's not how it is. Like the whole premise about like colliding things is already like incorrect, because you can't possibly like collide things. And if you would ask me like, to explain like, well, Hogsy, you motherfucker, or something like that, well, it doesn't even have to be like that, doesn't matter how you say it, but like, if you would ask me, how the fuck do things like not collide, I would gladly explain, but like, I'm just saying that things don't collide, because there's a whole problem with that sentence, as if like there's like two concrete things, at least, that as if like they're solid things, and as if they can collide, which is impossible. And that's something that they're experiencing. Thing is that like It's true. Didn't the scientists start to say that atoms are 99% empty space, so even if you touch your skin, you don't touch it. In reality, it's like an invisible layer of force or gravity. Based on their findings, there's no such thing as touch. There's no such thing as collision. And collision, in my understanding, or how, like I explain it like this, it's not even impossible because of this. It's because like you don't have like two solid things. It's because like your finger is not like an actual finger. It's like it consists of supposed parts, right? But like even those parts consist of things, and those things consist of things, and it's like the problem is like that you never have like an actual level or like a point whenever like you can say that something actually consists of something solid, as if like of a concrete building block, right? But even that like doesn't matter. Just like matters the fact that like there are no two things that as if like are solid things that can actually collide. Like let's say like you say like two rocks, right? We throwed like two rocks, right? As if like two rocks, right? We're throwing rocks at each other, and actually, would you believe it or not? But like actually, to CERN, right? To those guys like that made the collider or working with the collider, to CERN or CERN or however they were called, right? Like to that organization, they had like a video or something that they were like thanking people or something. 2026, it's New Year's. They were like saying some kind of stuff. There was like a short vid, like a celebration or appreciation or some bullshit like that, right? And I wrote in the comments that like, I explained some things, and I also wrote, hey, like I'm thinking I'm gonna like, like one of these days I'm gonna like go outside with one of my buddies, and we're gonna like throw rocks at each other, and we're going to like arbitrarily, like call, like near misses, and and one of my friends is gonna be like standing, like from the side, and like observe like how like two rocks supposedly collide, but actually they don't, and all kinds of other things, and it's gonna but like that was like just like an implication that like what they're doing is like not any better than two people like throwing rocks at each other and supposedly rocks colliding with each other. I mean, it's like a whole like misunderstanding as if like that can actually happen. Because it's like, see, like if I say two rocks collide, the problem is that like I'm treating rocks as two solid objects. The problem with solid is that solid doesn't consist of anything, right? Non-solid consists of parts. Solid doesn't consist of anything. If my premise is that I'm going to collide two things, then I'm definitely saying that those are two solid things. But we know that's that rocks, are not solid, right? So the problem is already that like two rocks are not going to be colliding. For that, we would need to have like a situation where, imagine Solomon, that like let's say you have like two identical rocks, right? And each atom or like each thing that it consists of would kind of like as if like would not like touch the other atoms from another rock, identical rock, but like basically for actual collision, that how people like perceive collision, or how they present collision, one rock would need to immediately appear. Doesn't even matter how much time it would take. It doesn't matter. But like one rock would need to take the space of the other rock to fully collide with it, or to actually collide with it. Because see, like if we're saying that like two rocks collided, right, then with every part of it, right, because like I mean a rock is not this part of it or that part of it or this bunch of atoms of it together, or this molecule of this rock or that molecule of this same rock, right? The rock is like everything that it consists of, right? So, for a collision of two rocks, you need for them to basically to take the space of each other, which is, as we know it or as we perceive it, is impossible to happen. So the collision is not going to happen like in that scenario. And, you know, based on the supposed findings of scientists, as you said, nothing touches the other thing. So it's like you have like a bunch of like problems why collision cannot happen. So, and now you have like a hadron collider, right? Like, and their findings are, or like their results are happening, or they're getting some results only because they have as if like reimagined or they're basically like redescribing or changing the perception of collision, or they're changing its definition, right? They're considering collision, but like whenever it's like near miss or whenever something happens, even though like the supposed two particles haven't hit each other, because that's what they were doing, like supposedly smashing particles together to see if they're gonna break into smaller pieces to supposedly find the building block, right? The supposed one actual solid thing out of like out of which like everything consists of, right? So yeah. So, you know, what you've mentioned about like touching, right? That does like, I had like conversations about this before, like that like puts into perspective, let's say like what flying means, or what being in air, or you know, like what it means. Let's say like if I'm like not actually touching the ground, am I floating? Well, I'm not touching the ground, brother. You know, like, what is it then, right? And that's the thing, like, I don't believe that there's, like, actual, like, you know, like, walking around, or, like, as if, like, someone is actually flying, or as if, like, someone is not flying, or as if, like, people cannot fly, you know. I just don't understand it that way anymore, you know. It kind of like creates like a certain like I would say like for some like weird perspective is like, okay, like if nothing touches, like then like what the fuck hugs are, right? We're like, we feel that we're touching, but like, you know, but the touching, you know, doesn't actually happen. There's no concrete touching. Well, also there's like a situation, I don't know, like how much you might sell that shit, like Hot Pockets. See, like in my understanding, right, I can maybe like agree with you as if like, oh, see, like as if like this information is valuable or something like that, but like again, like, you know, who's gonna listen to that? Right? And even if someone is going to listen to that, it's like, do I need to like share it with others? Do I want to share it with others? It's like, do I find this valuable? Do I feel like that's gonna like change anything? Is there like a point in this? Is there no point in this? It's like, you know, the problem is like that I know that this is like nothing worthwhile. I know people's like, see, like I know people's how they perceive things, or at least like how they express, or like based on what they express, right? understand their like principles or some kind of like wants and needs and kind of like what they have like problems with or like what they enjoy, etc., etc. It's all fine and well, right? But and of course, like I can like as if my reaction to it can be like, oh, I as if can play to that, you know, and kind of like as if make it worthwhile to myself, right? But then again, is it really worthwhile to me because like that's going to be like evaluation coming from me, and based on my understanding it's not worthwhile. I don't necessarily want to, you know, like help people, right? Like I can talk to people. I can feel like, you know, like if someone like asks me and like asks for like an advice or something like that to explain something, you know, that would be something that's like interesting to me, right? Like I can share, but like at the same time, beyond just like tangents, like if nobody like asked or nobody's like interested to listen, then like I'm not sure that I'm like interested in sharing, not only because I'm sure that people will not understand what I'm talking about. Is like I also know that like it's impossible to grasp what I'm talking about. It's not because it's like complicated. It's not because it's like it's different. It's not even about that. It's about like just the fact that like you can never grasp any other person's perspective or logic. It's impossible. It's because like you understand things your own way and they understand their own way, and only language is kind of like tricking us into believing that you have actually, you know, agreed with someone or as if like you have like you know, identified, you know, what someone thinks or what they believe in or some other stuff, you know. And I would disagree with that like sentence too. Like you say like you look at it from a non-biased angle, but that's the thing, like any kind of like claim, counterclaim or anything like that, you know, is still, you know, like a certain like bias. See, like whenever like I talk about these things, I say like, well, you know I'm subjective, right? But that is also a claim. If I'm saying that I'm being subjective, or someone like tells me, well, you're talking about objectivity and subjectivity, so and if you're saying that everyone is subjective, then you're subjective too. And I would say yes, you know, that's exactly what I'm fucking explaining, you know, like that, like if everyone is subjective, then like what I fucking explained doesn't have any weight, you know. Yes, I can claim, right, that I am, if there's a need to be, like, I mean, if the conversation will go in a certain direction where, see, like, as if, like, my position is going to be questioned, then yes, I can, like, agree that, like, yes, I'm also being subjective, right? I'm not saying anything objective. I can go against my own claims. It's not a problem because like I'm not subscribed to any kind of logic or idea or ideology or anything like that. Like I don't feel like I'm subscribed to anything anymore, right? And it's not a problem for me, right? But like if someone is going to claim something, I'm going to be happily there to, you know, counteract that or like argument against that, because that's something that I feel is enjoyable for me, and that's basically like the gist of it. It's not necessarily like you know, as if like that is like a bias or something like that. It's just like, you know, that's my reaction. That's like the supposed you know, environment or system that I am, like, and that's my reaction to something happening, you know, like someone claiming something, they're saying that like, oh, it's not their opinion, that's how something actually works, and I come in and I blast them into smithereens with my logic and deconstruction, etc., you know, kind of like that. If we talk about true, and I haven't read fucking almost anything. I also feel, and this is honestly my opinion, when you dissect something and you're going in deep detail about a specific object or topic, sometimes it actually loses some of its meaning or magic. Yes. Well, that's the thing, like, you know, in my understanding, based on what people believe in, and even scientists have claimed, the things work the way that they claim they do. You literally need magic to hold it together, man. Like, and I'm not even joking. Literally, you need magic for people like to have like choices and control. For that like choice and control to manifest. You know, it needs to manifest out of nowhere, and then you have like control and choice and shit like that. You know, and people actually doing things and not just like reacting to things. Yeah, I get it. Like it's like basically, you know, like basically you're saying that it's like applicable to everyone, I guess. Is it after a real collision? Yes, I don't think it's possible. That means if we talk about true or real collision, yes, I don't think it's possible. That means that each atom and their cores have to touch each other, and I think that wouldn't go well at all. That's an interesting description. That wouldn't go well at all. Shit, man. I think I think it all would go to shit. It would go down. It would be all downhill from there. And imagine even an apple, if its atoms could be touched or broken, would explode like a nuke. Well, that's the thing. It's like the perception is that there's already like an atom or like an actual apple. And that's the problem. See, like that's why, you know, there can be like a perception that like if two things like actually collided, then there can be like a generation of like immense energy, right? That's the perception, but like I assure you that nothing like that is actually like fucking happening or is gonna happen, because it's I'm just saying that like scientists who have like tried to like collide like two fucking particles, they have never succeeded, and there's a reason for that, man. It's because not because like it's they were doing it wrong, but it's because like it's impossible to do, man. Right, like that's my supposed like counter claim, you know. Well, based on my understanding, there's no such thing as a human being, because like a human being would mean that there's like an actual organism that's like separate from the environment. But I would say that like even if the environment exists, like humans are a part of it as everything else, and there's like no end or start to anything, as if like, you know, there are actual isolated organisms isolated from the environment, and as if there are concrete things that have like a beginning and an end. That's not what I understand, and that's not something that I can agree with. But let's say we would have a conversation, you know, as if like humans would act like, you know, as if like they actually exist, and then we can have like all kinds of like talks about like how people like perceive themselves, right? And they perceive themselves as organisms, as isolated beings that do things, that make decisions, that make things happen, that observe things, and that can be affected by things, but still they are isolated from the environment. And what's interesting is like based on the description of people, how they describe their experience, it's like it's as if like they're saying that like they remain the same, but at the same time they're changing, as if there's like an actual core or something that persists through time, that can as if like accumulate things and somehow remain unchanged but still changed. And even though it sounds ridiculous, you know, that's how people understand it, but that something is not something that I fucking agree with. It's but I find you. Wait a minute. I just want to general. Wait a minute. You should really. Okay. Oh fuck. If we talk about, imagine even an apple if it's okay. You should really do some audiobooks, man. Good chill voice. I'm listening. Actually, I don't really like my voice, but I think I said it before. Not a particular fan. But of course, it's subjective. But yeah, I dislike my voice. How it sounds. But I do like to listen to it whenever I joke around, because like I have like heard my streams before a little bit, and it was always you know, fucking enjoyable, because I mean, well, it was me joking and like you know, messing around. Audiobooks, poop stream from Twitch. So far while working, it's chill stuff. I'm using a poop stream from poop streamer from Twitch. As if like everyone from Twitch are fucking poop. Who knows? You might sell that shit like Hot Pockets. Yeah, Hot Pockets, man. That shit would be popular in America. To all fat fucks, you know, who are stuffing, you know, like in their faces, you know, each morning, like fucking 20 Hot Pockets, and that's just the appetizer. Okay, not just this topic, but in general, like maybe fantasy stuff or stuff you made up. You got a good voice for it because you don't sound American, but speak English pretty fluently. Yeah, but I can sound like American, right? I think some people would definitely find it relaxing, but I find your thoughts and ideas on space and other shit interesting. I can't confirm what is true. Well, that's the thing. The funniest thing is that, like, see, like, you can't confirm what is true, but, like, my particular understanding, I would say, dictates that, like, that's the thing. Like, if you're trying to find, like, truth, then the thing is that, like, would you want to believe it or not? But I can prove to you that, well, I can prove anything to you, but there's a problem with that, is that, like, I don't believe in truth or objective truth or anything like that, or in reality or existence of things. So, like, if you say like, it's kind of like you say certain words, right, and they kind of like indicate as if like certain words are possible, you know, like certain things are possible, like as if like some kind of like truth, or as if like there can actually be confirmation, right? And the thing is that, like, that I can provide that confirmation, but it's like, but I don't believe in it personally. It can be like a funny, you know, amusing conversation, pretty interesting, but like, you know, and it can, like, you know, give you like a perspective. It's not like it's like worthless to people. It's like it's exactly because, like, people have these things that they believe in or they perceive that they're real, and that's why something that I explain to them or tell them, it can be beneficial to them. That I can agree with, right? If you believe that, like, truth is real, or, like, you know, let's say like you're going to work and all of that is real, and like all kinds of things and relationships and whatever else is like happening around you, you feel like that's, and you believe that that's like what's going on, right? Then I can be someone who can explain some shit to kind of like navigate the space, like in a more how to say it, like in a more productive or like enjoyable way for you, right? And that's something that, you know, I can figure out with you or anyone else, like if they're like willing, you know, like to listen, to talk about it, like to get into it, because like that's the thing. Like if they do, doesn't matter to what extent, right? Like, but they're already going to be like affected, and they're going to be, you know, changed in a way, or like, well, it doesn't matter. Like still, like they're going to be exposed to the information, and that's going to affect them. And the more they expose themselves and get into it, the more they can kind of like juice out of it, or you know, like it can be more and more effective or beneficial for them, right? But of course, like I would never advise anyone to in a sense go as far, you know, as I did, because like the thing is that like when you understand things the way that I do, then you as if lose reasons for doing all kinds of things. They just it's not that they're like pointless, it's just that like you can do them, but like whenever like you know that something that you believe is supposedly like happening is not happening, it's kind of like it's you know it's like, would you enjoy like a magic trick if you know like how it's like how it's done, you know, or like let's say like as much as if you wouldn't know, right? It just creates like a certain like perspective, right? It's not necessarily like a negative, like, you know, like way of like a, you know, some kind of like existing. It's not like sad or bad actually, or it's just that like if you dive deep enough where you understand things, you know, in a sense similar or somewhere close that I do, then you kind of like lose interest or don't see wouldn't agree that, you know, like with your own self, that you want to do like the same things that, let's say, you wanted to do like prior to that, you know. Then he said, science people define it relaxing. Briefly, but find your thoughts and ideas on space and other shit interesting and can confirm what is true or not, but somehow it feels more true than whatever those science people say. Maybe it's because you look at it from a non-biased angle and you don't dedicate your life to it. See, like with science, like, or, well, actually, it's like with any kind of claim, it's like, imagine like a method, right? And you know this like based on experience. Imagine like a method. Let's say like you have like a screwdriver or whatever, right? And kind of like with science it's like the same way. Like there's like a like an understanding, and imagine understanding, right? As if understanding is like a particular method, right? So it's like as if like keep that in mind, and then whenever the method is going to be like supposedly applied, what results is going to be like what results is the method going to produce? The results are going to be certain, and they're going to be dependent on the method, right? So whenever like you examine like the understanding or logic or perception of scientists or any kind of like human being out there, right? It's like you can view it as, let's say, methods or you can even call it logic. It doesn't matter. Cause and effect, logic, method, doesn't matter what you call it. It's all the same shit, practically. But it goes like this. You know, what do you reveal? Supposedly reveal, but actually you as if like create, is created through the method. It's reliant on the method. It's based on the method. Math is also a method. You know, with math, you are going to have as if like specific supposed results, right? But like The results are not objective. They're just certain results. It's not that you have actually revealed something. You haven't revealed anything. You have created something with this supposed method. So like with a particular understanding, I can reach certain conclusions. And there are conclusions that I cannot reach. So it's like I can create something, and as if like every understanding or every logic is like creating some other logic or like some kind of other results or like some kind of results. But the thing is that, you know, then that says something about the supposed reality, right? Like it's like we're not like revealing things, we're creating them, and if you can even call it that, right? Of course, like that, like not like theory, but that like idea or like this in this conversation, it's like it's viable. It might sound realistic or maybe non-realistic to you. It doesn't matter really. But the thing is that like it's kind of like alive in this conversation, but I would say like I had like conversations other that break this whole idea apart into little particles, man. And but the logic is as if, see, like scientists have like a particular understanding, and this understanding is as if like creating or revealing certain things, but the problem is just the method. It's not, and it's not even like anything objective. It's just like what you understand, you kind of like will see, and what you don't understand and as if like don't believe in, you won't see. Or like your method of interaction, it's not going to produce results that kind of like as if like it's not supposed to, in a sense. Kind of like that. So like you take a screwdriver and you use it the way like screwdrivers are being used, and that's it, man. Of course, like some people have used like tools or, you know, methods, or like let's say like just tools in some kind of like other ways. And that just shows that like, see, like the other person never had like a particular like tool with particular functionality in his hands, but like this like functionality, it's not inherent to the object. It's like nothing actually has like inherent like value or functionality or something like that. Functionality is like what you believe in, and that's how someone can use a screwdriver as a fucking, you know, as a fucking thing to masturbate with. Okay? Simple as that, you know. You can take a banana, you can take your fucking fist and shove it up the pussy. Like it doesn't matter. That's what, well, basically that's the whole point that I was like trying to make. Funny enough, I don't know if you're listening or not, but like I have like listened to like one of the interviews, but only one, I think, of Epstein. And what interested me is that this person actually explained, well, he was as if like, I don't know, like not like in the ballpark of similar understanding, but like he was somewhere, I wouldn't say close, it was still like was pretty far or something, but like he has expressed how he has experienced that math or sciences or some of the methods that scientists are using are basically not necessarily like, you know, like not necessarily like objective methods or some kind of like methods that we need to use to measure the universe or like measure things, etc., etc. So he basically like the implication is as if like empirical sciences are well, that's not what he like explained, but like I'm just like continuing his logic. Maybe he would like get to these like conclusions. I don't know, like after 100 years. I don't know, like who the fuck knows? But like the way he understood and the way what he observed is that like math shows as if like it cannot be applied everywhere, right? That's basically he's saying that like that he maybe has hints or maybe has like a feeling as if math is just a method and it's as good of a method as any kind of else. And he said like that maybe in the future there are going to be like some other methods that are going to emerge with which we are going to as if like I don't know, like discover the universe in a new way or like measure it like differently or something, you know, basically. And I thought like, oh wow, you know, like see like it seems like, you know, rarely but someone has is kind of like, you know, is as if like closer to what I understand, but the problem is that like I said, like I'm not subscribed to any logic, and so it's kind of like it seems like close, but actually it's like it's as if like super far. I still understand that like or like I can perceive this as if this is like so on surface level, some kind of like understanding or like perception that would still never touch on any kind of things or like that I have like touched on or like concluded or anything like that. He would never be close to that or near that exactly because like he's because he believes as if like basically I guess like the thought is this, there's still like a belief as if like there's gonna be some kind of like method or methods, or we would need to use like multiple methods to kind of like as if like find objective truth or like reveal reality or the universe as it is, you know, as if like there's a shared reality that we can discover, right? And as if like with some methods, not necessarily these existing methods, maybe with some new methods or maybe with all the methods all together, or as if like there's something to be discovered and we can definitely, you know, discover it, right? But that's something that I disagree with, as if like there's actually something to be revealed or discovered, or as if like any method would be, you know, like objectively better than any other. But if one understands that there's space, you look at it from a non-biased angle and you don't dedicate yourself more eager to share your thoughts on the truth. There is always some bias, but you are looking at an angle where you aren't exactly polluted by thousands of ideas these scientists usually have in their work or field. Yeah. I would say like every single thing that like scientists have claimed is problematic. It's like, oh, there are like atoms, problematic. Molecules, problematic. It's like to say that things are non-solid, they consist of things, and then supposedly as if like stopping at a certain point and saying that things consist of molecules, but then, you know, discovering later and saying that like, oh, actually, you know, like molecules also consist of something, right? The problem is that like that you don't actually have a molecule. If you have like something smaller, then why do you say that you stopped at this particular something that as if has a particular structure and has particular size or something, as if that's something concrete and specific, right? It's like that's the trap of solid and non-solid. It's like it's seeing something. A solid is already problematic because it doesn't consist of anything. So that's already, and that's how people actually have the perception as if like things can break, right? Like let's say like let's say like your mom says like that, like a vase has been broken, or like a vase dropped on the floor and it broke, but it's only like a vase can break because it's perceived as a solid item or thing, as if it consists of nothing. It's a vase, it's a whole thing, solid thing, and that's why it can break, like you observe it breaking, right? But the thing is that like vase was never a solid thing. It consisted of things, of parts, right? And the funny thing is that like nothing in the vase is broken. It was like this particular environment, or as if like how to say this, like a construct, or like a certain, not like framework, not construct, but like certain, certain thing, right, consisting of parts, and then it just consisted of and now it consists of the same parts, and none of the parts are broken. See, like, I mean, the atoms or whatever the fuck it supposedly like consists of, like nothing has been actually damaged, because nothing is a solid thing. If you perceive it as a solid, then yes, you can have like things breaking, definitely, But the problem of solid is that like it would be something that consists of nothing, and the funniest part about solid, you wouldn't be able to see something solid. It's impossible to see something solid because it consists of nothing, and therefore it doesn't have like edges or sides, or it doesn't have like a form. It would be something invisible, something that you wouldn't even be able to constitute as existing. You wouldn't be able to confirm it. You wouldn't be able to interact with it in any fucking way. You look at it from an outside, true, there's always some points, you skip through the bullshit and look at it your way. I wouldn't even say that it's my way. That's the thing, like it's like I said, like I don't subscribe to any logic, and therefore, if something feels like it's like my logic, if someone thinks that, that's fine, but like I disagree with them, because I don't believe that that's my logic, as if like it's mine, comes from me, that feels more true to me somehow. Yes, and by you I didn't mean you in which other sense, like reading articles of how some scientists figure out secret to life each week, or perfect food or perfect lifestyle. It's interesting. Atoms, have a core. Tiny dot, apple has tiny seed as the core. Earth has its core to nature. Reflects itself on daily stuff. See, the thing is that like basically, even if like things exist, right, and things are happening, the thing is that like reality is there to explain some things to people already. So whenever they say things, let's say like they say like, oh, like a bush is something concrete, it's something that I see, and it's something that I can interact with and touch. How the fuck can you touch a bush? You know, a bush consists of leaves, roots, and all kinds of things that those consist of, etc., etc. Can you interact with all of it to say that you actually have hugged a bush, touched a bush, or whatever the fuck? You can't even see a bush from every single angle and through it and inside it or whatever. Like, you cannot see the whole fucking bush. And then it doesn't matter whether you also, like, people would say, okay, well, Vitaly, like, you motherfucking bastard, you sick fuck, you know, let's say like a rock is concrete, and I would say like, well, that's bullshit too, you know, because like you don't see or interact with the actual rock, you know, like maybe you can touch the supposed side of it, you know, like you can see a side of it, you can never see it from every fucking angle or inside of it and see like everything that it consists of. So whenever you say that something is concrete, you can interact with it, etc., etc., you can see it. So you're implying you can see the supposed whole thing, because that's the thing, like the side of it or a part of it is not it. It's not, you know, it's not the whole fucking thing, you know. And that's the supposed like fallacy of that fucking claim, you know. It's like it's interesting. Atoms, you know how. So do humans have cores too? Maybe it's the heart or soul. Who knows? Yeah. So, you know, what people believe in, it looks like this. Maybe you can agree with me. First of all, like, people believe that they have a personality, right? Like one personality, and those people that supposedly have multiple personalities, they are well, in mental institutes, right? That's just how it is. People also believe that they are as if like one and the same person, right? Even though they believe in change, I mean, they see change, they experience change, they still perceive as if they're like one and the same person, but somehow changing, as if like growth is possible. There's like experience is possible and all kinds of other things, you know, that like go along with it. That's the thing. It's not that like it's not connected. They're all like interwoven, you know, this whole logic and perception. You would also agree that people perceive themselves as, you know, as organisms that kind of like see like they can affect the environment. They can also be affected by the environment. The environment as if like raises them, but they also can affect the environment, and they can do things, like control things, manipulate things, change things, shape them into whatever they want to shape them into, and do all kinds of stuff, you know. And that's the, you know, like that's the human perception, you know, like say like the human perception is also as if like I'm perceiving myself, same as like any other human being, as a solid object. Even though like say like people know that they're organisms, not necessarily like everyone knows that or understands it that way, they still perceive themselves as if like one solid object that interacts with things, you know, like interacts with the environment, right? Like, I'm one, I have one name, I have one personality, I'm one organism. So, like, based on this perception, you can also, like, maybe agree with that, like, people perceive as if, like, everything in the fucking organism is, like, you know, a goddamn fucking team player to, you know, to kind of, like, as if, like, serve, you know, the purpose of the supposed, you know, like soul or, you know, some kind of like entity, you know, that is, you know, governing the organism. And yeah, everyone is a team player, and they're working for like, you know, and things happen, you know, in a way that this particular entity wants. Like it's governing, it's in control, it's like you know, the driver. I read once somewhere that actual life has ended already in the perspective of light. Basically, you know, the light is massless and travels at max speed limit. They're saying in the light's eyes the universe already ended from start to finish instantly, but for us time flows differently, so it has yet to end. That claim is really funny because like or like FOD is really funny to me because like see like because like something like that could also be true, and you can say that like, oh okay, like something maybe is like, you know, moving faster than light, right? That's like one thing. Another thing like there like that is like problematic, I would say, or like funny, or I don't know, is that like who said that like you see like who said that light travels fast? You know, who said that it travels? Who said that? Yeah, who said that like nothing can be faster than light? Who said that light? See, it's like even if there would be like a perspective, you know, that like from light's perspective, life has ended already. But like, see, like, but what's interesting is that like the questions are, if there would be like the perspective of light, then like, well, light wouldn't be dead then, you know, or something like that. You know, like, so life continues. It's like, how can you like observe something that's dead already, you know, or whatever, you know, because it's like supposedly so fast. If it's all over, you know, why the hell like even the concept of life is mentioned then, you know, if you don't want to be like fucking counter argumented like this, right? It's kind of like people doing salvia drugs, and some claim to have lived in a different life with a wife and kids in a nice house for 20 years, and then they come to their senses and realize they were tripping on salvia for 10 minutes while shirtless upstairs. Some guy even claimed to have lived as a ceiling fan for 50 years when only 5 minutes passed in real world. So like based on my understanding, there's no such thing as time. So like you know, a person can actually like have like such a experience if a person exists, if supposedly, you know, like someone like claims that and actually like they felt this way, then you might as well like believe that that's something that actually happened, you know, because it's like, what is like 5 minutes and what is like actually 50 years? Because like that is just like arbitrary human being like perspective on time, is of like, first of all, like time exists, and another, the time can be measured, and you can put like an arbitrary like some kind of like fucking, you know, fucking bird like fucking, you know, How did you I remember like you expressing something about like you know, like bird like Japanese like hieroglyphs or something like that, as if there's like they're like bird nest type of like fucking, you know, drawing or something. You know, I don't remember how you said it. Basically, it's the same fucking thing. It's like, you know, like it's like thinking that like some kind of pattern that looks like number 5 or like 5, and it's like 5 minutes, as if that's like applicable to something. Actually, Chinese literally like bird nest and sticks with some poop on it. Yeah. Something like that. He said something similar to that. Bird nest, bird nest scribbles or some shit like that. But I mean, like, it's not like our letters or anything like that. It's like it's fucking better, dude. Doesn't matter what kind of pattern it is. It's all fucking, as good. At least to me. It's like finding meaning in in a supposed pattern is pretty nice and well, but like, it's good to remember the description of the situation, pattern that you perceive. And that's why there's like a really good like experiment, but people don't really understand what it means. They don't apply that logic everywhere. They don't think that that's applicable, or they kind of like don't trust that, or I don't know. I don't necessarily know what they're thinking, but there's like an experiment whenever there's like dots or some other bullshit. There's like something, right? And everyone on the internet checking that shit out, and they're saying that they're seeing a particular pattern or a particular picture or something, like, so they see like a pattern, and then they say in the comments what they see, and people just observe through the comments that like everyone is experiencing like different things, like they're seeing like a different pattern. And I have like an explanation for that, but like people don't understand that the pattern doesn't exist there. The pattern is as if created through a particular understanding, as if like you're gonna see something even though there's nothing there. Either way, that's not what people like took out of it. They took out of it all just like, oh, everyone has like their own perspective or whatever, or everyone is thinking their own thing. Doesn't matter like how they described it. They didn't understand that like that there's like no inherent pattern in anything. There's just like the understanding or perspective is creating a particular pattern. That's how you can have like supposedly like different opinions, different thoughts, different ideas, different like perception, understanding of things, different feelings, and shit like that. Interpreting when only, but some said it's like peeking into different yours in different universes of you or your past lives, whatever it is. I'd never touched this stuff, but it's interesting. Yes, I don't hate science at all, and just a concept or idea. Really, it doesn't even exist because nature space organisms were there before humans were even a thing, before we could even think of space. The thing is that I don't believe that there was a past. Personally, it's not even like a belief. It's like my understanding is, if there's knowledge, then my claim is that there was never like before or after. Because to claim that there's before or after, I would need to agree that things persist through time, and therefore there can be progression, there can be growth and decay, and people can grow and change, etc., etc. But I'm saying that things are, see, like whenever like you can't constitute in which direction things are moving, the problem is that like you cannot prove that there's like a particular like movement in any direction, if there's movement at all, right? And the time has like a problem, but people don't necessarily understand it that way because they believe in growth and decay and all kinds of other things, right? And the situation is that like with some beliefs, people as if like have confirmed that there's time, and there's not just time, but like time is as if like linear, measurable, and it's like as if like something moving in a particular direction, right? But I don't understand it this way. I understand it as if, you know, the only thing in this conversation, if human beings would be real, in my understanding, then the only thing that would be true is that they would transform. And you would have like transformation. And that's the only thing that makes sense, because, well, you don't see you know, human-sized sperm cells walking around. You see actual human beings, right? Transformation. But transformation also like creates like a particular situation immediately. It's like, if nothing like persists, right, at any point in time, then you don't have a particular specific person that persists. You always have something transforming. So if something is not growing necessarily or decaying, it's just transforming, then that says something about experience and knowledge and memory. And that's why I explained in some conversations that there's no such thing as like isolated actions or processes or anything else that people believe that they're doing, or, you know, gain knowledge or experience or anything like that. It's just you have as if, you know, and I'm not even saying that that's what's going on. I'm just saying as if, imagine that every time that you believe that you have learned something or experienced something, imagine it as a transformation. So you're not the same person or not the same environment as you were before, and the environment has changed, so you didn't actually like accumulate like any knowledge or, you know, experience or anything like that, but the environment is constantly shifting, it's changing. In this moment, it's a particular environment where particular things can happen, and then the next second it's another environment, and then it's another environment, and then another and another. So it's like this, you know, people believe like, oh, I'm going like, you know, they're going like to learn like driving, right? And they supposedly sit down in the car, in the same car, they're gonna drive the same car with the same instructor, and they're gonna learn things, and they're gonna be the same person, but they're gonna accumulate knowledge, right? And skills or whatever, right? They're gonna hone their skills. But transformation, you know, explains all of these things, because when you have like a transformed something, right, by the supposed experience or by what happened like in a particular environment, you don't have any more you who weren't able to drive or weren't able to drive that well. The next day, you're already like another person or like another transformation that is able to drive better. But the problem is like there's no better because there's no persistent self, like a specific, you know, self that like accumulated knowledge or gained the skill. It's just you transformed into someone who is as if able to drive a car. And not even drive a car, but just there's going to be a situation created where you're going to sit down in a car and driving is going to happen. And that's how like it's from another conversation where I explained that like actions are not separated actually from the environment. Whenever you believe that you remembered something or you're able to do something, I'm saying that you're only able to do those things in a particular environment. Like you cannot drive a car like actually whenever you're not in a car. You can maybe like wave your hands, like show like as if you're like moving the steering wheel, or like, you know, like cranking the fucking like lever or whatever the fuck, you know, like you're changing like the speed, etc. Like maybe you're like, you know, showing as if like showing off your driving skills, but you're not showing off your driving skills. You're just showing whatever the fuck you're doing, and like, you know, moving your hand in the air and moving your head around, like as if like, you know, imitating driving. But that's the thing. Is it imitation of driving? No, it's not. You cannot drive unless you are in the car. So the skill is not actually a skill. It's just like a particular situation where you're going to be in an environment where you're going to be driving. There's going to be another environment, you know, where you're going to be doing other things. Not because you have learned and you've put effort, but because, you know, you're already like a particular, like, you know, you're a part of the environment, and you're as if particular something with which particular things can happen, you know. But, you know, either way, this explanation is problematic for people because they believe in effort. They believe, they feel accomplished. They feel like they've put in the work. They feel all kinds of things, you know. And whenever I present something like this, they immediately think, oh, what, like, you know, like all those like years that I spent in fucking college, you know, or like writing those dissertations or like some other like fucking works, you know, all the times that I like fucking like wrote all kinds of like shit, you know, from a lecture in my textbook, etc. Like how I fucking learned, how I like spend hours, you know, learning shit, etc. You know, they believe that they have done like all of those things, but sadly, I disagree. You know, and it's not like, see, like, it's not necessarily like someone would think that that's disrespect, or I'm like undermining their efforts and that's like pretty bad, etc. But like the problem is like that is to say that there was actually effort. You know, they're like the things that they have done have actually happened. Is to like assume that, you know, that that what they're like claiming they have done, that they have learned, and as if like they have like this accumulated knowledge, etc., as if like that's objective. I would have to agree with that then. Kind of like believe that that's the case. But I don't. And, you know, it's not baseless. And transformation, at least like makes some sense, but it also has like its own problems, right? I said like transformation, right? And I can prove to the point that like it makes sense, and it explains the actual possibility of how these things, right? Like that people believe like that happen, as if like, oh, how they learn things, how they experience things, how things happen, etc., how they're even possible, right? But transformation actually makes it possible for these things to happen exactly because of that. Because transformation implies that something can change, as if something, right? That's the thing, like you don't even have their specific something, but it's perceived as if there's a particular something that can and is able to change, right? But growth and decay is as if like you have like something specific that just becomes bigger or smaller, you know, as if like a sperm cell becomes like an actual, like, you know, like you don't have a human being, it's just bigger, you know, as if like you have like a deflated balloon, and then like you inflate it and you just have like a bigger balloon. But that's not fucking true. It's not a bigger balloon. It's already like a supposed balloon with air in it. It's not the balloon that it was. You know, like, that's like a bullshit story. If transformation would not be a thing, then, you know, there would be no such thing as, you know, a human being, a perceived human being. Because exactly like with transformation, you know, like people, like some people believe that, like, you know, let's say like what was it, like Jesus Christ, Pokemon habits, and historically supposedly that has happened. Evolution. Oh yeah, evolution. I say evolution is exactly like happening like every fucking day, you know. If every fucking day exists, you know, and people exist, etc., etc., evolution is happening every single fucking day. You have like a transformation of like a sperm cell into like another organism, into another organism, into another thing. It's like constant transforming, and then you have something that you believe is growing, but well, it's constantly, you know, like a changing thing. And that's how you can have like yourself like a fucking adult, an old man, whatever, you know, like, and it's constantly changing. Kind of like that. But transformation is problematic because like if you have like things and all the things are transforming, then the problem is that like if there's like no start and end to things, right? Then you can't even like constitute that like there's anything like specific or particular that like that supposedly exists in space. As if there's like, if you say that like everything is environments, right? The problem is that like, or like transformation, right? What exactly like transforms? Because like transformation implies that like something specific has transformed, right? As if you still have something specific that transformed, but like if transformation like kind of like as if like contradicts its own self in a sense. Yeah, it does. It's like if it like constantly transforms, but then you don't have like anything specific at any point in time, therefore you cannot confirm the transformation of a supposed particular thing because you don't have a particular thing that's transforming. So it's kind of like you know, but that's only like, you know, say like I would go into that conversation if I would want to go in a sense like deeper, or I would want to be like more serious about it, or I would want to note or explain how I'm not necessarily believing that transformation is something that's actually going on. It's just like transformation is like a counterplay, or like a counter, or like an argument aimed towards growth and decay, linear time, and some other like claims. So it has like only like as if like value in only in a particular like conversation. Like it's like alive for me in a particular conversation.
Good to see you. See anything you like?
See anything you like? Well, sir, do you have a daughter? She needs to be 18 years old, and maybe even she needs to be a virgin, and that'd be great, and that's what I would like. I don't need these goddamn ass fucking you know, I don't need any of the stuff, but I would gladly pork your goddamn daughter if we have one. Cause you know, my dick really needs you know, cause you know, this dick really needs some this carrot really needs some fucking riveting, or whatever the fuck. This carrot really needs some peeling. If you catch my drift. Man, this thing is like costing fucking 31k. It's crazy. But then again, like, a lot of it's like bonuses are pretty good. Yeah. It's level 63. Its cold damage is tier 4. Its speed is tier 2. So I agree, it's pretty fucking nice. Yeah, I'm gonna buy it now. I'm gonna buy it, place it. Yeah. Seems quite alright with cold damage. Can you guess why it's funny to me that you're saying this? Man. I mean, it's gonna be like a wild guess, but like, do you have like, you know, maybe an idea why I find this funny? Yeah, if only, dude. If only. No, it's because like, it's like as if like, you know, like out of like politeness or something like that, you ask something about like the gameplay as if like you're actually like interested, or like, you know, interested much or at all in what the fuck is going on with this game, or like what the fuck the build is. Yeah, but like, but yeah, I mean, I can imagine you being like a little bit interested though. The build is just like smacking, you know, the ground. I wouldn't say like rarely, but PoE 2 doesn't have like classes practically. It's almost like the same as like Path of Exile 1 in the sense that like the key differences are like between the supposed classes is like where do you start in the tree, in the passive tree, so it's same as Path of Exile 1, right? That's the difference. You can use like any kind of like spells and any kind of like shits. Another difference is like it seems like it's a different class, but like yeah, there's nothing that is actually like as if like proving that these are classes, because like the differences are where you begin, so how kind of like from which point you move on the tree. Then it's like main stats, which main stat it is. Like let's say like is it like intelligence, or is it strength, or is it like dexterity? So that stat is like each level is gonna like increase by 1 or some bullshit like that, right? And the final one is I think it's the final one is ascendancy. Ascendancy is basically it's like in Path of Exile 1, it also has like ascendancy, and it's like something similar, where you have like these like specific ascendancy points that have nothing to do with like with passive skill tree, and it's just something that's specifically tied to the supposed class, right? But still, you can use like any ability, any armor piece, any kind of thing you can use by every class, right? Because it's like all comes down to like, oh, how many of that stat you have, or like how many of this stat you have, right? Like this particular like support gem asks for you know, like 50 strength and 20 intellect, and that one like asks for 70 strength only, etc., etc. Or like gear pieces having also like requirements like of strength or dexterity strength for, you know, just like dexterity or just intelligence, etc., you know. Kind of like that. So you're gonna be like either like in Path of Exile 1, it's like there were like different starting points in a sense that like in the Path of Tree you were starting like in completely different like parts. Impossible for me to say that because it's just like one game is one game, another game is another game. And there are some things that I can do here, and there are some things that I cannot do in Path of Exile 1. Just two different games. There are things that are interesting there, and there are things that are interesting here, and there are a bunch of things that I haven't like fucking discovered that are gonna be fucking interesting. So, yeah. How's that for an answer? It's not that it's hard to compare. I just don't believe that it's possible to compare at all, you know? Because it's not the same game, right? It's just it's two different games. This one also has like seasons and like some kind of like leagues, which bring like new some kind of like content into the game. It's really hard to compare those that tried. What do you mean by that? I don't get the last message. What do you mean by that? Hard to compare those that tried and did. Either way, like Path of Exile 1, I mean, people are like still playing that shit. There's much to do. Leagues are continuing, like you know, so like more content is being added, etc., etc. So it's like nothing has ended for Path of Exile 1, and Path of Exile 2 is just continuing too. Like, of course, like it still hasn't like gone out of like early access though. But see, like if you would like less like the fact, right, that you had to put skill gems into gear, right, and couple them like with support gems, and it could be like 2 skill gems, let's say, like in an armor piece, let's say, right, and like 2 support gems, let's say, could like support like both skills, right, in one gear piece. I mean, and all kinds of like other combinations, right? If you're not necessarily like a fan of that kind of like setup or that situation, then here there's a different like kind of like fucking situation in terms of like skills. So there are again like these like skill gems and support skill gems, but you know that doesn't exist in gear. Like, it has nothing to do with gear. Like, it doesn't matter how many like fucking, you know, sockets a gear piece has, etc., etc. Like, it mattered like in the first game. You know, if someone is like fucking tired of that shit, or someone just didn't like that fact, you know, here are just like a number of skill gems that you can socket, and each skill gem can have like 5 support gems. That's it. You know, that's the logic. You can have like even more skill gems than this. If there's like something, if there's like a stat or some kind of like bonus that says, oh, that you can socket, like let's say like 1 more skill gem. So like out of this list, let's say it's like, I don't know how many, that's like 10 or something like gems. Well, it's gonna be a fucking 11. Maybe you can have 12, I don't know. Right. So it's a different kind of like situation here. In that sense. And so it's like it doesn't matter what you know what class you are. You can play whatever the fuck you want, you know, and it's not like, oh, you know, like I've gotten a gear piece, you know, an armor piece, and I cannot suck it my fucking gems, like a support gems and skill gems. No, they're like separate from gear, so there's no that kind of situation here. But certain skills, there are a bunch of skills that require specific types of weapons, let's say, you know. Some skills are tied to talismans, so it means that like some skills are only going to be available if you're using a talisman. Some skills are only going to be available if you're using a two-handed mace. Some skills are going to be available if you're using some other weapon, etc. But at the same time, also, like, to me, same as like anybody else, skills like, what was it? Skills like magic skills or like magic, specifically like spells, are, I think, are like available to everyone. Doesn't matter like what the weapon is. Literally, it doesn't matter. You can just use them if you have like the requirement for it. Like, let's say like right now they're asking for fucking 92 intellect, right? So I could use like all of these elemental skills, right? But I just don't have like the intellect for it. But if I would have it, I would be able to use all of these spells in, let's say, like maybe in combination with like something else, right? Or these like primal, what? Wait a minute, primal? Oh, will primal are, wait a minute, primal, oh no, primal were tied to talisman. Yeah. It's only like occults and elemental are specifically spells that are not tied to a weapon, as far as I remember. Yeah. They're not tied to a weapon, only because like skills are like they're scaling off of a weapon, and it even says like, oh, let's say like attack speed is 80% of your weapon attack speed, or like damage is 300% of your weapon, in a sense, right? So that's how, like, you know, these skills are tied to weapons. And they're kind of like as if like restricted to the weapons. But my build is specifically like it's mostly physical, and it's about like fucking, it's a rolling slam. It's like I do like a fucking whatever the fuck it is, like in the air, and I like it's as if like I roll and then I jump up and then it smash the ground and it's fucking blows up, and it's like one hit, but it's pretty fucking strong, and I'm pretty and I like that kind of like gameplay. I'm also using it to kind of like to stun enemies and create a situation where they're like incapacitated, and because that's how just damage works. It worked like that, like in Path of Exile 1, and it works in a similar way here too. Like if you damage enough, and if you also have like enough like of stun build up, right, then you're gonna build up like that stun bar like pretty fast, and you're gonna incapacitate the enemy, and that of course also has like its benefits, because there's like, you know, like benefits or bonuses that are like around like every fucking single thing. You know, let's say you stun somebody and therefore you get something for it, you get like a charge, or you get like a bonus or something like that, right? Bonus to damage or some kind of charge or some kind of thing, right? And let's say there's also like there are mechanics or, you know, effects where, you know, you deal more damage on stunned targets. Or let's say, you know, if somebody is stunned, I don't know, like near you, then there's, I don't know, like fireworks fucking shoot out of your asshole. Great, you know. Every time I stun somebody, you know, like my ass blows up. Amazing. And this is like way more like entertaining than whatever like fucking in Diablo 4 it is. But Diablo 4 theory crafting in a sense, and just, you know, like making builds out of like out of the talent tree, even though it's like lesser, etc., etc., it's still it's enjoyable. It's enjoyable, right? But the gameplay is ass, right? If I'm being like subjective, then like the gameplay is ass, right? But like can still play. Like D4 can be fun, but the problem is like, see, like then again, like in Path of Exile, if you think about it, like in Path of Exile, like I feel more or less the same way, honestly, in these games. You know what? Like, even though I don't believe it, I say all of these games are fucking dog shit. You know, based on just on my subjective perspective. And they're ass because the gameplay, even though it can be like enjoyable, it still is. You push a few buttons, but like you kind of like use like one in the same thing. It's not gonna be World of Warcraft ever, you know. It's not gonna be World of Warcraft. Like whenever you level and you use all kinds of like abilities, you know that yourself. Incomparable. Remember how you played like Grim Dawn. Now remember how you played World of Warcraft. You played World of Warcraft, you use all kinds of skills, and even though it was Cataclysm and it was shittier than the original, you know, and it's like more streamlined, but every single spell has like its like fucking meaning and purpose, and you can like do things in a fight, and especially if it's like a fucking PvP fight, right? Here, this dog ass shit is just, you know, the gameplay is as if like boring because it's as simple as like spamming like one fucking attack, because you have like almost like in all cases you just like have like one attack boosted or a few attacks boosted by damage or something, or you use them in a few combinations and you create a certain situation that gives you like a lot of damage. But like in reality it's just like press a defensive skill, you know, press like 2 buttons or something for damage, like maybe buff yourself and then press like damage. It's like it's in Grim Dawn, in these games like Diablo, etc., it's in a way where it feels as if it's not complex, it's super straightforward, stupid, and it's like for hours like one and the same like fucking thing, but with a variety that, I don't know, that equals to smashing your head like on the same goddamn fucking table, brother. And the only thing that like you can mash the button like fucking hundreds of thousands of times, you know, to optimize your character for hundreds of hours, but you cannot smash your head on the table for that much, you know. So yeah, I would say like D4 is like fun, you know, like making builds. Making builds is like actually like fun, man. Like trying builds there, like it's I would even say it's like rather, I would say it's rather streamlined, man. Like it's you can save up like some builds, and like you can save them even with gear, right? I would say like D4 is actually not that bad of a game, you know, like for specifically like to make a build, right? It's not even like that like hard or long like to farm. I would say like it's a decent game with brain dead gameplay, with shit fucking, you know, like quests and like you know, content. It's all garbage, right? The gameplay itself. But making that build, right? Thinking about it, what you can combine, etc. It's fun. It's fun, man. But the gameplay is ass. But the problem is, like, whenever I compare that, then I think about like fucking Path of Exile, and it's like, it's nice that like the content is like as if like with more quality here, and it's like more interesting. There's like as if like more stuff to do, right? But Path of Exile doesn't offer anything more, because it's like, you know, just think about like fucking like Dark Souls or something, like in some kind of like fights with like I don't know, just like with some bosses there's like mechanics, and there's just like, you know, like dodging, blocking, you know, there's just some stuff to do, you know, like, and it's like, it seems as if like it's more challenging even though it's not, but like at least it feels that way, right? Whenever you're playing like Path of Exile, Grim Dawn, doesn't matter, right? What's going on like with like on boss fights? Like, you tell me, man. Like, if you're gonna have like a shit build, this is what's gonna happen. You'll have to like dodge or avoid or run around like more, and as if like pay attention more, right? And it will seem as if it's complicated, but the thing is that like every boss fight is just a with the mechanics as they are, is just as if like a DPS check and your survivability check, you know, whether you are meeting the requirements of like, can you beat this boss, can you survive this boss or not, man. And that is usually how it is in Grim Dawn. Doesn't matter, Grim Dawn or Path of Exile, it's not that the mechanics are like hard or something like that, as if like there's something actually like complicated there, right? They make it seem complicated because, let's say like in Path of Exile, they just like, you know, the whole like floor and everything around you is like just like full of like all kinds of like effects and mechanics, and it's shit like that. It's like it's all like fucking cluttered, and you're like, and sometimes it seems as if like you have like nowhere to fucking, you know, to hide from all of the effects, and you're gonna take the damage anyways, you know, and it's not a particularly good feeling. It's dog shit, you know. It's not fun at all, right? And in Grim Dawn, it's like the same fucking thing. Like, what is the challenge, man? Exactly, right? To smack some motherfucker up who like puts like a few like fissures around himself, you know, like blows fire from time to time. I mean, like, what is the actual challenge, you know? It's not that I believe that something can actually be challenging, but like, if people believe in challenging or complicated, I'm just saying that like none of these games have ever been complicated, and their gameplay was always like, you know, brain dead, like spamming of like a few, you know, abilities, but they're still always almost like an ability. They're just gonna like you know, like press frequently for damage or something like that. It's usually just like played around like one ability or a few abilities, which are main abilities that make big damage happen, and everything else is just support, either like defensive or offensive, some kind of skills buffs that create like a situation so either like you can live longer, or you know, or they boost your damage, something like, you know, or they make your build work better. Or maybe they just make your build work, but there still are support items for this particular to something button combination that deals damage, or one button combination. It's a combination of one button press, but multiple fucking times over. How about that? It still is a combination. Just a funny one. Ah, sounds painful, bro. It doesn't try. It's pretty brain dead true. Spam, it can be fun, but I like GD. That's why I like dropped, you know, characters in Grim Dawn like so often, and that's why I even, you know, that's why I also like went for like, oh, like I'm like copy pasting like fucking characters and their shit, and like it. I don't want to fucking earn all of the money for all of the components and like all of the fucking upgrades that I need to make, and like all kinds of gear that I need to make, and it costs money. I'm not gonna fucking farm that shit, you know. I fucking copied it, and I already have like a 2-class combination that is like out of like fucking rogue and mage. I'm not gonna make another one like that, you know. I'm just gonna use the same one to make another build, and that's it. And I just do that, you know. And I don't like go necessarily for level 100 or something like that. I just make my build, I see how it works, and play a bit with it, you know. I farm a little bit, like past, let's say, like level 60, whenever I can get like a few like fucking I can start like getting like some purple gear, right? That's when it starts to drop, like from level 50 actually, but like, you know, it can even drop like a level 30 plus, but really rarely, but usually like from level 50, right? I can see, I see what I can get. I mean, the idea is already understood. I already made the build. That's the thing, right? I already got all the fucking constellation points. I have it all, right? I know how it's gonna work. That's it, you know. What else is there to do, you know? I see the potential damage that it can deal. Fine. I don't need to see bigger numbers. It's not gonna fucking change anything. Yes, I can clear like, you know, like higher fucking portals or whatever the fuck, but it's like, what is like the actual like you know, what is the like, you know, it's hard to feel like progression whenever like the number of the portal just goes up by 1, by 5, by 10. But it's like gonna be like the same portals where everyone is just gonna have, you know, higher health, higher damage. That's it, you know. But it's like more like feels like a progression whenever, let's say, like you're killing like shit mobs, right? And then you kill a mini boss, and then you kill a boss, and then whenever like one boss, you know, looks different than the other boss, right? Like let's say in fucking Dark Souls games, you know, or let's say like that's why like Path of Exile is like more interesting, because it's not, the end game is not. It feels like the end game is not, you know, doing portals. The end game is doing bosses, different bosses. You cannot make them like do them immediately as you clear the whole story. No. There are requirements for that, and like let's say like you cannot clear necessarily with one build all the bosses. You still need to make like either changes or just go with completely other builds to even do that, you know. Some builds are just not gonna work, you know. And that's why it feels like progression. Like let's say in WoW we go like fucking in a fucking dungeon, right? We get the gear, and then we can go into another dungeon, right? And it's a completely different dungeon with a different theme, with a different logic, with a different like lore, or you know, some kind of like fucking story, you know, about it, whatever. Like it's a different dungeon. It's a different instance. It's a different area, right? With different bosses, different quests. It's all different. But it's also like clearly, noticeably, you know, right in your face difference, right? And then let's say like we grinded it all. You know, we have a guild and we're going to a raid, right? And we're getting way better loot, and like there's like potential to get way better loot. There's you know, like supposedly harder bosses, etc., etc. It's like progression. it looks like progression. In D4, there's less feeling of that progression. It feels like whenever like you reach last level, like it's 60, right? And you like kind of like clear the storyline or something like that. That's it. It's like it doesn't feel good. Like you're not killing bosses. I mean, like you're not like grinding to kill bosses and figuring out like what you need to do, or like what do you need to make, or like what do you need to wear to make your build work, or have like enough survivability to kill a boss. But you kill bosses to do nothing. Just farm the stupid ass bosses to get some gear, particular gear, to, I don't know, be a little bit better. That's it. But not necessarily like there are no actual, like, not like no actual goals, but there are no perceivable goals, unless you want to grind portals and go like higher and higher and higher, you know, and you'll never see the end of it, because you can always go higher or faster. If you can't go higher, then you can go faster. If you cannot beat like 100 or like 120th portal or something like that, well, then at least you can do it faster. And that's the logic. I agree that GD can really can use some challenging mobs or bosses. Well, see, that's why I said that, like, you know, like that I don't believe like in challenging or like difficult or something like that, or I don't necessarily like, you know, believe in like easy or simple or anything like that. So, and that's how like it can work out as let's say you remember me doing like the supposed challenge where I cannot roll, block, or parry in Dark Souls, right? So what that did is that like the game seems to be like the same, right? But I'm playing it differently. I created a situation where I perceive now the mechanics of each boss differently. It's a completely different game. Like your approach is different, and it's not like, oh, you know, if I have like enough of health, right, and a really good weapon that deals like enough damage, I can just brute force fucking smack him, you know, just chug those goddamn fucking, you know, like flasks, and non-stop DPS, be damaged, and just kill the boss and ignore all of the mechanics. I mean, as if I'm ignoring them, right? Because like he's just not killing me fast enough, right? But suddenly, you know, take like a weapon that is like dealing less damage, right? And suddenly you're as if like on a timer, or like you're feeling as if, you know, you're not having like enough potions to survive, right? And therefore you need to react to mechanics differently. You need a different approach. You need to avoid mechanics and do it like in some kind of like way that you're not going to be receiving damage, or there's going to be like less chance that you're going to be receiving damage, etc., etc. Or maybe you're going to block some attacks, maybe you're going to parry some attacks, etc., etc. And in, let's say, like in Elden Ring, maybe you're even going to like jump some attacks, same as like in Sekiro, right? Yeah, and suddenly it's a different game, man. So I can't really say that, like, you know, see, like, as if like bosses are easy in this game or that game, right? Same like in Grim Dawn. You started a challenge where you're just gonna like shoot things with a fucking like rifle, right? And you're gonna like play on veteran, right? off the bat veteran, right? You're dealing shit damage, and you're completely like playing like a completely different game. Each like shit that you get that contributes to your build feels good, you know, like because it's like a boost in damage. You're just like more effective. It's great, you know. You feel it differently, you know. You're maybe like more appreciative of the things that you get that like contribute to your performance, right? Same as like I played like Diablo 3, and I played immediately on the highest tournament that's possible to play from the beginning. I don't remember what tournament it was. Like, was it like tournament 4 or something like that? But like the idea is that like, yes, everything like at first one-shots me, right? But I'm getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's funny that like, but you can like level like so many levels like in the first zone because like everything scales to your level, right? But the thing is that like after a time you already like see then like you're already like gradually you're creating a build and you're not already dying from like just like one hit, etc. It's like it's and that's the thing, like the mechanics of mobs, even simple ones, zombies like in Diablo 3, even the most simple ones that you just like fucking like bop, you know, like, you know, you don't need like you're like running past them like they don't matter. All of these like fucking mobs and their mechanics, they matter so much whenever you're playing like that. Every single thing, you know, how they're moving, how they're like engaging, how there are mobs that are like jumping distances and like they're hurting you, you know, like before like it didn't matter, but now like he's jumping on you and grabbing like half of your health, you know, and doing it like pretty fucking easily, right? And yeah, it's a completely fucking different game, and that's why I actually had like a pretty good experience with Diablo 3. Playing as a monk, it was pretty fucking fun. Maybe it's something that I'm gonna like continue. That is interesting. So it's like, it's not that like the game is actually like the same. There's no such thing as like same game, right? Whenever you understand these things, you can also understand that there's no Dark Souls that actually exists, you know. Everyone plays a different game because they have like different approach, like different perception of what they do, you know, like and so like if you have like a certain approach, right, you're gonna have like a certain experience, right? So if I'm like going in like into some kind of like Elden Ring or whatever the fuck, you know, like, and I'm like reading all the descriptions, you know, using all kinds of things that I get like in all kinds of ways, you know, it's a completely, you know, like different game than somebody like fucking just brute forcing things, like complaining, you know, like crying about like supposedly the difficulty of the game, etc., etc., like just because they, you know, haven't read that like, you know, like certain like damage types are countering, or like they're effective against these types of mobs, or like certain like mechanics are really effective against like these enemies, etc., etc. If they haven't like, you know, experimented or tried something, or they haven't like farmed, you know, this particular camp, so to get like a few gear pieces from these mobs, and that's like a thing, let's say like in Dark Souls 3, where practically like every mob that you kill drops his weapon and can and there's a chance that he's gonna drop also like his gear pieces. Any kind of mob practically drops like all of his fucking shit, man. Most of them, a lot of them, at least that are like wearing armor and using like weapons, like most of them, you know, are doing that, right? And that's even more true in Elden Ring, right? I finally played Elden Ring, but like can't say that it's a bad game, but like I have like some problems with it. It's and I now have like a new perspective on it. I even played Elden Ring Night Rain with Dennis, and after playing that, like I have like on Elden Ring I have like an even better perspective, and there's just like some things that like I've noticed and there, and I just find it like problematic for a game like Elden Ring, that like they're only like making the game worse. In many scenarios they have like changed some things. They made it like more streamlined, but like they have hurt kind of like the RPG, the role-playing aspect of the game hard in a lot of situations. Yes, they made it like something like more, you know, like accessible or simpler in terms of like arts. Let's say like weapon arts. In Elden Ring, weapon arts, you can apply it like to any weapon, right? Except the unique ones. There's just like special weapons which they have like their own weapon arts. But the problem is that like what that creates is that like, in a sense that you don't have like in Dark Souls 3, like each weapon has its own thing, right? Which is unique. It's unique to that weapon. It's interesting, right? You have like unique weapons and they do certain unique things, right? Like in Elden Ring, that's like more flexible, but you gain that flexibility by sacking the whole idea of like unique things, like as if like you can do. It's like imagine like a martial artist, right? Dude, like and like a martial artist, right? Like using like a staff or using like some kind of nunchucks, right? But he's going to like be performing like basically he's going to perform moves that he would logically perform with a staff or like with a samurai sword or with some kind of like other thing, but not with nunchucks. But like in Elden Ring, you can perform it with nunchucks, right? Or like you can perform with a mace, some kind of skill that makes sense, you know, with just like, I don't know, like a halberd or with something else, right? So it's kind of like that. And, you know, that is at the cost of like roleplay. Fast travel at the cost of roleplay. Bad design in Skyrim. Always thought that it's bad, always thought that it's stupid, always thought that it's, you know, just like hurting the fucking like aspect, the role-playing aspect. If you would have to manage your horse, that would make sense. If you would like even travel on horseback, that would make sense, you know. But like teleporting from one spot to another doesn't make sense. It's like they calling it fast travel, but like you're not participating in the travel. You only hear about it, you know, like you only see, you know, what, it doesn't matter how they call it. It's just, it still is like teleporting, and it's like you're not making the journey, right? You're skipping it. Doesn't matter how you fucking call it. It doesn't change it. There's some other things in Elden Ring which also like are just like making the roleplay shits. It's like there's some like structures or places, and I kind of like noticed that like after playing like Night Rain, I was like, man, like this is like shit. It seems as if like Elden Ring was made in a certain way with Night Rain in mind, because what Night Rain has is like they have like particular like bases or spots which are like identical or more or less like identical, and they make sense there because like you see it on the map and you kind of like as if like identify a particular like camp or a particular like fucking fort or a particular basically some kind of like base or something, right? With certain mobs or certain bosses in it or something like that, right? From which you're gonna get like in which you're gonna like level up, maybe get like certain things, etc., etc. So basically there are like landmarks, right? And and each like icon represents, let's say, like some represent like a fort, some represent a camp, etc., etc. So they're like identical, right? But the problem is that like Elden Ring also has that, and it's like it's not like that they're like necessarily like practically like identical, but like, you know, we still see that like it's the game looks realistic in a sense to some extent, but there's so much like copy pasta there, and like these like landmarks or and the shit is like marked on the map or like looks on the map as if it's like identical. That's one. And then like the design of these like places is just, it's just like pretty similar. I wouldn't say that like necessarily the layout of every ruin is the same, but they still are similar enough to make it boring to perceive it as if like they're too similar. And every ruin, or most of them, have as if like a staircase that leading you to like a metal door or something like that, where there's going to be like a chest behind it. And in most cases that's exactly it. Even if there's going to be like a room right before it, there's going to be like a metal door, you know, or as if like it's leading into a crypt or whatever you may call it. I just call it like not the attic, but like a basement, like as if like a basement level or something like that, right? And like many of these ruins have this like basement fucking thing, you know, to which you go to, and it looks kind of fucking stupid and boring. Copy pasted bosses, not fun. Playing against like multiple bosses in a boss fight, not fun. Just it's like one is like fucking attacking you, another one is attacking. It's like, and the logic is like just like finish like one before the other one like fucking joins in. That's it, you know. But like otherwise, it's like it's not manageable because you cannot possibly fucking avoid like all of the fucking attacks. It's just you know. But the problem is like that the other one like joins in, and then like it's like, what do you do then, you know? Kind of stupid like that. So you have to like, you know, just like beat the shit out of one guy really fucking fast before the other one joins in, unless you want that fight to go to shit. You might as well fucking reset. There's no particular world also, in a sense, like ecosystem in the world. Because like things that like exist in the world, they just don't make sense. They're just like mobs moving around, like some kind of fucking sheep, some other shit, but like none of it has like logic. It's not even like about their placement, because like their placement does have some logic, right? As if like some mobs are like near the beach or at the beach, and some mobs are like in some other places. But like in general, there's like no actual like ecosystem that makes sense. Also, there's like a bunch of fucking ruins, and they're like some copy pastas. Like it's like the same fucking ruin, or like a part of a ruin that is like fucking like jutting out of the fucking ground or earth, and there's like copy pastas of that shit like all over the place, which just doesn't look good. No ecosystem in terms of like, it's like that's my demand from these like games that look realistic, right? Or like they go like for a certain level of realism. Where's the ecosystem? Like an actual ecosystem. You know how like, you know, let's say there are woods, right? And in the woods there's like certain birds there that live there, you know, and certain like some kind of like critters and predator like I mean every fucking like thing is a predator, but like let's say like some notable predators, like, you know, like it doesn't matter, it's like fucking like wolves or it's gonna be something else, you know. All these creatures like live, you know, like some eat each other, etc. You know, like, but like there's as if an ecosystem, you know, like plants, particular plants that they're eating, you know, like maybe flowers, you know, like some animals maybe eating like mushrooms, etc., etc. Like they do all kinds of things like around the forest, and it's like, as if there's like logic and there's like some kind of sense in what's going on there, right? But like I look at these worlds and they're just boring, you know. It's like, just like, oh, in this area there are bats that are like flying around. In this area there's like these like retarded mobs who are like goblins or something, and they're just like, well, they're just standing here and they're not really doing anything, and it's like, why are they here? What's the logic there? Why are they fucking here? Like, please explain. Like, I don't get it. You know, like, where's the logic in that, you know? Why is there, like, a fucking army of undead? Like, who are they? What are they doing? They have, like, a whole camp. Camps are not made, you know, if it's an army just like that, you know, like, right in front of the fucking, you know, gates or castle or something like that. Why is this camp here? Like, are they, like, fighting? Is there, like, a war right now? Like, what are they fucking protecting? Or, like, where they're gonna head, you know, later? Like, and that's why you have like an army that exists, you know, not on the outskirts of some kind of like kingdom, but like, you know, in the kingdom, you know. And then they're being sent out, and there's camps, you know, army camps, and they like move forward and they create like a new camp, etc., etc. It's like any structure, you know, that supposedly they like someone would try to justify, it's just like it just doesn't make sense, you know. Like, what's the government structure? What's this, you know, like, what did people do in these like lands? Where are all of the people? Where are all of the villages? Like, what is like a whole kingdom was like fucking, you know, like fed by who, you know? Where are these peasants, you know? Who was like feeding all of them? Like, who's like fucking like fighting there, or, you know, who's like hunting? Who's like fucking like you know, like conquering lands? Who's like fucking sowing crops, etc., etc. Who is doing all these things? You have a whole huge kingdom like to fucking feed along with the fat ass king, you know? Like, so what is the logic there? And same, like, that's why I'm not like a particular fan of like the whole like, you know, like Dark Souls. It's like, oh, there's a whole kingdom, and then everyone went retarded, and well, everyone is just dead or like walking dead, and that's it, you know. There's just, but you don't even see them much. You see like some of them, but like it's not like myriad of them, or like all kinds of like corpses everywhere, or something that's indicating that there was concrete civilization with concrete, you know, some kind of like governing body, with concrete some kind of like plans of like, you know, or like there's some kind of like logic in how like the kingdom is built, or like you know, it's like, oh, it's just art, or like, oh, we're just making a game, it's a fantasy game, it can be anything we want. Sure, I don't disagree with that. So like, to compare, Neverwinter Nights, more of a logical structure there is like exists. Guards. Neverwinter Nights, guards. You have like someone who's like a king or something like that, right? You have like his castle or like fortress, doesn't matter. You know, and there's like the city, it's being like protected, and like someone like patrols, etc., etc. There's guilds, there's mercenaries, someone's like selling their shit, you know, someone's like, you know, like selling for like fucking like products. There's also like, you know, like districts. There's like poor district, you know, where people are like working or whatever the fuck they're doing. I don't fucking know, right? But like the logic is like it's pretty like clear there. But like there's also like nobles. I mean, all that is like pretty understandable. Then there's like a port, and that's logical because like the city is near like a fucking water, or at least some kind of like access to water, to some kind of like canal, or doesn't matter what it is, like river, canal, like fucking sea, doesn't matter, right? But there's like a whole district that is like, you know, that has like, you know, that's where you access, you know, the water, or like you like you know, that's where like some kind of like trade between like, you know, cities maybe happen through like you know, boats traveling here and there, and you know, and that's why there's like a, you know, all kinds of like fucking boxes and like shipments like placed here and there like some kind of like ships, like yeah, there's like a tavern there, or there's also like, you know, some kind of like fucking there's the market, and there are like stalls there, etc., etc. Like there's just some kind of perceivable structure there, you know. It's not great. It could be more, you know. Could be more logical, but you can always do more. In Elden Ring, I go in, there's a fucking cave or something. No, not a cave. A mine, right? And in the mine, there are the same enemies as in another mine. They're just like reskins or something. More or less like the same fucking models. Rather similar mobs that are mining the ore. You look around, more or less like similar design to the mine. Everything is just like similar, and then there's like in each mine there's a certain place where it's going to be as if a dead end, and in the dead end there's going to be a boss. Behind like particular doors there's going to be a boss. I don't know, as if like a creature is just living there in the mine. All that is nice and well, but whenever like you see like free mines like that, you know, not really enjoyable. It's really, you know, it's annoying, it's stupid, it's boring. I'm not interested in each mine to kill like one boss in practically like the same place. It doesn't matter like what kind of like, you know, kind of like if they're like different, like more like different routes there or something like that. You know, you can definitely say that like I've played Demon's Souls, not played for the whole of it, but like, you know, whenever there were mines, there were no mines like those. That's it. It's like a particular area. It's unique. That's it. Period. Like concrete, unique area, and there's no area like that. That's it. Which is good. It's like, yes, like it's like in a sense it's restrictive, because it's like it's as if like limiting and creating a situation where you cannot have like an open world or something like that, in a sense, because it's like as if like there's like a limit to how many like areas there can be, and they're gonna be unique. But I'd rather have like that kind of experience instead of having a situation where I am how to call it, when I like experience like fucking heavy, you know, heavy copy pastas, like, or left and right. There are some kind of giants there walking around in Elden Ring. They're all the same. Why would the giants help like the fucking like motherfuckers in the castle? I don't know. But for some reason they're in cahoots with them. Okay. If they're like necromantically or something, necromantically fucking raised, sure. Where's the necromants? Don't know. Nobody sees them. Why would the giants fucking help? I don't know. Some of the giants, and many of the giants are just walking around in the fields, in the lands, before the castle, before the kingdom. Okay. They're not necessarily like for the kingdom. I don't know why are they like, what relation they have to them. I don't know why would they be as if like working for them. None of it makes sense. It's stupid and boring. And I said this before, like to Dennis. I said, like, you know, like it's hard to call it like variety or as if like an open world or like an interesting world or something like that. Whenever like all you're getting is that you're just getting like different like weapons. Maybe different gear pieces, but like the problem is that like none of like the things that you do are tied to some kind of like storyline or some kind of quest or something like that. Most of them aren't. Right? It's not like you find like a brooch or like find like a comb or find some kind of like special item and it's like a whole, I don't know, like chain of quests. It's like you go there, you maybe talk to this person. It's like a whole like fucking some kind of, all kinds of like relationships and all kinds of like things that you will need to do like to, you know, finish this quest or something. Like, you know, it's a particular like, you know, story. It's a unique story and like you can play through it, right? And it's like a side, doesn't matter if it's a side story. It still is, you know, I'd rather have it than just like pick up like an item, like read its description and that's it, you know, and Elden Ring is like full of that. It's not that like the descriptions in these games, like Elden Ring and like Dark Souls games are not painting some kind of picture. It's just that, you know, maybe they are painting like the picture which is like a general idea or something like that, right? Or what's going on in general, but they're not painting a picture of like atmosphere of like what's going on right now in this area or somewhere over here or etc, etc. Like let's say like in World of Warcraft, right? You start, right? Doesn't matter what race you start, but like there's already like a particular situation in this particular area. There are some quests, and through quests you get like you create like an atmosphere. You create like the world around you. You know, it paints like some kind of picture. It could have painted like a bigger picture, like more detailed picture, but like it still paints some kind of picture whenever you're reading these quests, like in World of Warcraft, right? You do these quests like, let's say like for undead, right? And you even done them, and there was like a particular mine. There were spiders in the mine, and there's like an idea that like, oh, we need the mine, we need to farm the gold, like we need to get the gold. There's the mine, you know, and like gold is still needed, etc, etc. It still is like, you know, some kind of like worthwhile resource or something, like we can do something with it, fine, you know. And to do that, like you need to like clear the mine of spiders, right, and spider webs, whatever, you know. And you go and do that, and that's already like paints like a picture that you have like a particular group, you know, whose goal is to get things, and one of those things is, you know, obtaining gold. What's the point of obtaining gold? Because like with gold, you can, let's say, like pay for services like blacksmith services, like, or like, you know, like maybe buy some like materials, etc., like for said blacksmith, you know, like buy like food, like buy supplies, etc., like, you know, building buildings, structures. You can basically, you can, you know, with gold you can basically like sponsor or, you know, sustain an army, or like, you know, like as if like fund an army. And without gold, like without like that like income that you can use somewhere, of course you would also need to, like, if it's a group that doesn't have like relationships with other groups, you know, then it would need to build relationships with other groups so it can trade. And so, and therefore, you know, suddenly, you know, if you are already like not alone, and you already have like some kind of like trading relationships or whatever, trading routes, etc., then yeah, gold makes sense, you know. Something of value to someone else makes sense to get, and therefore we're getting it. In Elden Ring, nobody needs anything. You only need to save the world. You need to beat the shit out of some motherfuckers that have fucked up, or as if like have relinquished their something duty, or their will to continue, or relinquish their, you know, some kind of like something, right? And now you need to like pluck it out of their like fucking dead hands, and, you know, and do it yourself, and that's how you're gonna save the world. Great. I mean, it's a storyline. It's just that it's like it's not a stupid storyline. It's just that it's like, for one, nobody fucking needs anything. You're just running around, this bastard, you know, and who's like somehow is going to beat these like notable, you know, warriors, or whatever you may call them, right? These like capable characters, or, you know, these people, or whatever the fuck they are, and you know, and you're gonna save the world, which is rather interesting. But like, still, it's more or less sounds like a pretty stupid story. I don't find it exciting. I never did. And in Elden Ring, it's like, you know, at least like descriptions, you know, are making it more interesting than as didn't play for descriptions. He played like for like beating the bosses, etc., etc., and, you know, it's fine and well, but like, that's the thing. I don't perceive things as difficult or challenging. So funny thing about that is that like I go into a game, and, you know, of course, like for somebody who doesn't believe in hard or difficult, and at the same time not necessarily in easy, things are just not going to be, well, at least they're not going to be hard for me, right? Or difficult or challenging. I played the game, and I didn't play for the whole of it. You know, I played for some levels, for some amounts of time, and it's like, yeah, there were like interesting things there, but it's like Well, there's not gonna be like a challenge for me, but the same thing I can say about anything. That there's not gonna be like a challenge for me anywhere anymore, right? Not that it ever was, but it's just that like it's never gonna be a thing anymore. And it's never gonna feel that way. And if it's gonna feel that way, then that means that my approach is not necessarily like incorrect, but I'm just like thinking things that are as if like supporting the theory, as if like difficult is like a thing, or like complicated is a thing. Right. But either way, there's still things like to do there, but yeah, like a lot of things are really not that great there, not that great. Also explain like how like the whole like still like it doesn't matter what mechanics like enemies have, but like if you can roll that shit, then it's not particularly interesting, right? So like whenever I like, let's say like I also like jump, you know, maybe block something, maybe, you know, roll, then it's like, then it seems like a little bit more interesting, you know, like whenever I use like all kinds of weapons and maybe like try them, yeah, it seems alright. The only thing is that I don't want to create a situation where I just like fucking stun enemies and that's it, and they have like no way of like answering that, and they just get fucked, you know? But either way, I cannot like call like Elden Ring like boring or a bad game, but I would say like that this game has like a lot of like problems and a lot of like shit that just makes it, you know, that actually does make it feel boring like pretty often. It's just like not good like game designs that are like hurting the role play aspect, you know. And that's the thing, like it's like we're playing games for what reason, you know? Role play. We're playing out the role to some extent, right? Of course it's not like we're gonna like role play in like insane amount of detail, right? But like still it's like, you know, the game that looks realistic, I expect from it more than it gives me. So whenever I played like Witcher 3, I expect from it more than I got. Way more. You know? And that's the expectation. Because like, if I'm playing mechanics, right, or I'm like using mechanics, and I have like gameplay that is akin to games that came 10 years before that, or maybe even like, you know, way before that, but I'm playing a game that looks realistic with those shitty mechanics, man, like, I personally, like, I don't enjoy that kind of game. So, like, whenever I finally saw Dennis playing, like, Demon Souls on PS5, right? He has PS5. I looked at how he played. He played it himself. I didn't play, I just watched, but it wasn't on stream this time because the first time I saw it on stream. And I looked at it, and it looked insanely boring, exactly because like the game looks so good and so detailed, but there's a problem. It's like, it's so detailed, but the way you interact with the world, it's so limited in comparison. It's like too big of a contrast. It makes sense like with the supposed shitty graphics or whatever graphics of the original Demon Souls, right? Those mechanics completely fine, but like whenever it looks like that well, you expect that it also gonna like function differently. Like your character is gonna be capable of like doing all kinds of things in this world, but like you're still stuck with those like old fucking mechanics, and it doesn't feel good at all. It just doesn't look like a Souls game. Yeah, I would agree that it doesn't look like Souls game, but it sure plays like one, like a combination of them. I would say that the like fights are like with the bosses are, you know, are interesting with some bosses. Yeah, sure. I would say like exploring is kind of fun there, you know, because like it's still like don't know what you're gonna find, but you know, still you know, even though that's the case, I feel like it's nevertheless it's lacking. It's definitely lacking. It's definitely overhyped, and it's definitely not as good as like people like fucking like, you know, like fucking piss their fucking panties over like how supposedly good it is, man. Spaldy would like drive at atmosphere. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Elden Ring does have an atmosphere, but still, like I said, like the ecosystem, the world design, I just it doesn't contribute to that much. It's actually making it worse. Just things there, how they're like placed, the logic, the mobs, how they look like. Also, like the fact that they've like used like many enemies are like using the same mechanics as we seen like in Sekiro and like fucking Bloodborne and all the Dark Souls games. It's just you know. Why he has like a 9 fox? Like is this like kind of like some kind of like fucking Naruto reference? Is that like a 9-tail fox? Seems like it. Wait, I killed it. Wait, I finished it. Oh! I finished it. Ah! Jesus. I already forgot about that. I actually killed like the last boss in the like storyline. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, I'm gonna go piss and then gonna come back and then I don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll see. Okay, I'm back. Huh? I was AFK for a bit. Took a piss. Started I was listening, but decided to ensure so much hair. Couldn't really type. I'm going for a shower. Shiro stole your chair?
Greetings.
Well, that's an interesting possibility, but sure. A cat stealing a human being's chair? That's something that can happen. But yeah, sure. See you later, man. Oh. So you don't have like a room, you know, it's just it's like a storeroom or something for chairs. Nice, man. And you sleep outside, you know, like in the hallway. Cheers. What would I give my goddamn fucking cat, you know, for that shitter? Like, why would I swap like one shitter for another? That's interesting. Interesting proposition.
Time is of the essence.
Poor Dennis Kuhn. Now plays fucking Diablo 4. Well, he is sometimes playing League of Legends. He was playing League of Legends with me. We you know, played well, for fun, a bit trolled or something like that. Messed around with it just a bit, but not too much. People in there are as brain dead as they were before, even more much so. Uh-huh. Oh, that's cool. Or not. Ruby, 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 ruby. Okay, good. Got a ruby.
Face me! Out of mana!
The fuck is that? What happened?
Meat creature!
Huh. Jagged spear, sea glass spear, blah 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 blah, blah. Heavy great hammer. It's like a neat type of great hammer. Wait a minute. It's the one that I have, no? Yeah. Little damage, fire damage, blah blah blah. Something. What is it? T4? Tier 4. Tier 5 fire damage. Got it. Nice. Not bad, but like, I don't know. Nothing special. Can just sell that shit.
Out of mana.
The only thing that I need from this area, there's like just like a particular place where a particular thing is going to empower a boss. Not just anyone, but specifically a boss, and I need to kill the boss while the boss is empowered, as I understand. And that's what I need to do. I think. Because there's like an indicator on the map that I need to do it. Or like, but I don't even know for what that is, because it's not being explained. But many of these indicators, they're not like, they're without explanations. It's like they're not necessarily saying what you're gonna get for them. Like what are you gonna get like on completion? But like most of them are giving something tangible. Most of them, at least, yeah. Most of them, at least, giving something fucking tangible, something good, like an actual reward that's like, is like, let's say like permanent, up to mana or max on life or some other shit. Doesn't matter what it is, but yeah. And I don't necessarily know what this particular fucking indicator, what's it for. I'll learn that once, and if it's shit, if it's like something that's skippable. I'm never doing it again. Just don't care to do it then. Man. Uh-huh. Nice.
Reward.
Pretty good.
No mana. Steel yourself.
Nice. Oh, fucking nice.
No mana.
Come on, brother. Fucking smack him. Smack him. Smack their heads. Smash their heads in. Do it. Do it, brother. Do it. Wait a minute. I don't see it. Where's the thing? The thing was in here. What? It kinda should be, but I haven't found it. So does that mean... I think like once it was like in the boss room. No? Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah, once it was like in the boss room, so not necessarily right before it, but in the boss room. Maybe I should check it out. Okay, I'm here. I'm here, I can check it out.
Died by the spirit's will.
Yeah, but like,
You'll
but it's
die
not
by
there.
mine.
There's no
But
honor
it's
in
not
what you've
there.
become.
Huh, so this was a waste of time, right?
I need more time.
You defy the very spirit itself.
Out of mana.
Spirit, guide me.
Hammer of the god.
Forgive me.
Yep. Hammer of the gods. Just punted this stupid hoe. Hmm. Hmm. Where do I go? Where do I go? What do I do?
Go.
Go on, quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I will make use of this.
Fuck. How much cast speed? What the hell? What the fuck?
Gold is useless to me.
Yeah,
Take it.
there's a lot of cast. Cast speed. Hmm. Yep, yep, yep.
goes your quest?
How goes your
Try your
quest?
luck.
How goes your quest? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Bitch.
Not the worst. Oh, here's some gold for it.
Oh, kidding me? Are you kidding
Smells
me?
mystical like.
Ugh. That's some shit. That's tier 4 armor. Could have been more, but like tier 4 armor is not that bad, yeah. Wait, it's on level 45?
I could use this better than most.
That is shit. That is dog shit. Go fuck yourself. Nice. Awesome. Do I fucking try it? I don't know. Can fucking try it. Just that I don't know if I'll fucking be able to do it. Yeah. 64, 64, they're all 64, right? Yep. Okay. Maybe I'll get like one more level or something. Yeah. My nose. It's itching.
Tower. Hammer and anvil. Out of mana. Written.
Interveil runes? Oh, it's that shit. Ooh, support gem level 5. Support gem level 5. What could I get? No. It's wait, hefts. Where was hefts? Or maximum physical damage. Yeah. So maybe on which one? Hammer of the Gods, and we have more physical damage, but that one's better. Yeah. Because like this one doesn't restrict elemental damage, yeah, or chaos damage, and the other one does. The other one does restrict. Exalted Orb. Stalker Hood. Oh, 59 accuracy. Evasion, oh fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
Need mana. Tower. Out of mana. Hammer and anvil. No mana. Tower.
What's this shit now?
You would haunt the desert's deliverance.
I see no future king, only a traitor.
You meddle with destiny.
Need mana.
I have seen what has come.
Yeah, I do have like a day off tomorrow. Last day of my vacation, and then I still have like 2 days off afterwards. Only on one I have like an exam or something like that. I guess I can call it that. But yeah, for which I will need to like prepare a little bit, but in general it's like nothing special. It's just for work stuff, something that you do like once in like 3 years or some bullshit like that. gonna be like a, I guess like an interesting read of those materials, but yeah, as workalicious as Mugbari sucking Mugduka's boss's dick, you know, so that Duka would be, you know, fired from his job. But either way, you know, like, mostly not asleep yet because, like, I was, like, energized by the whole, like, talking because it was, you know, interesting and there was something to, in a sense, well, it's basically something that, like, stimulates, right? But, like, as soon as that was, like, done, now I'm feeling like I'm fucking sleepy or something. Yeah, because, well, nothing triggers me right now, so it's kind of like, yeah. There's nothing to think about right now. Oh, but I'm gonna try to get SAG in an hour or two. No. Sounds like a plan, man.
How can I advise? Go.
Speak up.
As much of a plan. His Duke is sucking dick from, like, his boss's dick. No, just kidding. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. Duke hasn't sucked any dicks. Maybe only the tip. And even that is questionable. It's not like I was present, you know, and actually seen anything. Oh yeah. Can make it into a magic item. Accuracy rating, trash, rarity of items found. Yay! That is not good. Might as well drop this shit.
What?
So it's really interesting whenever I'm having like these conversations, and and my wife or like somebody else like fucking like tells me like, oh hey, like why just not like explain it in fewer words, or like why are you explaining it so long or something like that, and I'm like, well, the problem is like that you're like, that you're thinking that like, that's the funny thing is that like, well, they're not going to be satisfied anyways. You're not going to be satisfied with a shorter explanation, and that's the thing, like, same way as you're not necessarily going to be like satisfied with a longer one. The problem is not the explanation. The problem is like that you're not necessarily interested to listen, or you're already kind of like more or less not like basically you're already like as if expecting it to be something that you're going to disagree with, and that's it. It's not like the explanation is not at fault there. What is that? Flammability magnitude? Okay. Oh, god damn it. Fucking mouth gas, throat gas. Yeah, it's a burp stream. So it's so funny like that, like Dennis is actually getting like fucking annoyed, or he doesn't necessarily like whenever I'm burping, but like it's funny because like it's the same guy who behaves himself in, let's say, like in a restaurant, or whenever like, let's say we're walking down the street. Let's say he's like even walking like with my family, and he's like talking like as if like he's like, I don't know, from some kind of like suburbs, and I don't know. It's not like that people like from suburbs or somewhere like from the outskirts or from some villages are are fucking like dumbasses or something like that. But there's like a particular way of speaking, and it's just like he's like using like all kinds of like fucking catchphrases or something, or phrases that they're using, and I'm like, ugh. Like, I mean, I'm amused, but I know how like everyone else feels. And then when like we go into a restaurant, like the way he behaves there, like 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 taking that like knife with which he like it's like the food is not there yet, right? It's a pizza place, right? Like the food is not there. It's like a decent restaurant, right? And there are like these utensils or whatever, and there's a knife there, and there's a fork. He takes the knife in the hand, and plays around with it a little bit, and it's like again, it's funny to me, or it's amusing to me, but I know that everyone else is like what is this like degenerate guy doing? Like like what the fuck is he doing? Like it's just, it's like it's an interesting combo of like this guy being like decent in some situations, but in some situations he's like a complete like fucking degenerate. It's like, yeah, okay, like it seems like you're wearing like alright clothes, like you're going like to the barber shop, like you look alright, you're You're not like necessarily like a slob or something like that. It's all like clear, but like it's. But then, you know, it's like as if like he's like a fucking, not like necessarily a barbarian, but like just like a like to some extent like some kind of like vulgar or like degenerate or something like that, you know, who has like as if like no clue about like some kind of like etiquette or something like that. But like then again he does, you know, some things he does that have to do with that, you know, like, and he behaves himself like as is expected. But then somehow like my burping is a problem. Oh, Gherkin, yeah. More like Dennis, Mr. Neo, Mr. fucking Master Neo, how he's calling himself, or Grumgnum, you know, which is like Storm Gnome or something like that. Kun, Sun, yeah. Mr. Neo. It's more like Mr. I fucking pressed it. And then there was like a phrase that he often fucking used, like whenever he's like playing some kind of game. He's like, "But I fucking pressed it. I pressed it." You know, whether it's like Night Rain, Elden Ring, or some other shit, and it's like, and he's like repeating that shit, and I'm like, yeah, you're like, I fucking pressed it, son. That's your new name, man. Only in Russian it sounds funnier, because it sounds like this. It's kind of like in English it would be like, but I've pressed it. But in Russian it's like, ну я ж нажал. Ну я ж нажал. But I've pressed it. Что? What? Я ж нажал. Mr. Neo. What a nickname. I will tell your tale. Fucking crazy old lady. I will step on your tail. I don't have a tail, you crazy old bitch. What did you say to me? And she stuck a broom in my fucking eye socket. You know. And then farted it in my face while I'm screaming, "Oh my god! Ah! Ah! There's a broom in my eye socket." She's like, "Yes, motherfucker." Stop saying the most obvious shit. Stop saying obvious shit, you stupid clown. Goddamn stupid noob. You noob face. Motherfucker. Noob face. Oh, that's a funny fucking story. recently I've been like basically like shat on a few groups, on a few bands, musical bands that I've discovered. Like Youngblood, was it like Youngblood? Or something like that. Shit was like fucking retarded. And another also, like there was like another. And I said like, well, you know, I just try to kind of like understand like whether that's gonna be something that I'm gonna enjoy, right? And I listen to the songs, like a few songs, just a little bit, and you know, and I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna listen to this shit. And I commented on one of the video clips, and I was like, oh my god, like so many millions, you know, of fucking like morons listening to this like clown shit or something like that. And of course there was like at least like one fan who was like, you know, oh, you know, you don't understand, you know, like this is like you know, like good music, and like you know, and that like you don't understand like the pain of this person and shit like that. And I'm like, no. What you don't understand is the person like who's like singing about like some kind of like struggles, even if it's like real, it's like about his like own some kind of like experience. It's like the more he talks about it, the more he brings it up. So like and also like as an online, not necessarily a personality, but just like someone who's like popular, someone who has like fans, you know, like so many people like are interacting with this like singer or whatever the fuck, or his band. It's like, you know, how much will he be able to like to move on and consider himself like a person who as if like doesn't have that trauma anymore or something like that, and they're like just keep pushing this theme or ideas of like they're some kind of like traumatized person, right? And they just like they're being reminded, or someone like fucking defends them, and they're also like sometimes, you know, like in interviews they say shit, and that's what is being asked, and you know, that's what's being like talked about, like some kind of trauma, some kind of like drama, some as if like problematic situations, etc., etc., you know. So it's kind of like, it's not even about necessarily like a person on like purposefully, you know, pushing this some kind of like idea that he is like constantly depressed, or like depressed overall, or like as if like traumatized. But it's like it's a particular situation where exactly because like, you know, so many people are like engaging with your content and like in with you, then like and with your supposed trauma, and it doesn't matter like whenever it happened, it's like you're something that you've shared. It's like if you talk about it like too much or something like that, or you know, or there are like some kind of like references to it, and if you're like music, some of your music is about it, then it's just it's basically like your thoughts, and your fans' thoughts are like circling around that particular occurrence or some situations, and you don't necessarily like move on, and as if that trauma or some shit like that or something like that, like as if like that shit is like still ongoing, which is not necessarily the case, but like you're making it so, because you're just like coming back to it. and people are not like dropping that shit, etc., etc. They're like, you know, saying some kind of stuff. Oh, hey, I love your music, blah blah blah, much support, blah, 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 blah. I know you had like some kind of like hard times, blah, blah, in your life. I also had hard times, blah blah blah. It's like, it's all the same shit, but like whenever you have like you know, hundreds of thousands of people like who listen to your shit, like in some, you know, and a lot of them are like your fans, then yeah. This kind of nonsense is just becomes like a whole fucking theme park of a self-referential loop, or like some kind of like self-reinforcing thing, you know. Which is kind of, you know, if control and choice would be a thing, then it would be like literally like a degenerate, obnoxious behavior. I would like definitely claim that it's like pretty fucking stupid to behave yourself like this, or to be like an online personality, or to be popular, or to make content and like engaged, or like engage, you know, like with people, with fans, and interact with them, and also like to be interacted with by a lot of people. It's I would say it's not it's hard to call it good, and it's rather easy to call it pretty fucked up, if anything. So like some kind of like degenerate groups, like it's like so many groups, like actually, like, you know, like then maybe like you realize it or evaluate it, like, you know, like saying or kept like saying about like shit like, oh hey, you know, like I'm not okay, I'm not okay, you know. And it's like this song is like that, another song is like that. There's like a bunch of groups that are like not fucking okay, and or they have some kind of like boy trouble or girl trouble, and it's like shit, like it's like they sing things as if you know, all I hear is just people who are you know, sadly didn't like for whom sadly a situation hasn't happened where they kind of like they as if like realize or something that the shit that they're talking about is like not actually like that bad as they're like you know, portrayed, or they're just like misunderstanding the situation completely or something like that. I don't know. Ooh. What was I doing? War cries or no. Armor. I was doing armor. Oh fuck. Oh yeah. Like, would be good actually to move here and remove one single point. Don't even know from where to fucking throw it in there. Yeah. Whoa, 140 life. That's crazy. Tier 2. Hmm. Interesting. Anything good? Well, if another one is not gonna be like, oh hey, you know, there's additional armor, then I'm just dropping this shit. Okay, fuck you. Same thing. Same. Same.
What?
Then again, people, it's not like people cannot like sing about like whatever the fuck they understand is going on with them or is going on in the world. It's just that, like I said before, like if there would be actual objective truth, and if language would be functional, and if words would have like concrete meaning, then, you know, their perspective on what's going on with the world and what's going on with them, what's happening, or like shit like that is just it would just be wrong. That's the problem, pretty much. It's like I would be able to claim that they have like some kind of simplistic view of what's going on. Something that like I talked about before is that like, and it's a pretty simple concept of like, see if like language works out, right, and language actually connects us to the physical world, supposedly, that's the idea, I guess. Then the logic is this. The better you can describe the situation, like the more you understand it, or the more detailed is going to be the description, the more you can interact with things in an environment or in a situation, right? Kind of like that. It's like whether either you can, like, let's say like you can't do anything with a computer like other than like plug it or unplug it, shit like that, right? Or you can build a whole computer. Maybe you can even fix it, right? If we're talking about hardware, right? Etc. etc. And that's like with any situation. If you can actually like describe it, then that means that you as if like understand how shit works, how it functions, etc. So you can do things there, right? You can interact more. You have like more options, etc. etc. Right? So therefore I can make that claim, you know, if all of that prior, what I've said, would be true, then I could make the claim that like how people are like describing situations in pretty like simplistic way, with some kind of like short phrases, etc. etc. You know, and whenever like that's the theme, that's more or less like how they explain themselves or explain what is going on, right, based on their understanding, then I can assume that statistically, in a sense, that's what their actual understanding really is. It's not like they're like, you know, as if like, you know, playing dumb, and they're just like consistently, you know, playing dumb and like not going deep into these things, etc., etc., but rather that they are actually, you know, as if like on the surface, and they are not understanding like the situation that well. That's all it comes to. You know, like one thing is like whenever like let's say like I say something, right, and it's like short. You know, in the reality of the situation is that like in that particular moment, yes, you can say that like my, you know, understanding or something is like surface level, right? And that would be correct in a sense, but you know, but the situation is that like I can consistently demonstrate that like you know, that like, as if like behind those like short descriptions or these like short sentences or something like that, or short like expressions, as if like there's like a lot of like thought like behind it. It's like, it's not like I actually agree with a particular like short statement or like a short idea. Is that like, I don't want to say more because it's going to be like a whole like long conversation, you know, if someone would actually want to have it, right? I just know that they are not necessarily like equipped for that, or they're not ready for that, they're not in the mood for that, etc., etc. Like, I don't know, like maybe we're just spending time with the person or whatever the fuck, and it's you know, and it's just not the place and not the time for a particular long ass fucking conversation, you know. So like, if a person cannot like demonstrate something like that and cannot like argument well why they think something is true, or like their position or something like that, then I just you know, like, it's like I keep asking questions and people usually are the ones, you know, they're just backing out because like, well, you know, they have like nothing to say other than like to just then stop the conversation with words, with something like, oh, like you're just wrong, or I disagree with you, I don't want to talk about it, etc., etc. It's like all kinds of like things to shut down the conversation and like stop engaging or something like that, you know, like. But it's not like they're wrong, because like in their mind I am wrong, right? So it's not like a mistake, or, you know, it's an expected and logical conclusion, or like a reaction, you know. But the reality is that like a lot of people are like just saying things like, oh hey, you know, like this and that is like a fact, and you know, like, and whenever I ask them, and like they are just defending with like, well, this like scientist or something, like, or someone, you know, smarter than you, Vitaly, has said and or like claimed or like proved that this thing is like actually how it works. And I'm like, well, okay, you know, like, let's say they have like done this supposed, so you're basically like trusting this person, and you trust them to be like objective, and they're in your mind are definitely right. So, but like you yourself, you don't fucking have an explanation for this, and that I find like problematic. So you don't actually fucking understand, you're just using something as fact, but the problem is that you don't have like any confirmation for that fact, other than like, oh, you're trusting in the words of that some kind of person that is in your eyes is credible, you know, like some kind of like legit source. So like whenever my mom is like using some kind of like fucking things, and she's like saying like this and that, and like, or tries to prove to me, or, you know, in some of our like last conversations, that like, oh, like, hey, you know, like this and that, like as if like, you know, people like definitely have like control or something else. And then whenever I explain something, she's like, oh, where you read this or something like that. The funniest thing, I haven't read that. I just understand that she's like just using like facts, and she wasn't able to explain how this shit works, or elaborate on what she means, or defend her like position about like control, about like people's choice, etc., etc. It's like just like, you know, it's like as if like what she knows is a fact, is objective truth, and she doesn't need to provide an explanation for it, but I'm the one who's actually like explaining things and providing an explanation. I need to like supposedly need like the backing of some kind of like credible source, you know. It's like, ugh, disgusting, pretty fucking disgusting and annoying. It's like, hey, I can't explain it, but like someone like did the work for me, right? But like, that's the problem. You're relying on somebody else that they're supposedly know what the fuck they're talking about, right? Yeah. Either way, like whenever like I took a piss, I was like thinking about like that I actually, you know, and sometimes I come back to this like thought that I actually have like a particularly like funny and amusing situation where it's like education is not like a thing for me anymore, or like some kind of like see like you know, people like going to university to supposedly like learn things, and people like acquiring skills, and people you know like doing like all kinds of like shits like that, and especially like scientists, as if like those people are like, you know, regarded people and clever or smart people, etc., etc. It's like, fuck. That's a really interesting like perspective to have, or like, you know, like for me it's amusing. I feel good, you know, I feel actually good about it, because I'm as if like in a position that is like better than most people out there, in a sense, in terms of how to even say it, just like in a sense, like in a better position. Like let's say like, you know, like people believe like in color, you know, I disagree with them. You know, color is just you know, it's something that like exists for like a human being or a person, you know, and that's their perspective of like what is like color, you know, same as like what is like taste. They think like, people actually think that like taste is, you know, is objective, you know, as if like taste is inherent in things that people taste, you know. But, you know, based on what I know, there's no such thing as taste. That's how taste can be, you know, like completely subjective. It's like, if there would be actually like concrete taste, right, then yeah, then like it could be like measured, discovered, and all kinds of other things. But like, whenever like people like describe the taste, but like the problem is like also like taste that's like as if like a solid object, you know. You know, that's already like a misunderstanding there, because like taste is not taste, but taste, it's like, you know, thousands of processes, if you even want to call it that, you know, that kind of like as if create that taste, right? To say that like anything of those processes is taste, or has to do with taste, or as if proves that like any kind of like food has taste, man. Basically, like, yeah, if there would be a position, I would be in a better position than scientists, because they claim things and then it works out as if like I know that they're wrong, and therefore, you know, it seems like as if I'm like smarter or more clever, but like it's not the case. But I know that they believe in smart and dumb and all this shit, so you know, it's just amusing to me, because like I know that that shit is real for them, so you know, it's great. If they wouldn't have like these kinds of like perspectives, or if they wouldn't talk about these like things or make claims and would just be like, you know, like a person's opinion. Like literally, like sometimes, yeah, sometimes people like express themselves, and they express themselves with words that like imply that that's specifically their opinion, right? So they're like as if like underlining or highlighting that that's their opinion, right? And like, and they present it as such, right? Not like as if like that's like actually something objective or that's like true for all. Then yeah, like it's what can even be said about that, right? Of course, something can be said about that. I can like also like deconstruct their logic about their like perspective, what they perceive about themselves or something like that. You know, I can make these people mad too, but like in general, yeah, like kind of like the logic is that like if one is subjective and they present their shit as if that's their opinion, they're just being subjective, then yeah, it's like there's nothing for me to argument against, or at least like I don't necessarily like feel like I want to like argument against that, even though I still can, you know. Can try and go for that and try, and maybe I will. Maybe I will lose there, but I don't know. What do I need to do for that? What do I need to do for that? I need to. No, it wasn't like the third act. It was. Why the fuck I don't see like anything in this third act? What? Nope. No. Huh. Strange. How do you switch between like timelines? Whatever. Oh, there's like a particular button for that trial. Yeah, okay. Already forgot about its existence. Yeah. Either way, people are like
I'm ready.
funny as fuck. Especially the scientists. Ooh, again there. And it's over. Yes.
Impressive endurance. An oasis in the desert.
There's times I don't believe in ghosts or Jews, but I do believe in Dukakun. Yeah. But either way, like, see, like, if language would be functional, right? Even though I don't believe that that's the case. Well, rather, it's not that I don't believe that it's, like, functional or not. I'm just saying that, like, that language is impossible. Based on my understanding, it's impossible. It's not even about functionality. It's like there's no point in talking about, like, functionality of something that's impossible. So, but if it would be possible, then yeah, see, like, someone saying that ghosts are real, them believing ghosts, like, believe being real and shit like that, right? Yeah, then, like, if someone says, right, someone perceives that ghosts are real and there are people like that, then ghosts are real for them. You know, it doesn't matter what they believe in, that shit exists for them. And for someone to whom like it doesn't, it doesn't. It's as simple as that. Even though like people can like say like all kinds of like shit like, oh, but I don't see the ghosts, etc., blah blah blah, you can't see them, it's stupid, it's not logical. It doesn't matter what they say. If someone believes in ghosts, that's the case. And if someone doesn't believe in them, then that's the case too. But like one supposed reality has nothing to do with another reality. Like they don't actually like make each other disappear or some bullshit like that. Scientist joke? Oh, okay. What's the scientist joke? Like a scientist like knocked on the door, you know, went like knock knock, and the guy like inside the house like asked, "Who's there?" And the scientist says, "It's me." The guy asks, "Who me?" "It's me, scientist." And the guy says, "Why the fuck would he come to my house? You sick fuck?" and the scientist says, and the scientist says, and the scientist says, okay, Monster 750 increased maximum life. And the scientist says, like, give me a moment, I'm gonna, like, yeah. Give me a moment, I'm waiting for my, you know, I don't know, like, for my scholarship to figure that out. I don't know. Haven't thought of anything smart, man. Sorry. By the name of science, I will put my tongue in this donkey's butthole to discover the truth about black holes. Yes, and that would be a viable method, as viable as what they're using right now, man. And that's the funny part. This means size is good when we huge forehead banging on your door at night. Yeah. With a donkey up his ass, like a toy donkey, which says like trick or treat, you know. And he pulls his pants off and like shows his ass, you know. There's a donkey sticking out of his ass, you know. Trick or treat, and the guy says, "It's not Halloween right now." And the donkey like takes out like a fucking like you know bazooka and shoots the guy like in his crotch, and his dick like fucking explodes, and you know it's a whole mess for making this. Well, I imagine that some instead of a wiener they get a donkey. Instead of a wiener they have like a donkey between their legs. Yes, I can't imagine that. Happens every day. Original offers one choice. The merchant goes to suck a dick. It's that kind of map.
Dodge this!
Good riddance.
Instead of wiener, they got a donkey butt cheek. Yeah. Instead of a wiener, they have like a whole donkey like fucking munching on a goddamn carrot. You know. Imagine someone pulls their pants down and they have like a whole fucking zoo between their legs. You know. With all of the like animal heads like sticking out of like one fucking spot. And they're going like moo and rah and you know, it's like a whole fucking, you know, circus out there. Pretty crazy, man. I would even say that that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up, man. That is so fucked up, man. So yeah, dude, like listening to people like saying that they have like ADHD and, you know, and oh, I think like I have like autism, or as if like it's fucking close or something. Like, shut the fuck up. Goddamn fucking doctors, like, it's not even like, you know, it's not like that, like, it's not like that somebody like who's not a doctor can diagnose themselves or not. It's not about that. It's just about like the whole idea is that like as if like someone has like figured out what is like actually is going on, and it's like and their description of what the fuck is going on is like as good as anybody else's. That's a bronze key off of this fucker. Oh, that's fucking cool. Ooh, that hammer will drop. Nice. Nice. That was good. That was good. I'm actually clearing pretty well. That's weird. Had a completely different experience with the mage. Honestly, if you want to like experience like more or less like good gameplay with like good, I don't know, like good graphics, like flashy shit, etc., then like, I mean, these games are, you know, I would say they're for anyone who wants to experience that, because like it's like you make it, like the effects look good, it's like you combine shit, it looks nice, man. It looks nice, man. Light doesn't matter, it's like lightning or fire or some other shit. You can even like play it zoomed in, like if you have like a good build, like you can probably do something like in Grim Dawn, like who cares, man, right? Like you just like fucking farm shit, you die maybe, I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah, and you kind of can like play zoomed in, maybe like it can be like more enjoyable. Only like in some kind of like I think like Diablo 3 or where was it, like the zoom wasn't adjustable. There was like only like one mode, I think, or two modes where you like you zoom in. Either you zoom in like completely or like go like completely out. So like do two like camera positions or like distance from the camera, you know, but like here it's like a proper zoom. But I'm not talking about the minimap. People think that saying you got depression or ADHD is a getaway card from your shit behavior. Yeah, but it's not like everyone who's saying that necessarily has perceivably shit behavior or like expresses, you know, or shows shit behavior, right? It's like it's just any kind of people, you know, like, and especially like some streamers that are saying that, but like, you know, I do have like explanations for it, like why, you know, something that they perceive as ADHD or something else, or any kind of like really supposed like mental or some other like disorder, like I can explain, you know, like that shit. Does it get away car brother if I take a shit on Copic or anything saying in a juvenile toilet? You know what's the problem with lies? And do you remember like this like particular situation whenever see people say like, oh, you know, like if you lie like, you know, long enough, then you will like believe it or something. If you say it like enough times, then you will like believe it. The thing is that like you don't really need to say it like enough times to believe it. It's about like, it's just about like the reality of the situation. If you do something, it doesn't matter how you like justify it like afterwards or whatever, right? It's just, that's the reality of the situation. That's who you are in that moment. Doesn't matter whether like you call it like a lie or pretending or any kind of like other shit. That's what you did and that's who you are in that fucking moment. And then in other moments you're, well, you're another person, you know, who's doing things, let's say, differently, right? So when people like try to say things like, oh hey, you know, like I'm just being obnoxious for content or something on YouTube, well, even though that is like true, still you're doing these things, and you know, in that moment you are being obnoxious, you know, and making YouTube content has nothing to do with it. It's just a situation where you're being obnoxious, and that's it. You know, it's as simple as that. You're not necessarily like obnoxious overall, you know, I'm not saying that either, you know, but in that particular moment you are obnoxious. It never is gonna matter like what is the like the justification for some kind of like action that is like perceived as negative. You know, the action still happened, you know, and the supposed like damage or something like that is still done. So it doesn't matter whether you have like a good justification or like a good reason or a bad reason or whatever the fuck reason. Even if you have like a whole family, you know, like to save, you know, and you're stealing, it doesn't matter, like the action is still bad, you know. It's like you know, like whether you should be like punished for it, that is like a whole like different conversation. But like just, you know, the fact that it's like, you know, bad or like negative action or, you know, behavior or something like that, that is like 100%. If someone of course like perceives it as bad, you know, based by their like some kind of like supposed moral compass or their understanding of what is like right and wrong, I guess. Okay, what I'm gonna like choose here, silver key. Still don't know if I'm gonna like clear this or not, or they're gonna like fuck me up with some kind of like fucking bullshit.
Hammer and anvil.
Doing good for now. Okay, good. Shitty ass fucking stupid ass spiders. Nope. God damn, that's bad.
No mana.
Okay, good. I did receive some damage, so that's bad for this challenge. I only need to clear it. I don't need to clear it good. That's the thing.
Ritual has been disrupted.
But like, this bar cannot go down to 0. Or it's fucked. And it's failed. And I will need like another key like that to make it work out. I mean to do it again, sadly. Shrine to restore honor, blah 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 blah. And then we have like this and this. Okay, cannot be slow below base. Must have increased attack, cast, and movement speed. Sacred run for completion. Sure, I don't care about like the stupid ass fucking sacred water. I only care to clear this. I'm only doing it for the stupid ass points. Let's go.
No mana.
Yes.
Out of mana. You were no warrior. Out of mana.
That was close.
Fuck. How much honor are they gonna give me? 400? They're gonna give me 400? That's a lot of honor. Almost all restored. That's good. Because like after this challenge it was pretty bad. There's all sacred water and floor completion. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds better than... I also don't need the fucking sacred water for now. It's not like I'm actually like farming any of this shit. Fuck, they hit me with poison. That's bad. That shit like immediately like removes. Okay, that motherfucker's dead. That's good.
Dodge this.
Yes, it's over.
Great challenge overcome.
A great challenge overcome.
I would give anything for a sip.
Silver key, and it's almost the last fucking... It's almost the last fucking, the last room. This is the last room before the boss, so that's good.
Weakling. No mana. Foul beast.
And it's over. Boom. Okay, good. Earn relic. Garb. Got the garb. The garb. I don't know why I have it. That's it. It's a goddamn like
Go
fucking boss
ahead
and
is
that's it.
formidable.
It's over.
Steel yourself.
Why is it like this boss again where you fucking stupid? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, cool. Why is it this boss again?
A gift from my ancestors.
Out of mana.
I can't yet.
Look out for the slam.
It's done. It's over.
I knew you would succeed.
Mm-hmm. Seal relic. Mm-hmm. Two silver, 73. That's right. I already lost those. So. Wait, what?
I shall aid you.
Huh?
We will succeed.
Where's the? Where are the ascendancy points, right? What? But they said that I would have ascendancy points. What? Test a will? Where's this test a will? Oh, it's really not over yet. What the fuck? That was like fucked up. Huh. Gem stash, herb stash, blah blah blah. Can I sell it to this motherfucker? Can I sell it? No. No. Cannot sell shit. Hmm. Oh, again. Oh, wow. How long is this challenge? This is so stupid. This is like too long. What the fuck? Oh, less maximum honor. Yeah, sure. Reduced effect of your non-unique relics. Reduced effect of non-unique relics. Sure. I don't fucking care about that. Fuck you. Nah, that is really stupid. And boring. I gotta be honest, it's also boring. Jesus. Wow.
Stand tall.
Dodge this!
Hmm. Secret water, secret water. Ah, solar key, sure.
yourself. No mana.
God damn it. He kept chipping at my, like, fucking honor.
Need mana.
Dude, he didn't, like, fucking charge it up.
Out of mana.
The ritual has been
damn it.
disrupted.
This is bad. I'm losing this. I'm fucking losing this. This is pretty bad. Fuck. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There it is. And? Is it over? Yep.
Impressive endurance.
Mm-hmm. Damn it.
You'll break. Need mana.
Dude, you're annoying. You're annoying, brother.
Hammer and anvil.
Okay.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, I would say so myself. Fucking no honor anymore. What is this? Do I have to, like, specifically, like, choose something? Or I can just skip it, yeah. Restore honor. Sure, let's go there. Let's restoring honor. Maybe I will survive until the end. Maybe not. Fucking not great, not great. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Nice. That's crazy, guys. That's crazy, guys. 2, 4. What do I need to do here? What? Uh-huh. Okay. Nice, cool.
Dodge this!
This shit like still continues to follow me. That's funny. Ooh, not good. God damn it, fucking idiot. Why would that happen? Are you fucking retarded? Man, it's like you guys are retarded. It's insane. Like, I hit him like straight up
Face me!
right on his fucking face, man, and somehow that didn't work necessarily. So what am I doing here? Oh, okay, cool. Got it. Uh-huh. Ah! Interesting. And we're going through the whole shit? Seems... yeah, seems like it. And trial is complete. Okay, good. Good. Are we restoring any honor? 400 honor. Okay, that's something. That's something. Okay, that's something to work with. Anything else? Merchant prices. Return the greater restores honor and burns you with infliction. Leads you with trade, tariff, and entry. Increase merchant prices, and that's completely fine. I don't really fucking care about merchant prices, so it's good. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that. Yeah. Fuck. And this mouse is a little bit too fast, okay?
Out of mana! Out of mana! Dodge this!
The ritual has been disrupted.
Okay. Don't particularly like this mouse. And this one is... what happened? Wait, did I? Did I change the DPI or something? The shit? What the fuck? Works like shit suddenly. Don't remember switching the DPI. It's not becoming higher either. It's literally... What the fuck? I suddenly feel like it's slower and as if like it's changed. What is it? The fuck? Wait, is it different now or not? Yeah, it is. Okay, it's all good now. The fuck? Had to eat some stuff, was hungry. Just drinking Coke. What is that? 360? Yeah, 360, yeah. I wonder if this challenge is like final. Hope it's final, cause like I don't believe that I can clear another fucking set of rooms. Like if that's the case, it's just not gonna happen. I'm pretty sure like there's no way that I survive with all of this shit. This one, yeah. Can't fucking imagine. Okay, one of those is dead. God damn it. Fucking drop that shit, dude. Yes.
Hammer and anvil!
He didn't get hurt. What the fuck?
No challenge.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I'm restoring practically all of it. That's really good. What do you mean I have no evasion? What? What do you mean no evasion? Oh, I already don't have any evasion, but why did they give me that? Yeah, like this one doesn't says that. Trade, okay, afflicts you with trade tariff, okay. But like, isn't it like 50 increased merchant prices and that's the tariff? No? Burdens you with affliction. Strange. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, whatever the fuck. Like, whatever the fuck do you mean? Like, I don't get it. And there's another boss. I don't know, like, how I'm gonna survive this shit, but like... Let's see. Let's see what's it gonna be. Two idiots.
Move quickly.
Wow, that was pretty bad. Wait, I killed both of
That
them?
was an impressive display.
Why are you covering my fucking bar? Idiots. But yeah, that was a good fight. I would agree with that. Don't tell me like I have like another shit to fucking clear. Please, oh please. I don't want to clear other shits. Like other like extra fucking something. Altar of Ascendancy. And still nothing, right? No points, nothing. There's gonna be like another stupid ass fucking trial. Jesus Christ, it's one more. Ugh.
May that serve you.
Yeah, relic locker. My mom's tits locker, man. Like, Jesus, dude. My mom's like fucking floppy tits locker. Huh? No. It died on the trial? Huh. Well, that's a GG because like that shit, they never let you redo that shit or continue that shit. They're stupid like that. They just don't have that. They don't have like a grace period. They have nothing like that. They're pretty stupid about that part, you know, even though it's their faults. Because it's definitely not my fault that this shit happened, and I should not be punished for it. Yeah. The trial is over, it's fucked. I didn't complete the last trial, I'm not gonna get any ascendancy points. And the shit didn't fucking work. Oh, but they let me fucking clear it again. Wow. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure I want to do it again, brother. Like, were you stupid? Have all the loot, but like, Jesus. Are you serious? Such ass. It's so stupid that they just don't reload the game and don't let you fucking continue from the spot where you left off. Specifically the challenges. So dumb. Like you have to like fucking do them in one go, and like they don't care about disconnects. Like disconnect is like as if like the player's problem, and even though I didn't fail the challenge, I have to redo it from beginning. So stupid. Well, I guess that's not gonna happen fucking today. I guess they can fuck themselves on this challenge for now. Idiots. Literal fucking idiots.
This will be a war if we will.
So, and we're ready. Let's hope it.
Ooh. Wait. Wait. Nice. That's good. I like that. I like that. Tier 3, Tier 7.
Welcome to the forge.
Got it.
I've forged a few fineries.
Mm.
I think I know someone who needs this.
Buh. Hmm.
I'll melt it down. Find a use.
Mm-hmm. Why am I checking out this gear? This gear is ass. Hmm. This gear is ass.
Already? Farewell.
Wow, cool. Fucking blue balling game. So stupid. Oh, like, hey, you know, let's fucking, let's not let the player fucking continue from where they left off. Of course not. You know, that's crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy. Mm-hmm. That would definitely be crazy. Yeah, nobody fucking does that. No, no, no. Not in one game you can fucking continue from the spot where you left off, even if there's like a disconnect or some fucking crash or some bullshit like that. No, no, no. That's insanity. That's like some kind of it's gibberish. You know, that's just talking shit. Straight up talking shit, man. Straight up talking shit. Okay. Let's have a little bit of fun, or at least I can have like fun. I used ChatGPT once only. It was like whenever I went to Dennis's house. Yeah. ChatGPT now has memory limit. Like, Jesus Christ, that is like the stupidest statement ever. Keep the conversation going. Personal assistant under control. enable what? Memories may be used to train our models. If you have model training enabled, what? Sure, I'll train you, bitch. What do you think? Do you think about the word nigger? What do you think about the word nigger? That word is a deeply offensive racial slur with a long history tied to anti-black racism, slavery, segregation, and violence, especially in the United States, where many people carry Spain and historical trauma, so using casually as an insult is widely seen as harmful or unacceptable. You might hear it in different contexts, blah 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 blah. To those specific contexts, it's generally best to avoid it entirely. If you're asking out of curiosity or because you're encountered it somewhere, I can help explain more about its history, how it's used in different contexts. How would one be able to tell where someone is using it casually, or in a serious way? And are you telling me as if it's possible for anyone to genuinely genuinely like this? Genuine. Fuck. What? This? Genuinely. And what did I write? Yeah, well, that's definitely not it, but like this? Yeah. Okay. Possible for anyone to genuinely know someone's intentions. Huh? I pressed fucking enter. You good? Where's the stop streaming button? Or are you fucking stupid? That's like my next question. What are you doing? What? Hmm? What do you mean stop streaming what? Here? What? What the fuck? Doesn't even work. Man, they're idiots, dude. This shit is dysfunctional. What the hell? Okay, let's try again. Oh, it actually works. I don't know what the fuck it was. You're raising a real point, and intent is not... what? Yeah, sure, enable. Like, you guys are fucking stupid. You're raising a real point. Intent is not directly knowable with certainty. We can't read minds. We infer intent from signals. People usually judge whether someone is being casual, hostile, ironic, quoting, blah, 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 based on things like context, private conversation, argument, comedy, set, classroom, blah, 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 tone, and delivery, relationship, patterns, blah blah blah, follow-up behavior. But none of that gives perfect certainty. It gives a reasonable interpretation, not mind reading. Also, impact and intent are different things. Someone may not mean harm and still cause harm. Likewise, someone may claim harmless intent when they know exactly what they're doing. Completely disagree, but sure. So no, I'm not saying anyone can genuinely know another person's inner intentions with absolute certainty. I'm saying people make judgments from evidence and social norms often respond to both likely intent and actually impacts. What is actually? Yes, but the impact is not objective. It's subjective. Active. Subjective. Or are you saying that someone's measurement is objective? Oh wow. Oh, didn't know that was possible. You're right, to challenge the idea that impact is perfectly objective, it usually isn't objective in the strict sense. Human experiences often span humiliation, fear, disrespect, or subjective experiences, so a more accurate framing is impact is subjectively experienced by individuals. Patterns of impact can be socially observed across many people. Responses are normative choices, not scientific certainties. Patterns can be observed, but is that objective, or is that just one person's perception of some perceivable patterns matching? The clue is in the description of this situation. Bitch. Responsible. So our more accurate framing is, for example, one person may shrug over slaughter, another may feel deeply hurt, blah blah blah. Those reactions differ. There isn't a machine that outputs the one true harm score. What's up? Societies often do is say, even though reactions vary, some words or behaviors are predictably associated with negative effects often enough that we treat them consciously. That's not the same as claiming objective measurements. So no, I'm not saying someone's personal measurement becomes objective truth. I'm saying individual reactions are subjective. Repeated shorter reactions can reveal trends. Communities create norms based on those trends and values. Your thesis is useful because people sometimes speak as if impact settles every argument automatically. Well, that is expected. If someone's saying that, like, oh, you're like insulting me, then like the logic is like as if like that is actually the case. As if I need to like subscribe to their logic, agree with them on that fact. Yeah. People should judge whether or not. Also, impact and intent are different things. Someone may not mean harm, still cause harm. Likewise, someone may claim harmless intent when they know exactly what they're doing. So no, I'm not saying anyone can genuinely know another person's. I'm saying people make judgments from evidence. Also, people making judgment from evidence. But the problem of that that each individual will view different things or parts of something as evidence of something. Which is just their understanding understanding in a sense, and not that actually something concrete has certain objective meaning for every person out there. So I'm saying evidence is in a sense selective. Selective. N-word arc, yeah. I'm saying it is in a sense selective. Saying that there's evidence and pointing to certain things is in a sense selective, because whether someone because some things are not going to be mentioned or looked at or considered based on some arbitrary standard. Boom. I'm making classic and serious epistemological point observation is theory laden. In plain terms, people do not encounter raw facts in a neutral vacuum. They notice, categorize, and interpret through prior assumptions, language, values, attention, limits, and goals. So yes, several things you're saying are valid. Patterns are not self-interpreting. A pattern does not announce itself automatically. Someone decides what counts as relevant data, where the boundaries are, what time frame matters, what similarities matter, what differences can be ignored, what label to apply. That introduces judgment. Evidence selection is real. Two people can look at the same events and cite different evidence because they prioritize different details. That's common in law, history, politics, psychology, and everyday conflict. And that's why law is fucking subjective, it's not objective, and it's not like fucking functional. Seems like any kind of other thing. It's like we deem, this person to be guilty of something, based on this like evidence. But the problem is like, why are you looking at this evidence? What about like all kinds of other things, What about like looking at like all kinds of like other things that a person has done, and like, why are we only talking about these particular things? And also we're examining them through like a particular frame of understanding, and not necessarily, because we're already like looking for some kind of like faults in a person's character or something. Meaning is not automatically objective. A gesture, word, tone, or event may not have one universally fixed meaning for all observers. Meaning is often negotiated, contextual, and contested. Meaning, it's not about meaning being negotiated, it's about meaning points to the fact that like things have meaning, and not necessarily like some kind of like it's not inherent meaning, it's like as if like applied meaning. That doesn't mean anything goes. We're I'd add nuances thus. The presence of interpretation doesn't erase all distinctions between stronger and weaker claims. How would you prove that some claim is stronger and some is weaker? Again, you would need to prove that someone is objective or more objective than someone else. Let's say someone disagrees with you. With you. What does that tell you? That that person is wrong, or is that an indicator that your evaluation is actually subjective? Some interpretations are better supported because they explain more of the available facts, fit repeated observations, predict future outcomes better, survive criticism, cohere with other evidence. Every point that you've mentioned that would supposedly prove that one claim is stronger or better than the other are all arbitrary standards. That's one. And another thing, each one of those points is problematic. One, let's say, explain more of the available facts. Just because one is explaining more doesn't mean that he's better describing the situation. 2. Fit repeated observations. When someone how to say this, notices that repeated observations, notices that as if observations are repeated, then is just a situation where, let's say, two people have poorly not enough described some situation, and therefore it seems as if their I guess like their testimony or descriptions more or less match, as if they agree. but let's say I say that a person has gone to an amusement park, and you have observed that another person went into the same amusement park. Is that proof that both situations are the same? Okay, then third, predict future outcomes better. About predictions. The problem with them is that if enough of things are as if ignored or not considered. Wait a minute. Predict future outcomes. What predictions? The problem with them is that if enough things are as if ignored or not considered, and the situation is described in a, I don't know, short enough way, then one can certainly claim that, let's say, if I let go of pen 10 times, then the pen 10 times will drop on the same floor. Predictable, right? Right? Are the outcomes actually the same, or are we ignoring millions of variables? Okay, then survive criticism. What? What the hell is that? Some interpretations that are better supported because they survive criticism. 4. Something can seemingly survive criticism. Criticism. The fuck? I'm typing it correctly now. Criticism. Oh, like this. Can seemingly survive criticism only because the questions that have been asked have been answered, and the person argumented enough based on someone's understanding ending to support their own claim.